Welcome to Sewing Street on the 1st of July. How did that happen? 1 minute it was midsummer, now it's July. Fantastic. Anyway, how are you all today? It's not too bad out there, is it? A little bit cloudy, but could be. Stay indoors this morning and watch me and Emma.
Hello.
Got Emma Brassfield with me. Morning, Emma.
Hello, good morning.
Morning.
It's been a while. Lovely to see you.
Hasn't it? But what? Stay this morning, watch me and Emma.
Yeah.
Got loads of great things. And loads of lovely fabric, which is what Sewing Street's all about, really, isn't it? Fabric and things. So, shall we start off with, because it's Saturday, the early bird. Early bird. Tweet, tweet, tweet. What is the early bird? Today it is the sewing thread storage box. So this is one of those things that we all need, isn't it? Because if your sewing room is anything like mine, little bit of a mess. Let me say I have quite a few thread storage boxes, but clearly not enough because I'm constantly unbird nesting it. Anyway, the normal price for this, £6.49. But obviously that's not the real price because it's early bird. The real price today, £3.99. I wasn't expecting that. £3.99. So this is a fab box because you can get 27 spools in it. There's little prongs, pegs, that you can put all your threads on so they don't get mixed up, and it's got a lid and it's clear, so you can buy lots of them, you can stack them. Once they're then filled with thread, if you've got loads like me, you can put your neutrals in one, your blues and greens in another, whichever you use. You know, if you use lots of the same colour, fantastic. If you're going off to a workshop or you're taking some thread on holiday, absolutely perfect to take with you. So you are saving £2.80. £2.80. That's amazing. It's almost half price, not quite. £3.99. Now, please do get this checked out. Very, very busy. Good morning to all of you who have already bought this. If we've got any left, the price will go back up at midnight. So pop it in your basket, check out. If this is your first time checking out with us, congratulations and welcome to our little Sewing Street family. If you check out once, don't worry, your postage will only be applied at midnight. So if you check out now and then in another half an hour and then in 3 hours time and then you pop back in at 7 o'clock this evening, you will still only be charged one lot of P&P. It's not done on every checkout, which is fantastic because most websites you sort of think, oh, shall I put that because I don't want to have to pay postage again. You don't. It's one lot of P&P. But also, if you've got it in your basket, it's not yours till you've checked out. And I think that's where a lot of our viewers miss out, is they say, well, I had it in my basket and then it went. Well, you've got to check out. So loads of you are coming in for this now. £3.99, 27 spools you can get here. It's clear so that you can see what's in here really easily. Once you've got the spools in, if you turn it upside down as well, they stay in place. If you've got supersized spools, you can just put them in every other. But for the normal thread spools, it's perfect. But if you put in the bigger ones, you can get more. So these are brilliant. Get them while you can, while that price is this low. I will leave that with you. Pop it back. Let's have a look at the menu. I told you we're going to have a great day today. So coming up today, we're starting off with Emma. She has got brand new design, the Walkies bag. I've had a lovely look around this because I've had a long conversation with them because I've got a dog walker all the time. I need one of these. This has been specifically designed for dog walks. It's got all of the things in there that you need. I'll be going through it all with you in a moment. All the bits you need. I mean, obviously you don't need to use it for walking the dog. It could be used for all sorts of things. It's got so many pockets and places, but it is brilliant, particularly at this time of year when you haven't got your coat on anymore and you're walking the dog. You can't get all that stuff in your pockets. Brand new. We've got instructions only and we've got kits as well with all the fabrics that you will need for it. It's genius. You're going to absolutely love this. That will be on in a few minutes time. 9 o'clock is all about summer living. So we've got all sorts of kits and fabrics and sewing patterns all themed around the summer. Now, if you missed out on the gnomes, the gnome bags and aprons, they sold out last time we had them on air. We've got them back today, as well as some beautiful sewing patterns. So it's all about summer at 9 o'clock. So if you want a little bit of inspiration for your summer sewing, join me at 9. 10 o'clock, Emma will be back with me and she has got one of her bags that sold out completely last time we had it on. Absolutely gorgeous. It's the no waste tote. It's brilliant. And we've got it all in lots of different designs. We've got it in William Morris, we've got it in Tilda, we've got instructions only. And also, if you love Emma's designs, we've got lots of her instructions that we've sold previously, have been out of stock before. We've got them all back. So once you've watched Emma at 8 o'clock, you'll know how fantastic her patterns are, how comprehensive, easy to understand they are. We've got them all, 10 o'clock. And a brilliant bag as well. 11 o'clock, it's Tilda Fabrics. Who doesn't love a bit of Tilda? We have got a few special offers on the Tilda there as well as her new collection and some others as well. So if you love the Tilda fabric, if you've thought about making your patchwork jacket from Tilda fabric, or you want to make yourself a lovely springy summery quilt, join me at 11 o'clock for that. Now, 12 o'clock, I'm going to show you these because you know how much I love, and I know how much you love extra wide fabrics. We have, whenever we get extra wide fabrics, they come and then they just sell out. We've got some brand new ones. Not just some, we've got 9 brand new ones. Now, I don't want you to miss out because these always fly out. So I thought for all of you early birds that have got up early to join me this morning, I'm going to show you them. Now, remember that we can, everything is on pre-order. So when I show these to you now, you can go onto the website, sewingstreet.com, click on Watch Live, and then scroll down from there. Everything that's on today's show is already available on pre-order. So if you're after some extra wides, they always sell out. I just thought, if you're popping out for coffee at 10, going down the garden centre, then you can get these now. So I'm going to show you them all, but have a look on the website, all the codes and all the details and the prices on there. But these are all extra wide, so these are all 108 inches width. Look at this one. That's gorgeous. Now they don't have to, that's just half of it, by the way, because my arm's not long enough to hold the whole thing. These can be used for quilt backing, obviously. Brilliant for dressmaking because they're 100% cotton and there's so much of it. Really good for home sewing, brilliant for bag making, cushions, and that's just 1/2 metre. If you want more than it, so if you're making a double bed size quilt, get yourself 2.5 metres. It will come as a whole cut piece. So this is a sneak preview for those of you who won't be with me at 12. That one's gorgeous, isn't it? I'm going to show you them all. Look at this one. This one is like sequins. It's like my Glastonbury jacket. Look at that. In fact, it's almost identical. Sequin, they're not sequins, it's cotton, but they look like sequins. Oh, I like this one. Green leaves. Beautiful. Remember, that's just 1/4 of it. I can't undo them all. But these are extra wide, and I know how much you all love them, so I don't want you to miss out. Oh, this one's unusual. I've not seen one like this before. This is kind of like black and white clouds, but then you've got the sun in different colours. Oh, that's lovely, isn't it? Green one with clovers. Oh, this is really cute. It's green. I'm going to open it. It's got green clovers, and then are they like little birds? Where's my glasses? Or are they? Oh, they might be little flies. I'm not absolutely sure. Or flowers. They look like maybe little insects. Look at that one. Right, we're just checking. If you're having any problems with the website, Ben's just checking now. There might be some problems with it being up at the moment. We're just finding out. I will let you know when he comes back. He's gone to have a word with Jewellery Maker and see how theirs is going. But there might be a few problems with the website on live at the moment, but you've got early warning of these, so when it's back up you can get them, because I don't want you to miss out, because they always sell out whenever we get them. Look at this amazing one. I mean, how fab is this for the back of your quilt? But I'm thinking summer dressmaking, because it is so much cheaper to buy it this way. It's over 2.5 times the normal fabric width, but way less than 2.5 times the price. Have a look, when you can see the website, have a look, because they all are slightly different prices. They all sort of range $11.99, $12.99, that sort of price, but they are slightly different. Isn't that one beautiful? So you can really save yourself some money. If you make to sell, or you make for charity, you know, think of all the cushions. You can have a whole stall full of tote bags. You can get loads out of this. Really, really inexpensive way. And then I've got 3, these are nice. If you particularly if you're quilt backing and you don't want to think about pattern direction or it all running straight. These have just got a really nice mottled background. Good for lining as well. So that's your sort of the like citrine green marbled. And then we've got one in red. Is the website back? Right, we're still sorting it out. This one, it's like claret, burgundy. They should call it like red wine, I think. And then this beautiful one, this is all mottled shades of navy. So this is just to give you prior warning. I will be going through them carefully one by one at 12. But for those of you who want to get ahead, 9 brand new. We've got lots of others because we've got, the website's back. Hooray! Ben's fixed it. Ben has fixed the internet single-handedly. So do get checked out on these if you're not going to be here at 12, or get checked out now because they always sell out. That's why we're constantly looking for new extra wide backings. Anyway, let me put these out of the way because they are Michael. There we go. Right, so let's start with Emma's bag. Hello, I'm going to come over to you now. I want you to explain to me the bag.
Make some space.
Yes.
Hello.
So tell me why you designed it to start with.
So my lovely sister-in-law, Liz, hello.
Morning, Liz.
Morning. She said to me, you really need to make a dog walking bag.
Yes.
And my little Neflet, he's not little, he's a great big black Labrador, absolutely gorgeous. When she walks him, she needed certain features in the bag. And I don't have a dog, sadly don't have the time. But she said, I want this, I want this, I want this. So we sat down and we designed it together.
Okay.
And then
right. So let's talk me through. What are the main features then?
So the first thing is that I should mention is that you can open it with one hand. So when you're out walking the dog and you've got a lead or you've got a dirty ball in your hand, as I imagine, and you just want to get into your bag, you can open it one-handed.
So it's got magnets across the top?
Yeah, it's got a set of 3, I think it is, 3 magnets that open and close it. You can use the regular kind of clasp, the ones with the prongs. You can use those, or in the instructions it tells you how to use sew-in ones.
Right.
So there's the option there. Inside we've got a zipper pocket as well.
Put your phone in or your keys.
Exactly. Keep it separate. And then the idea being that you can put your dog water bottle and maybe your ball, doesn't matter if it's messy, everything else is kept nice and clean. Then on the back you've got another pocket, so you can put your phone in there for quick, easy access. Then on the front, one of the special features is that you've got this snack pocket. Where's the other one gone? There was another. Oh, it's there. Sorry, would you pass it to me?
So this is to put your dog treats in?
This is to put your dog treats in. So you can make as many of these pouches as you want, because then it just unpoppers to come out, and then you can chuck that in the wash if it's cotton. Or you can
that's
rinse
brilliant. Because otherwise, they are a bit smelly, aren't they?
Yeah, well, Merlin, my lovely Neflet, he has cheese.
Oh, so you might need to watch. So they just pop in. So there's poppers on the inside. That you can just snap them in, and you can make it with the outer fabric, or you can make them with this lining. Yeah, so depending on whether you want to chuck it in the wash, you might want to use the cotton, or if you're going to rinse it, or just give it a wipe down. That's genius. PU. So we've got both options there. The other thing is I'll mention as well, the front has been designed so that when the removable pouch, you don't have to do that, by the way. You can just do a slip pocket. It tells you that it's optional as you go through the instructions. I've designed it so that the poppers go either side. I don't know if you can see, so that they, in the instructions it tells you how to do them so that they're alternating. Right. So it's flat. So that it's flat when there's nothing in there, and also because of the bulk of the poppers, that's going to add to that kind of depth. But I did have testers that did it so that they have them, so that they are matching. Right. So that you can then use that to close the bag when it's not in. So there's options there. Brilliant. Excuse me. And then the other key feature to this bag, which is quite special, is that we've got the poop bag the poop bag hole. Brilliant. On the end, yeah. And again, this is an option. And actually, you've put one in here. We'll show it. This is one of Emma's samples. Yeah. So you pop your little roll in. That is Liz's working bag. That's her working bag, when I choose one. So there we go. Hence she left some bags in there for me. That's fantastic, isn't it? So they just come out the little hole, and then there's a little snap to hold, so you can put them in and out easily. Genius.
Thank you. And so on the pattern, you do get 4, I think it is, different options. So you can do it with the eyelet or the grommet. You can do it without, which I have on here. There's no metal on there.
Okay.
Can you see?
Yeah, you just sewn, right, you've sewn that one.
Yeah, so it tells you how to do that, whether you, I mean, the eyelets are really nice because they give a really nice finish. And then you also have the option for a mesh pocket as well. If you want to put some tissues in there, you want to see what you got, lip balm or something, you know, that you want easy access to. So you've got those different options, or you can do, of course, a plain pocket as well.
So you've thought of everything. You can get everything out. And I love the idea of having the removable treat pocket, because I know when I walk the dog in the winter, I've got my coat on and I've got everything full of pockets. I've always got a cup of tea in a flask, which I then have to carry. Yeah. And sometimes I end up taking a bag out with me, just a tote bag, because otherwise I've got my keys, my phone, I've got treats, I've got a whistle.
Okay. Yeah, we could hang that off there as well. Yeah,
that could hang off. So I've got all of these different things, but I could just pick this up and go. So before I walk the dog, I have to go around and find all my different bits, and then try. Hopefully, my pockets on my trousers are deep enough, which they normally. The other day, I re-walked my whole route because I thought I'd lost my phone. Oh. And then I'd left it at home. Oh. I thought it'd fallen out of my pocket. Because it's always there.
Sorry, I don't mean
But I have re-walked the whole thing because I thought I'd lost it. But you see, this is genius. But it doesn't, what I like is it doesn't look like a dog bag.
No.
You know, it doesn't look like this is a dog bag. This looks just like a nice little handbag, doesn't it?
Yeah, that's the idea, that it doesn't have, just because it's functional, it doesn't have to be
exactly.
boring.
It doesn't have to have dogs all over it. It's just...
Well, you can do if you want.
But it looks like just a nice little bag, but it's absolutely ideal. So if you're a dog walker, or if you know a dog walker, what a lovely gift.
Yeah.
I would love one of these. Perfect.
My brother said, oh, it's not really my colours. I said, oh, blimey, I'll make one in your colours.
Oh, really?
I think it was the strap.
So let's have a look through the pattern. So we've got various...
That's not it, sorry.
Oh, I'll get mine. Mine's over here.
That's the next one.
Okay, I'm just going to go over here and show you through the pattern. Right, so here's the pattern. Now in the pattern, so we've got the pattern on its own for £9.99. We have got kits as well, so if you want to get all the fabrics. But let me just open it up. It's in a nice resealable bag as well, because once you've got the pattern, you see, you can make this over and over again. Give one to all your little dog walking friends. So you've got full instructions, tells you everything. I mean, these are really comprehensive. This is what I was saying earlier. Emma's instructions are fantastic. Lots of photos, explains exactly how to make it. You've got all the cutting out details, everything you need, all the different options as well as to how you make, you know, whether you've got the D-ring, where you've got the circle that turns round, whether you've got a mesh pocket, it's all in there. You've then got pattern pieces. So you could cut these out and use them and then just keep them all together, or if you wanted to keep these all nice and clear. I mean, they're not printed on the back, but you could even trace them. But everything is here, and she's even put on here labels as well. I love that, so that once you've cut out all the pieces, because you know you've cut them all out, no idea what they are. Morning, ladies. The bag is a great idea, and I don't even have a dog. How was Glastonbury, Rebecca? It is a great idea, isn't it? And it was amazing. It was amazing. I bored the boys to death with it. Amazing outfits, so much inspiration of what to wear. There was a lot of crochet there this year. Although I have to say I was a bit sniffy about it. I said to my friends, that's machine-made crochet. And they went, you're being really judgmental. I went, I know, but there was loads of crochet there, and it was fantastic. But I have to say, it's taken me to this morning to recover. I lost my voice completely. Too much singing. Anyway, back to the pattern. This is brilliant. So use the patterns. You could cut them out, but keep them all. I mean, they're on thicker paper, so they're nice to use, and all the labels, or you could just trace them if you want. So that's the pattern on its own, £9.99, which is extremely good value for money. And this is a great gift. Right, we've also got kits. So, where's the piece of fabric that goes with that one? Well, we've lost it.
Oh, did it get scooped up?
Did I?
It might be scooped up.
I wonder if I scooped it in all those extra wides, which I may have done. You know, I picked them all up. Do you think I've put it in there?
Yeah.
There it is. There it is. So this is the bag that I was showing you with Emma a moment ago. This is very popular. So you get 1/2 metre of the navy PU. That's all used for the outside, and it's brilliant, this PU. It's very lightweight, it's very easy to sew. Nice, neutral, classy colour as well. It's very easy to sew through. And then you get 1 metre, this lovely print. This is very good for dog walks, isn't it? Dog walks through flowery meadows. But it's lovely, isn't it? Because when you look at the bag, you know, this is used for the lining, and you can see it a little bit on the outside, but this is a gorgeous one, isn't it? And obviously you get the pattern as well in this. So you get the 1.5 metre of fabric in total, and the pattern £26.99. That's all the fabric you need. Right, the other option, this is the one that you're going to, is this the one you're going to be demoing with?
Yeah.
Right, so with this one, we've got a lovely aubergine plum coloured PU. That would match my coat, actually. And then you've got, so that's 1/2 metre of that. That's all you need for the outer. I presume that's actually way more than you need.
Yeah, I can't remember. It does.
It looks like, when I look at the size of the bag,
but
although it has got lots of pockets. And then you get 1 metre of this lovely pale plum spot. This is the one that Emma will be demonstrating in a moment, so you'll be able to see around it all. And then if you want a plain black, we have that option as well. So in this bundle, you get 1/2 metre of black PU, and then you get 1 metre for the line of this lovely gingham, sunshine yellow gingham check. So it just depends on what you want. So when you take your dog out, it will look like you've just got a very lovely handbag with many, many clever pockets. There we go. Now we have got lots and lots of other bits. Do you want me to go through all of those first, Ben? Oh right, so we've also got, oh, I need a fabric clip. I have to find one. My ears keep falling off. I don't think my ears are big enough. Yeah, you're going to get me one. Oh, Emma's got a fabric clip, thank you. I should keep one because then I can clip the wire to my dress because it keeps falling off. Oh, that's better. Right. Feel much better. Now, the hardware bundle, let me tell you, this is incredibly good value because we've taken some money off. Now, there is all the hardware you need, but I have noticed that we've got the wrong D-rings in here. So, if these are 3/4 inch D-rings, if you are using a 1 inch strap or 1/2, obviously these will be too small. So that's the only thing. But if you want to get the bundle, because there is a really good saving on it, I just wanted to point out at this point that the D-rings are too small, but everything else is fine. You've got the sliders, you've got the 3 magnetic clips, and you've got the 2 swivel clips. So if you wanted to get it for just general bag making, that's great. But the only thing is the D-rings, you'd have to bend your handles in half a bit to go through. A little bit.
You'd have to adjust the pattern.
You'd have to adjust it slightly, but I just wanted to point that out. Now, also we're really low in stock in that, so if you've checked out on it, brilliant. We've got a really good saving on that. But I thought I'd be nice and honest. I didn't want you to get it and go, well, those are too small, because everything else is perfect. We have also got, and we'll go through those at the end, we've also got straps, which are very important, all of that. But anyway, we'll go through those as we do them, but I'm going to come over to Emma now to do a bit of sewing.
Okay.
So where do we start then?
Well, there's lots of different elements to this bag, as we talked about, so I didn't know which bit to go through. So I thought I'd go through the
So
snap
do you
pouch.
cut all the patterns out? Would you recommend just cut them out or trace them?
I would cut them out because it's really nice quality paper, and it will last and last.
Yeah, it's nice and thick, isn't it?
Yeah, and you save the time.
True. So cut it all out first.
Yes, cut it all out and then interface your pieces as needed. And there is a full video tutorial that's coming. Is it next Friday? It's coming soon. Anyway,
and that will be on your website.
It's on my YouTube channel, which is Studio 77, if you look that up. And yeah, that's coming soon. And it goes through step by step. So you can sew along. There's timestamps below. So if you get stuck on a bit, it depends how you are at learning and sewing. But I've done it so that if you get stuck on one bit, say the snack pouch, and you want to find that bit, you can find that within the timestamps.
That makes a lot of difference, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Just to be able to see it visually as well.
Yeah. So you do need to interface your certain pieces, depending on what fabric you use. With the kits, I think they're all PU, aren't they?
Yes, they are.
They're all faux leather, so you don't really need to interface, which is amazing, because that's a time
So if you were just bought the pattern and you was using a cotton fabric for the outside, you would need to interface
yes,
that? Okay.
I would, yeah. And there is one part that I would also interface. I will tell you about that in a minute, even if you're using a PU. The other thing as well, if you're using a cotton or a canvas, you're going to want to use probably a fusible fleece like your H640 or fusible foam, depending on the look. H640 gives a softer look.
Have you used that in here?
Foam, no.
Okay.
So you don't need to unless you're using cotton.
Right, but if you're using a PU, that's fine. But with cotton,
I would.
Like a fusible wadding is good.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, and you should also always interface all your lining pieces.
Perfect.
If you're using cotton. So this slip pocket is done with a French seam. So I'm going to take you through how to do that. So we've got our slip pocket pieces here, and it tells you on the patterns as well which bit is the top. So if you've got a directional print, you can follow that. So all we're going to do is we're going to fold it over twice and do a hem along the two top edges to start. Because it's PU, obviously we can't pin it, so I'm going to have to eyeball it a bit. That's the only kind of thing with PU. I can clip it, of course. We can't press it, I should say.
But just...
Because you can't touch an iron to it, because it will not like you. And you will not like it. Everybody's done it though.
Oh, definitely, yes.
Everybody's
always done it.
Yeah, accidentally or not knowing. Or...
So just clip it and turn it over. So this is the slip pocket. Oh, this is this slip pocket here.
It's the removable pouch.
Right.
Yeah, so I'm going to sew that. I'm using a walking foot, and I'm going to extend my stitches up to a 3.5 because we're top stitching, and I've got a Microtex needle as well. Had to think then where the reverse is because I've got a new machine and it's in a completely different place.
It's really annoying, isn't it? And even if you have the same brand machine, I think because you have muscle memory, doesn't it? And you then keep wanting to press the same things.
Yeah, absolutely. I normally just
But it's sewing really nicely, isn't it?
Yeah, it's the walking foot and the Microtex needle. Absolute game changer for PU and faux leathers. Well, it's a game changer for all sewing, to be honest.
Well, I tried lots of different things when working with PU and of different feet, and then I found the walking foot. I hadn't thought of it because it works brilliantly.
Yeah, yeah, it's much easier. No hassle, no stress. We want to take the stress out of sewing, don't we? It's supposed to be calming and relaxing.
So even if you're making your little pocket from cotton, you still do the hemming thing?
Yeah. I mean, you're going to see the back of the cotton, obviously, but only when you take it in and out. I don't think it's an issue. There's no raw seams how we're doing this, so.
And if you've got the pattern only, it's a really good way of using up fabrics as well, because I was thinking I bought a new coat, a new Barbara coat, and I've kept the old one. The old one would make a lovely bag.
Yes.
So if you've got things like, you know, when you get a coat that's worn through but there's nice bits on it, and if it's made from a canvas or an oilcloth or something, it'd be really good for a bag.
Yeah, something that you want waterproof.
I quite often keep things like that.
Yeah. Or you might be able to find them cheaper in charity shop as well. I might be able to find.
Yeah, if you wanted to buy, you know, that kind of waxed cotton look. I knew I'd kept it for a reason. Now I know what it's for. I'm going to make one. I'm definitely going to make one of these.
I made my jacket, my raincoat, and I had loads of excess fabric, and that's what I made my lunchbox out of.
Oh, okay.
That's my same, yeah.
Well, I think quite often we have old clothes where, you know, they've fallen apart. The zip had broken in mine. I'd had it for 15 years, but I've kept it because a lot of the fabric's still fine.
Absolutely, yeah.
I'm definitely going to make one though. This is going to change my losing my phone and rewalking the route twice.
Can't wait to see it. Okay, so we've just sewn those two top hems, and then we are going to sew it right sides together all the way around the outside. No, they've done that
Wrong
wrong,
sides
haven't I?
together.
Wrong sides. You were looking at me, I was thinking, yeah,
Well,
I've got
only
that wrong.
because I know, because you
seam.
told me it was a French seam, otherwise I'd have gone, yeah, okay, that's
I'm glad you did. It's been one of those days after I was rudely awakened. Did I tell you that?
No.
Yeah, I had a fire alarm in the hotel.
No.
Yeah, at 5:30.
Did you have to go outside?
Yeah. I was the first one. I was really proud of
That's
myself.
awful. 5:30.
It was a bit rubbish. Yeah, it wasn't fun. And you know, and I don't know, I just thought fire alarms are kind of like...
Did you go out in your pyjamas?
Broken sound, yeah. Thought they were like a broken sound.
Yeah.
I've never had a fire alarm in a hotel before.
And I bet there was no fire.
No fire.
Oh.
Yeah, and I thought it was a broken sound, and it wasn't. It was like a continuous.
Whoop.
Yeah. Yeah, and I was, you know, when you wake up and you're like, what's going on? I was looking at my phone thinking, it's my phone.
And also I think, well, it'll probably go off in 2 minutes, so I'll wait. Because you wouldn't do a practice at 5:30, would you?
No. Well, that's why I was just like, oh, you know what, I've just got to go.
Oh,
I kind of panicked as I was half asleep. I did take my phone, my coat.
Yeah.
Of course, you always take your phone.
Oh,
You shouldn't, should you? But yeah.
That is awful.
You know, and when I checked in last night, I thought, oh, they always put me right at the end, so I had to walk miles. And then last night I had someone who was really loud above me as well. And then, yeah. And then I was quite thankful. I was like, at least I'm near the fire exit.
Yeah,
so
and you were
quite
up.
Good.
You were up.
And I was the first out. But then I was like, do I open the fire escape because it says it's alarmed? And you know, like everything goes through your head.
Well, yes, you should have done, because if there'd been a fire...
Yeah, I did. You're just sort of not thinking straight,
No,
are you?
well, you don't expect it to happen.
What's going on? And
well, I'm glad you were all right.
thanks, yeah. I was thinking, oh no, what if I can't get back in? So yeah, that's not set me up very well.
It's fine, we've got the French seam.
We've got the French seam.
So if you've never done a French seam, the whole purpose behind this is that all the raw edges are enclosed, but in a really nice, neat way, so you don't have to do any overlocking or finishing, and nothing frays, and it's just nice and neat.
And if you've got an overlocker, you could skip this and overlock it if you want to, but it is still a bit nicer to have it all in place.
And it's not difficult.
No. So we've done that seam. It looks a bit wrong because it looks like I've sewn it wrong, which is why you had to remind me, because it is sort of round the wrong way. And then what we're going to do is cut off that seam allowance as close as we bear to those stitches. Just noticed I should have changed my stitch to a 3, but that's fine for the demo. You would normally do a structural seam as a 3 on PU.
So you just trim...
Trimming it as far as you dare, a couple of millimetres from that stitch line to get rid of that excess.
Also means when you wash it, it really won't fray.
Yeah.
Because even if you if you zigzagged it, it would still, once you put it in the machine, would fray a little bit, wouldn't it?
Yeah, exactly. Then you turn it so that it's wrong side out. Like so. Push out all those little corners. You could snip into the corners if you wanted to as well. And then we're going to sew it so that it's right sides together, all the way around those 3 edges, just like before. And that's going to encase that little tiny seam.
So the kit that's on the screen at the moment is the navy one that has the sort of the floral lining. This is the one that Emma made for her sample. So that's the one that you can see on the screen at the moment. It's got this lovely floral lining. So in the kit you get...
Ooh. Told you it's one of those days.
Didn't like that, did it?
No. All I did was tell it to go backwards.
In the kit you get full instructions with all the pattern pieces that you can make it again and again, but you also get 1/2 metre of the navy PU, and you get 1 metre of the lovely green cotton fabric that's used for the lining. It's used for the pockets, but you've got more than enough here. We've also got it available in the colourway that Emma is using at the moment. Right, we can't change the graphics at the moment. Is the website crashed again? The show control. The website's still working, so that's fine. But the colour that Emma is demonstrating with, that's on the website. It's this lovely aubergine PU. So you get 1/2 metre of this. Very lovely. And you get 1 metre of the lining fabric, which is this really nice like a pale plum
it's done it
spot. What?
Snapped it again.
It doesn't like being on the edge, does it?
No, it's because I know what it is. It's because I haven't got a thicker Microtex needle.
Right.
So you should really use a thicker one. But it's fine. We will carry on.
I guess you could use a jeans needle.
You could, yeah, if I had one, I would.
To get through, because I guess this edge is, you've got 4 layers going on, haven't you?
Yeah, I'll do it up to the edge.
Okay.
It'll be fine.
So, but you can make that pouch in either the PU or you can make it in the cotton fabric.
Yeah.
Be quite nice, wouldn't it, to have? Because you can make quite a few of them then.
Yeah, that's what I thought. And then you can have one in the wash. What do they say? They say 3, don't they?
Yes.
One in the wash, one drying and one being used.
And you've got enough fabric to do that as well, because there's loads in there for all the different things.
Yeah.
I always find if you break one needle, you tend to break another one as well. I don't know why that is. I think.
Are you saying that to make me feel better?
No, it happens quite regularly, because the reason it's broken is it's going through to something too thick, but you sort of think, oh, well, I'll just change it.
Yeah, but you don't change it for... Normally I would change it for a bigger needle, but I don't have a bigger needle, I'm going to be honest. Yeah, normally I'd use a 90 and I've got an 80, so
okay.
That's the issue.
So the higher the number, the thicker the shaft.
Yeah.
So if you're having problems with it, I mean, you can change to different types. So like a jeans needle they always have thicker shafts, but they've also got a slightly wider eye as well. But if you're using a Microtex needle, which is pretty much the same as a Sharps needle, and you're going through thicker fabric, just choose one with a higher number. So if you go up to a 90 or 100, the shaft, which is the main part of the needle, is just that bit thicker and therefore stronger. And all of them, so whether you've got universals, whether you're using ballpoint, whether you're using Microtex, they all come in these different thicknesses. So you don't always need to change the type of needle.
Yes.
It's the thickness.
Yeah, often it is the thickness. But I guess it shows you it does happen to everybody.
Yeah, regularly. And honestly, it usually happens twice as well.
And usually when you're live.
And then my machine always shouts to me, just sort of growls.
Does it?
You go,
don't like that, I'm not having that.
Didn't like that. Right, so that's the French seam finished.
Yeah, and what you can do as well is you can pull your threads through. I've gone backwards and forwards on the ends, but you can pull your threads through and tie them if you want to make it a little bit of a nicer finish. So then you would add your snap poppers. And it tells you in the pattern how to do those. I think we mentioned earlier that you can either do them so that they go together, because then you could take that pouch out and use that as its own pouch if you like, couldn't you? I suppose you could fill it up with, do dog treats go in the fridge?
Depends what you've
Fancy
got.
ones,
yeah,
maybe.
I have dried ones, so no. But it depends what you've got, doesn't it?
But you could keep that ready
if
to
you
go
had
in the fridge.
cheesy ones.
Yeah. So then, so that's how you do that removable pouch. As the
brilliant.
Seam.
Okay.
And then you would obviously, you would turn it no, you would do it that way, wouldn't you? I've done it back to front, haven't I? Should we start again? No,
it's fine.
I'll just come in again.
It's all in the instructions, don't worry.
All in the instructions, the right way is in there, as is the video. Right, should we be moving along?
Yes.
Don't know how I've done that.
Yeah, but that's my fault because you should have done it the other way around, which is what you were doing in the first place.
Yeah, everyone's screaming
it's
at the TV.
It's because I looked at you and thinking you did, but you were right. Anyway, don't worry, it's all in the instructions.
Is it a full moon?
Maybe. Good morning all, love you girls together. Is there an easy way to get the creases out from PU, please? Thanks, from Jelena.
Oh, I'm glad you asked that, and thank you. Because I thought that as you were showing it, I thought I must mention how to do that. So what you do is you can either use a hairdryer or you can use an iron, not on the fabric. I'm just going to say that again. So what you do is you get your ironing board or your wool mat, whatever you're using. You heat it up with the iron. If it's a hairdryer, you can just heat the whole thing and then use your hands to smooth it out. You do have to be careful and test it a little bit, because obviously hairdryers, irons, etc., they all have different temperatures and you don't want to scorch it. So you could either just do a little corner or cut off a piece and just test it first to check your temperature's not too hot. And then you heat up like the ironing board with your iron, and then you heat it up with your iron. You can use a bit of steam if you want to. Take the iron well away. You don't want the iron touching it, it will ruin it. And then you just lay it on. You smooth it out with your hands, and you can also put like heavy books over the top, that kind of thing, and leave it there till it cools. And 9 times out of 10 you get the 99.
So heat it up and then put it on. Brilliant.
Yeah, so you're not putting the heat
question.
on the thing.
Right.
On the fabric.
To save it from it.
Right, let's talk about the side pockets.
Right, so this is the one that has, well, the hole in.
The hole.
Or the knot hole.
Or the knot hole.
Or the mesh.
Yes, so there's kind of 4 options. Like I mentioned, there's the mesh. So the mesh...
We have got the mesh on the website.
It's, is it by Annie's the one, it's by Annie's the one you guys have. And it has, I wanted to talk about that because it has stretch one way and not the other, and this is important because you want to get that right when you're putting it onto your bag. So you want to make sure that the stretch is going across the pattern. Okay, you can see quite clearly so that's a lot stretchier. That way it's got give, but it's not stretchy.
Yeah, because you want it to be stretching that way. Oh, that makes sense.
So you want the diamonds to go up and down as well. It's one of those things that unless you think about it, you don't think about it.
Yes, and I probably wouldn't.
So you know. And so there's those options. So you've got the mesh, you've got the one with the grommet that it takes you through. You've also got the one with no hole, which is on here, isn't it? Which no hole on the end, so you can just have a plain pocket. Or you can do it so that it's turned through, like on this one, which has got no grommet, it's just got the hole. I'll take you through how to do that as well. So you've got your options. The grommet is a nice finish though. So I wanted to talk about
And we have got those. We have got those, so I said I'd go through them as we do them. So if you want the eyelets, we've got a pack of eyelets. Obviously you've got loads here.
Yeah.
And you will need the eyelet tool as well. So the eyelets are £4.99. Now this is the same size as the one that Emma's used, 10.5 mil, 10.5 mil. And then you will also need the tool as well. But then then the tool will always go with these if you buy more of them. But if you've already got the tool, you can just get a pack of those. So £4.99 for the refill pack, but you
have to have the tool. You can't do it without.
No, and then the tool's coming up now. £3.69 for the tool, and that's exactly the right one. But you can use them for loads of other things.
Yeah, you can use.
They're good for drawstrings.
Yeah, really good for drawstrings. So I wanted to talk about how you put them in because I thought it might look a bit kind of like, oh, how do you do that?
Yeah, that'd be really useful.
And also a little bit of a tip as well, because with your PU, it tells you exactly how to do it on the back of the tool set. But with your PU, it tells you that what you should do is you should, now let me think, is it that? Yeah, it's this way. You put your fabric, that's it. You put your fabric over there. Let's do it with this one. And then I can show you the reason why I don't like to do it like this with the PU. You put your fabric on there, let's say there, and then you put the tool on top, and then use your hammer, the little fancy hammer. You don't get this, unfortunately.
Yeah, it's a really fancy hammer.
It's not very great though. And then you just hammer it. I'm not going to do it because it's really loud. And another top tip as well is when you're hammering it, do it over the top of a table leg. I wouldn't hammer here because there's no support under this part of the table, but I'd go to the corner of the table.
Okay.
Or on the floor is even better because you don't want to ruin your table. But that's what it tells you, how to make the hole. But I don't think that that's a good way, and I will show you why, because I did it as a little tester to see, and can you see? I don't know if you can see, might need to zoom in.
Oh, yes.
It's actually pierced the PU. I don't think it would do this on cotton, but it has done that there. It's gone through. Because that tool's got the 2 ridges, maybe I was being a bit heavy-handed.
I know, but you don't want to have done that right in the middle of the PU, do you?
No, you don't want to have that issue. So what you want to do instead, so that's what it tells you to do. That's the only thing that I would skip. Everything else it's brilliant for. You still really need it to put in the actual tool. So I will just talk that through and then I'll tell you how to avoid that. What you do is you pop out, this comes in there, and you pop that out and you put that on the table. Then you lay your grommet with the neck on there. You've cut your hole. I'll show you how to cut it a bit better in a sec. You pop that over the top. And then, no, you do it the other way, apologies. Do it that way. Fabric is facing down. Pop that over the top. And then, I thought I got that, oh yeah, I did. Then you get your little other piece and you pop that on top, so it slides over the neck of that. And then you get this tool, and again, it's the same method, but you pop that on and then you hammer it. And that makes that neck kind of curl around the ring, and it keeps it secure and in place, like
perfect.
So. The one thing I wanted to talk about, we talked about interfacing. I would definitely use an interfacing on this piece if you're doing the metal grommet.
Right, okay, why is that?
Because, as I will show you, where's my little tiny one? Here. This little tiny one, I kept this was my little tester. And what can happen, can you see? Because it's stretchy, a little bit stretchy, it's not stretchy.
Yeah.
You could actually pull that out.
Right, because it being stretchy, right, okay.
So that's another reason not to cut it in that way. So instead, what I would have you do is, it tells you on the pattern, I think it's 5 centimetres down from the top. What you would do is you would mark your 5 centimetres down, make a mark with a pen, and then you can then cut with scissors and make it a lot smaller. So let's do it on this one. Let's grab a tape measure. Thought I didn't pack a tape measure then. I did.
I was thinking, well, I'm sure we have tape measures.
Yeah. So to find the middle, I'm just going to double check, because this does look a bit like a square, but it's not. It's a rectangle. But there's not much in it, so you want to make sure. So I'm going to just fold that in half. And I'm going to give it a little crease so that I've got that middle. Probably hard for you to see, but I can see the middle there. And I'm going to measure 5 centimetres down, and I'm going to make a mark, okay, with a friction pen. Doesn't ultimately matter what pen you use, because you're going to cut it out anyway. And then you want to cut maybe 6mm circle. You can draw it if you want to first. It's probably going to rub off with the friction pen. But you want to draw a circle, and then you're going to cut that out. You want to cut it as small as you can get away with. And I haven't interfaced the back, but I would definitely interface the back, just to be really sure. Even though you're making the hole smaller than it recommends, you just want to be sure that it doesn't come out. Because once you put the whole bag together, if that comes out, that's just a bit of a pain. So probably I might get away with that. I can stretch it round. You don't want it to distort around the outside of the PU, so probably a bit bigger than that.
Okay.
A smidge bigger than that. And like I say, you would have interfaced this to secure it as well.
And I guess you could just put a piece of interfacing behind the hole, although
yeah, you could.
It'd be easier to do the whole thing, wouldn't it?
Yeah, or you could put a bit of Decaville actually behind the hole. Am I doing that the right way? No. You could put a piece of Decaville behind it. I always recommend you put a little piece of Decaville behind grommet rivets, things like that, to make it really secure. So you can see I've had to sort of stretch it to go over that. That's going to make it less, see it's hard, a lot harder.
Yeah, no, that makes a lot of sense.
Out, even without interfacing, but I would still interface it. Then you would get your, and that's not your piece, where's that gone? Then you'd get your, you'd put it on your tool, put that on top.
So it's worth, because you get so many in the pack, have a go on a spare piece.
Absolutely, have a go. Yeah.
To have a go to see how this works, and then you'll be all right for doing the main
and it
piece.
Does, you know, if you worried about it, it does tell you exactly how to do it on the back. I would just leave out punching the hole because of obviously my experience in the PU, and then you just hammer that, which I'm not going to do.
Too loud.
Here's one I made earlier.
Brilliant. Well, that's really good to have gone through that in detail, because that's the sort of tip that really helps, isn't it?
Yeah.
To see how that works. So that's your poo bag hole.
That's your poo bag hole. Yes, let's move some stuff out the way, sorry.
I'll tidy up for you.
Please, thank you. And then what we're going to do is we're going to get our lining, and we're going to place them wrong sides together. Just going to triple check that I've got that the right way. And I also wanted to mention, so on here you can see that the hole's a lot bigger on the pattern, and that is for the other way to do it without the grommet. So you don't,
okay.
But always don't cut that out of the fabric. It will tell you that.
But that is there for the...
It's for placement rather than, yeah, so you can see it goes around almost exactly around that grommet. You know, so you've got the placement. Then what you're going to do, place them right sides together. I'm going to put some wrong sides. I'm going to clip around the outside just to keep that in place. And then it tells you to use a fold over elastic in the pattern. If you don't have fold over elastic and you're not doing the mesh pockets, because that's the only reason why you need it to be elastic, you can use bias binding, either pre-made or made yourself. So obviously I've made this from the lining. And then we're just going to pop that over the top.
Oh, that looks really nice, doesn't it? And that's what you've done on this bag.
That's fold over elastic.
Oh, is it? Oh, okay.
Yeah. So if you are doing the mesh, then
so why do you put fold over elastic rather than binding on this one?
Because it's a bit nicer to do because it's got that fold in the middle.
Right.
You don't have to make it.
Yeah, true.
And what's the other option? When you're doing the mesh, it can then stretch.
Okay.
To go with
that
the
makes
pocket
sense. Yeah,
as well.
But if not, just bind it.
But if not, just bind it. Yeah. So I'm going to stitch along that top edge.
I love all these little details because it's the sort of thing that you take time with, isn't it? And by putting the bit of binding on and the little snap, it just makes it so much easier when you're using it because it's got everything you need.
Yeah.
Also, you're learning loads of new techniques here. If there's any of these, if you haven't put eyelets in before, or snaps, or you haven't done binding or the zip, it's a really good way of learning all these things. Actually, while you do that, I'm just going to go through the strap options. In fact, I can do that over here. So this pack here, we've got the strap. So this is the navy bag uses this. You get the strap, you get the web and the zip. Oh, and those, thank you. So this is fab because you get the strap in this lovely blossom print. You also get the matching zip that's used on the outside pocket. You can use it on the inside pocket. It's really long, but you get 2 zip pulls as well. So you can do the strap for the bag, and you can do the inside pocket and the outside pocket with the 2 pretty zip pulls. So this is really worth getting to add that little extra finishing touch. I think that's gorgeous. Or you don't have to use it for this bag. I would buy this anyway if you're making any bag because you've got all of this zip. Is it a metre of zip?
Yeah. So
you get a whole metre of zip, metre and half of strap, and the 2 zip pulls, $15.99. And we've also got it in another colour, in Rainbow Heart. So in the Rainbow Heart, you're getting a metre and a half of the webbing. But this is a brilliant item to add to your stash if you're a bag maker as well. To have a matching handle and zip is gorgeous. And you get 2 zip pulls that have got little rainbow hearts on. Just $16.99. I think that's fab. I've never seen straps and zips that match.
Cool, aren't they?
Gorgeous. Right, that's zips and straps.
I'm going to go back. I'm going to show you how to do, so I've stitched that along the top. I'm going to show you how to do the other method for turning it through.
Okay.
Okay, so I'm going to pop that to one side. So I did cut that, just ignore that for the minute. I'm going to place them right sides together, and then I'm going to get my pattern, place that over the top. You could clip around the edge if you wanted to. And then I'm going to draw that circle on. So I'm not cutting it, I'm just drawing it in place, okay? And then I'm going to stitch around that circle. So if you've ever done a zipper pocket, I often do it with this technique. It's the same technique. I'm going to reduce the stitch down to 2.6 because I want to get a tighter curve.
Okay.
But normally I would use a 3 with PE. Nervous to go backwards now on this machine. And I just do a couple stitches, keep my hand there so that I can lift up the foot as I go, because you want to keep moving it around so that it goes into a neat circle. You can see I'm going really slowly. This is when a knee lift comes into its own, isn't it?
Yes, it is. That machine does have one.
Does it?
Yes.
I suppose you
but
can't
no
really...
good if you're standing up. It
No,
wouldn't work.
Exactly.
But that is really useful for that.
Yeah. It's one of my must-haves for machines now. When I, you know, not that I need a new machine, but I just bought one.
Have you?
Yeah. Okay, so then, obviously I've got that hole but we're just going to ignore that for the minute. We're then going to cut that through, and we're going to snip it as close to that circle. Here, I'll do it this side so you can see it a bit better. And we're going to snip it so that there's a couple of millimetres of seam allowance left. And then we're going to snip into it, going around. Again, we've been very careful not to cut the stitches. That's mega important because you're going to have to sew it again otherwise. So I'm just a smidge, a hair away from that edge. Going all the way around. Then we're going to feed that through that hole. Feed the lining through, pop it out, give it a wiggle, show it where you want it to be, like so.
Nice.
Yeah.
It's a really, really neat hole.
Yeah, and that's what you can do to make that. And then we're going to top stitch around that edge with a slightly longer stitch. We can't press it, which is annoying because we've got that cotton. We could press it probably from the back, but anyway, it's fine. We're going to finger press it and then do a 3.5 stitch length around the edge, and I will show you what I mean about pulling the threads through on this one as well.
Oh, what, rather than the reverse stitching?
Yeah.
I guess because it's slittle as well, isn't it?
Yeah, it does make it more secure, less likely to come undone. So again, I'm just going super slow, lifting it as I go. I didn't do a back stitch to start. 2 at a time, and then I lift the foot, needle down, moving it around as I go. This machine's lovely because you can just do 1 stitch at a time in it.
So the code that's on screen at the moment, £9.99, that's for the instructions. And remember, the instructions come with the full scale pattern pieces in a thicker paper, so they're easy to use again and again and again. Really worth getting those, because you can just make loads of them. It's all the friends you make on your dog works. I know loads of people who have no idea what their names are. I know what the dog's name is. Yeah. No idea what their names are. I speak to them every day. Should make them all of one of these.
Oh yeah.
I know, but the problem is as well is that every day you get the next bit of the story, whatever the story is, and then you don't see them. It could be like months. Then you often wonder what happened because they've like changed their job, or you know, when you meet people for just 5-10 minutes a day, you pick up little bits.
I'd need a little book or something to remember.
Always remember by their dog.
Yeah. Okay, so I've finished that off. I've got the long tails, so I'm going to turn to the back of the work and pull on that tail, and you see, I don't know how close, yeah, there we go. You get a little...
So have you overlapped the stitching at all, or you've stopped
I've gone
exactly?
as close to...
Right, okay.
Yeah, it doesn't matter if you overlap it slightly, but ideally it would go back in the first hole.
Okay.
And then you just sort of pull it. You can pull it with your nail, or
because I never do this because I'm far too lazy. But this is a really neat. This is the right way to do it.
Right way. Yeah, this is the right way, but it's also the long way, isn't it? Like say, like I don't do it that often.
I know, but for something like this, I think it's worth it. Actually.
Yeah, especially if you're making especially if you're making a gift or something. So there you go. You've got a continuous line of stitching. It looks like you haven't started and stopped. And then at the back, you've got those 4 threads. 2 from each end, and then we're just going to tie them in a knot. And then if you want to get really fancy, what you can then do is thread a needle. I'm not going to do this, I'm afraid, but you can thread a needle and then push the needle under the lining through to the middle and pull it out, so you've got a long tail. So
it's a really nice, neat way. I think for something like this, it's worth doing anyway because it's a little circle.
Yeah, yeah. I'm going to do a double knot, a triple knot, I should say, and then I'm just going to cut it because that is on the inside and never seen. And then I will actually do that. Where's the? Oh, there it is. I'm going to put that bias binding on that top edge to finish it. You can use double-sided tape for this as well. I'm going to turn that over because that's the edge
stick it on. We have got some of that.
That's right, I've got some. Yeah.
I'm going over to my desk. Quilters, wash away quilters tape. This is ideal for sticking binding down, particularly when you're working with PU.
Yeah.
Or any, what's the bad news, Ben? Someone's bought it. The good news is
Sold
that
out.
whoever's bought it, you've got quilters stay, but the bad news is we've sold out of it. We did have some at the beginning. See, that's what happens. This is why I was talking to you earlier about the extra wide fabrics, is people do shop ahead.
Yeah.
And just to get a stock update on the extra wide fabrics that I showed you at 8 o'clock, they are already flying out. The new ones that we've got 9 brand new ones. So the colour wheel, that was the one I showed you first. Oh, the grey clouds has just overtaken it. It's really hard getting hold of extra wide fabric. Every time we get it in, it goes just like that. Because it's
good.
Really good price, that's the thing.
You can make so many things out of it. Another little tip that I learned, I can't remember, but one of my club members told me about this. And what you do is you turn, instead of doing your backwards and forwards at the beginning or the end, you turn the work and then you do your back stitch in the seam allowance.
Oh, now I
Isn't that
like
clever?
that's really clever.
I know. I'm going to steal that as my own idea. That's my idea.
That's brilliant. Never thought of that.
Yeah. Heard it here first.
Yeah, because then you don't get the reverse stitching.
Then you don't get any chance of it showing. Look.
Yeah, because although you'll be sewing on top of that, your reverse stitching often goes a bit beyond.
Yes, exactly. Then if you go a bit crazy with your back stitch, it's fine. Go crazy.
Perfect.
Live on the edge.
So that's all the sorts of pockets.
That. Yeah. How are we doing for
How
time?
much longer have we got? 10 minutes.
10 minutes.
9. I was trying to see how many fingers. Ben was like this and I couldn't work out. 9 minutes.
Okay, so I won't actually do too much of this.
I know,
So
but
we'll
it's really
talk it
good seeing
through.
these little bits.
Yeah, so I wanted to talk about the way that I have put in the strap. Now, if you bought the Shark backpack, which I was on with last time, then you'll know all about this.
Okay.
Because this is, it's basically how you make a welt pocket or a buttonhole.
Right.
And it's also how you do, it's how you do that, like how you do that. It's the same thing. You put it face down or face, right sides together. I'll get there.
Okay, so
And
what bits are we making?
So this is to put the strap connectors in.
Ah, okay.
See how it's not in the seam?
Yes.
It's in the actual side of the bag.
Oh, I
Can you see
see.
that?
Yeah, no, I can now.
So it puts less strain on the
Yeah, so can we get close up on that? Because I didn't realise until you see it.
Yeah.
There we go. So can you see, normally these strap connectors would be in this seam.
Yeah.
But they're not, they're in a hole.
Yeah. They're in its own little hole.
Oh, wow.
That keeps it a lot
So
more
does
secure.
that to keep the bulk out of the seam?
Makes it much more domestic friendly.
Okay.
I mean, all my patterns are domestic machine friendly. I don't
So
have
yeah,
industrial,
because you've
but-
got a lot to go through. So is that the point?
Yeah.
So that you've, that's really neat
Yeah.
as well. Okay.
Yeah, so that's how you do it. The other thing is as well, sorry, I'll just grab that bag. The other reason for it too is because it's then multifunctional with that strap, that it comes out and then is the closure for that.
For the poo bag pocket.
For the poo bag pocket, for the pouch, yeah. So it's the same thing. The strap connector
is the
strap as well.
Brilliant.
So to do that, like I say, you would put that right sides together. It tells you in the pattern the measurements, how to place that strap connector piece, the lining piece. And then you draw it round. I'm not actually going to do it, but I'm going to kind of speed talk you through it.
So when you cut your patterns out, you just cut out all the little holes?
Yes, but you don't cut them out of your fabric.
No, but
No.
you just cut them out your
I
patterns?
just cut them
right.
out, yeah, because it's a lot easier. The other thing as well, if you're using fusible foam or fleece, you want to keep them out of the seam allowance. So because I include all my seam allowance lines on there, I then fold that up. Actually, I do it that way normally so I can see what I'm doing. I then fold that and do it all the way around so that I've got that exact pattern piece again for the
I
interfacing.
see, okay.
Sometimes I include them as separate patterns if there's the space, but often there isn't because there's so many pieces. But yeah, so I've got that marked on there. Like I say, it does tell you, I've done it roughly about half, which is how I remember it to be, but it does tell you exactly in the pattern. Always follow the pattern instructions and not what I tell you on here. On the video though, it is correct. Yeah, so then you do exactly like we did with that one. stitch around, pull it through so that you've got the hole on the other side. We've got time to do that?
Yeah, go on. Yeah, let's do it. Yeah.
Yeah.
No, so, well, also these little tips, and once you've made one of your bags, it's the sort of thing you think, oh, well, I could use that technique on another one.
Absolutely, yeah. And I did have, which bag was it? I won't say because it's another designer's, but they did make another bag, and they said, oh, I didn't like how they did the straps. So I did it the shark backpack way, because she had the shark backpack.
Okay.
Yeah, so she just, like you say, you just hack other patterns.
Yeah, and there's often sort of times when you think, well, I won't put that in, or I need an extra pocket. But when you make these things, you learn so much. So I think it's fab. I really want one, especially because I've got my old coat hanging up. It's a great use for. Now I won't have to lose my phone. I just need to make sure my coffee flask fits inside.
Yes, that's really important. Well, it will do, because you can leave the opening undone, can't you?
Yes, actually, yeah, it can just stick up, can't it? Because otherwise I have to carry it all the way around.
Oh no, that's annoying. I'd be leaving that everywhere. Okay, then we're going to cut again in the middle. Now, obviously, you want to be careful. My fingers are well clear underneath. And we're cutting a line down the middle, and then we're doing, I've left it a few millimetres from that edge, and I'm going to snip into those corners. Okay, kind of like, I always think it's like a snake tongue or fork. And yeah, every now and then I do snip through those stitches, so just be really careful. Then I'm going to feed that through, just like we did before. And that's going to be your opening for putting in the strap. So again, give it a wiggle. Tell it where you want it to go.
And actually, even if you can see the lining fabric coming through, it makes it look like it's got a bit of a bound edge, doesn't it?
Yeah,
I quite like that.
It does, yeah.
So if you look on this one, where you can see the lining fabric slightly through, it looks like it's slightly bound, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Lovely, that's a really nice finish, like that.
So then, I won't do this bit because this will take a bit of time. You then make the strap, okay? So this is the strap, and it says stroke D-ring connector, and it tells you, depending on what you're doing. So if you're just doing it, you know, with the plain pocket, I should say, without that kind of connector, it's not the connector, is it? Without that closure, then you would do it slightly differently. You just chop this piece down, but it tells you exactly how to do that.
It's all in
there. So you would then stitch around those three edges, not the top, turn it the right way out. That makes it into a 1-inch strap. And then what you do is you feed that through, and then you have to imagine it's a bit shorter width-wise, and it will sit in there. And then you feed your D-ring on. I have got one. I thought I'd get to this stage. I should have pre-made one, shouldn't I? Never mind. And do you know what would be better? Let's do it with this. And then I won't be fighting it so much, because I can shorten that width-wise. There we go. There we go. So that would be your finished strap, turned out the right way. And then you put your D-ring on, like so, and then you stitch along there, or if you have the ability to add rivets, or you've got rivets, you can pop a rivet in there, which is what, no, we haven't done it on that one actually, she's just stitched that one, but yes, on those ones they've got rivets.
Oh, okay, isn't that nice?
So it's just an extra little touch to level up.
So look, you see that one there, it's got like a little rivet. Is that sewn as well, or just riveted?
That's just riveted, that one.
That's nice, isn't it?
Yeah, but you can stitch it and rivet it if you want to. I think I've stitched that one.
That one's you've stitched and riveted?
Yeah, because I wanted it to be even a little bit stronger.
Okay.
Because of this pulling on it.
Conceal in it.
Yeah.
Nice.
But it tells you all how to do that. So then you've got that strap underneath there. You're going to have to use a little bit of imagination that's fabric. And then we would stitch that, just those three pieces together. D-ring's falling off, but that's fine. To keep that really secure. And then you put your D-ring on there, and then you stitch through all the layers.
Yeah,
on the
that
back
gives it
as
a really
well.
nice finish.
Really nice
And there's
really
nothing
strong.
nice than having a bag you've made specifically for something, isn't it?
Yeah.
And it's just a joy every time you open all the pockets.
Yeah.
I don't know why. I don't know whether everyone else gets that same joy.
Yeah.
I made a bag recently, wanted to take to Glastonbury with me, and it had exactly the right pockets and exactly that. And it was joyous all the time.
Yeah.
Because it had exactly what I needed. And
Yeah.
you'd never been able to buy that.
No.
And this has got exactly the bits you need. I'm
Yeah.
totally sold.
Need to make a Glastonbury bag.
Yeah, but I'm not sure how many more people would want this though, and I love this. I think this is genius.
Oh, thank you.
So pattern only is on screen at the moment. There we go, £9.99. It's ridiculous. Well over half the stock has gone. So you need to be quick with this because I need one as well. This is genius. Obviously the most popular fabric bundle has been this one with the navy and the floral. If you have a look on the website, well, there's the navy and the floral one, £26.99. Remember, you get half a metre of the navy PU, a metre of the floral fabric, and the instructions, so you can make it again. Over and over and over again. Anyway, we've run over. Never mind, that's good.
Okay.
It's been good, really useful to see all of these top tips. Remember, next week the tutorial will be up for this on your YouTube channel. So when you get your pattern back home, you can follow it through, which is, and even if you don't, sometimes you don't need it for the whole thing. It's just those little bits, isn't it? Yeah. So I'll see you back here in an hour for your no waste tote.
Yes.
The no waste tote. Don't go anywhere. I'll see you back in a few minutes' time. We have got some gorgeous summer remakes, we've got kits, we've got patterns, a bit of dressmaking and fabric too, so I'll see you back in a couple of minutes.
Hi, my name's Helen Rhiannon and I am a bridal wear fashion designer based down in Swansea in South Wales, and I also teach people how to sew, which I have done for the last 15 plus years. And what first got me into sewing was in school. I think I learned to sew in primary school by hand, and then in secondary school I had a really fantastic textiles teacher who was very old school, Mrs. Shepherd, and she taught me everything I knew and taught me really, really well. And it's something I've carried through with everything I've ever done going through to university, and then when I set up my own business, and teaching people as well. So those kind of old school traditional methods. So yes, it was all down to her really sparking that little bit of imagination and creativity, which was lovely. So the sewing tip that I would recommend is something that I just rave about all of the time, which is notches. Notches are used on all patterns, whether it's a bag to a soft toy or dressmaking, but notches are there for a reason. They're on your pattern to help you match everything together. So your pattern is like a big jigsaw. So notches are key to being able to put that back together the right way. And always use the tip of your scissors, so just a little snip of 0.5 mils, and those notches will help you put your whole project together much, much, much easier than if you ignored them.
Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33.
What I really like about coming to the Festival of Quilts is a chance to see what people are making and really share my own enthusiasm for the quilting world.
People come from all over the world and all over the UK to visit. There's quite a wide variety of traders, from sewing machines down to sewing needles.
Loads of fun, lots of choice.
The quilts at the show today have been very inspiring because they've been done by lots of different people. They've got different techniques, different colour combinations.
Oh, it's the biggest thrill when you're chosen and you get a first prize.
Here at Sewing Street, we're always looking at ways to make your shopping experience better. That's why on certain items, we have split pay. So with the split pay, depending on the price of the item, you can split the cost twice, 3 times, or 4 times. So that means you pay once, then you pay monthly until it's finished. And you know what? We do not charge any interest whatsoever. Isn't that fantastic? Split pay, you say? Well, yes, please. I'm off to buy myself an overlocker.
Are you a fan of Sewing Street? Why not join our growing Facebook fans pages? Just search Sewing Street Fans on Facebook and click Join Group. Never miss out on the latest news and updates from our presenters and guest designers, special offers and plenty of chat with your fellow fans. Share photos of your makes, ask for advice, interact with your favourite guests and presenters and be a part of the ever-growing sewing community. See you there!
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. Head on over to www.sewingstreet.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done. Never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Welcome back to Sewing Street. So this hour is all about summer sewing. Look at the jacket. Just found this. You can't really see it very well actually, can you? Because it's got these amazing, I'll hold it up, these amazing panels. We've got the pattern for this as well. Gorgeous, isn't it? Right, anyway, so I'll show you that in a moment. I just thought I'd wear it so you could see it because it's really nice. Brand new. Anna Maria Horner. 5-inch charm pack. I love a 5-inch charm pack. I actually spend a lot of my weekend on Pinterest looking at things you can make with charm packs. Never go away from fabric, you see. Oh, I got so inspired. I ended up, you know, like with Pinterest, you end up in a rabbit hole, don't you? You start off with looking at one thing and you think, well, that's nice. And then you end up with, I spent a lot of weekend on charm packs. So Anna Maria Horner, if you haven't ever seen her fabrics before, her signature is very, very bright, colourful, complex designs in that they're all layered. There's lots and lots going on, and the more you look at the designs, the more you can see she has a design all of style, all of her own, but that's the best way I can describe it. So let me show you the charm pack. Now the price for this, $15.99. You are getting 40, is it 40 or 42? 42, not 40. Look at these. So if whether you're making a patchwork jacket, another thing I keep thinking about, or you want to make, do you know, just a simple cushion, they are brilliant. I'm now an expert on what you can do with charm packs. Brilliant for just making half square triangles. So get this pack, 42, use some plain fabric, and it could be just from a calico to a navy, anything really, because it's so multicoloured. Make half square triangles, sew them all together. You have the most beautiful quilt or throw, and it makes your charm pack go much further. But look at the colours. Look at the prints and the colours. I mean, even a vibrant pink would go with these, wouldn't they? Just $15.99. You've got 2 or 3 of each print, which is really useful. But they're a lovely thing to have as well. If you want to just make, I use one of these to make a little pencil case for my crochet hooks. You need like 3 for the front, 3 for the back. That's only 6 you've used. Gorgeous, aren't they? Really nice as well. Another thing I've done with them, if you've got a hole in the knee of your jeans, sew one of these to the inside, and I would pick something really vibrant like that, sew that one to the inside, and then just zigzag the frayed bit round the edge. Gorgeous. Ben would make disco pants from them. I mean, they would be great for a pair of trousers, wouldn't they? Can you imagine making a pair of trousers out of these? Because they're bright, they're fun. I think it reminds me very much of her style of design, quite sort of folk art, canal art, that sort of thing. because they've of the colours and the prints, but really unusual, and they will all go together. If you join the whole lot together in one, they will look absolutely amazing. But to make them go further, pop a plane with them. Another thing that you could do that looks great is if you ever made a window pane design. So what you do is you get your favourite charm squares, and I would go, oh, I just moved the fabric and they fell off the table. Sorry, Mike. Yeah, get 9 of them like this, but all different ones, and lay them out. Sorry, Mike. And then, if you use like 1-inch strips of fabric, I've put the spaces, use 1-inch strips. Now I would go for like quite a black or a navy. So 1-inch sashing between them all, it looks like the frames of a window. And what that does, swap the yellow, oh yes, because I've got 2 of the same. There we go, is that better? Right, then if you then sew them together with just 1-inch or even 1/2-inch sashing, it makes the charm squares really pop. Such a simple thing to do. You could even use one of the charm squares as little sashing squares in between the sashing. It's a really, really simple way to make something. Also, I find if you're making a quilt something, if you use wider sashing, it makes your fabric go that bit further because you don't need so much to fill the space. Anyway, you can see that I did spend my whole weekend looking at charm squares on Pinterest. Loads of ideas. Right, let's talk gnomes. Now, when we had these prints, these panels on Sewing Street previously, they all sold out. So every single one of them. So we've got them back today. Now, these are all designed by Debbie Moore. DHUU6, no, that wasn't the one you said. Oh, there we go, that's the one that fell off, but I've got it back. These are all designed by Debbie Moore, who is a papercraft designer, to start with. But she has put her designs onto fabric, and we have got them as panels, and they are amazing. Just look at these. So, these are charm packs. Now I've given you a little bit of inspiration for charm packs. Do what I did, put in charm pack designs on Pinterest. You can go down the same rabbit hole that I did. There are 40 5-inch squares here. It's called Gardening Gnomes, Pink Gardening Gnomes. Aren't they gorgeous? So these are her original designs that she's now had printed onto fabric. So you've got these I love these gnomes. I really want a gnome. I think that's going to be my next purchase. I love gnomes. And then with the gnomes, so you've got the gnomes in some of them, and then you've got complementary prints. So if you wanted to make a cushion for the garden, how lovely would this be? You wouldn't even need to cut it out. You could just cut a square, a 3x3 square, make that into a cushion. You've then got complementary prints. I love this one here that's got all the watering cans and the trowels and the forks. Isn't that gorgeous? But look at all of these gnomes. I love the gnome in the hammock. Lovely for your summer makes. It's just beautiful, isn't it? But wouldn't this make, if you bought a couple of these, if you were going to make a quilt, lovely baby quilt, because it's so pretty, isn't it? I think that's really lovely. But you know, I know you all love charm squares. I love charm squares. And these are brilliant. At $14.99, you're getting 40 of these, and they are Debbie Moore's designs. I absolutely love them. Anyway, we have more. We have more. Which ones do you want me to do next? Yes. Right. I have to find the right code. So now this one is the yellow gardening gnome tote bag. This is fab, isn't it? Let me show you. So what you've got on here, can we see? This is the front of the bag. On this panel, you've got everything to make the bag. So there's the front of the bag. There's the back of the bag. Look at the gnome with his sunflower. Look at his little face. He's going, hello, how may I help you? And then the other one's asleep in the pot. Then you've got the lining. And the lining is honeycomb, beautiful. Then you've got the the facing, so that goes on the inside of the bag. You've got the handles, then you've got the outside of the pocket, the lining for the pocket, a little bit of coordinating fabric, and not only that, you get full instructions as well, which is brilliant. It's absolutely gorgeous. I mean, look, the handles and the facings are little bees. So just £19.99. Also, think about this, because you've got, right, a gnome on the front and the back of the bag, and you've got two linings, what you could do is use this gnome for the front, this for the back, use your own fabric for the lining by just cutting around it, then you get two bags. And obviously you can just use plain fabric from your own stash to use as the handles. But if you use one for the front, if you're doing things like make to sell, this is perfect, isn't it? Or you're raising money for charity. Now, we've got more in baskets than we've got in stock, so you need to check out if it's in your basket. If you don't check out now, you will miss out. I love this. Next. Right, now this is the next one. So this is Gnomes, the cushion. Just £14.99. And again, look, we've got the front of the cushion. This is Daisy Gnome, and it's called green. But look, this one's got a daisy. See, what you could do with this one as well, you see the buttons on the hat, sew buttons on top of that. I would do that. Then you've got the cushion back, the envelope back, and spare fabric. So you've got it's a really simple cushion. You can do it as an envelope back. If you'd rather put a zip in, then you can do that, just put that between them. So you've got everything you need for the front and the back of the cushion, and you can choose which one of these you use for the back envelope, because you can have that as spare. So you could even put a little pocket on it as well. Green gardening gnome, but he's like the daisy. That is lovely. I'm thinking outdoor, lovely outdoors, isn't it? Look nice on a bed though, on the spare room bed. I think that would look lovely with the white duvet. Gorgeous. This is asking as well to be embroidered. If you fancy doing a bit of embellishment, wouldn't it look lovely if you, like, there's a little bee on there, you can embroider him or fill the centre of the daisy with French knots. Gorgeous. Next. Which one? That's this one. This one is the, is that the cushion? No, that's the bag. Bag again. Oh, look at this one. Pink gardening gnomes. This is like the Rapunzel gnome. Look at her long plaits. Pink gnome. I love the toadstool. So there's the front of the bag. There's the back. Again, could be two bags. Oh, look, this gnome lives in a toadstool house. And the dog has even got a little hat on as well. I love the little elements of this. Her designs are just so charming, aren't they? The little bees buzzing around. They're obviously nice bees. These aren't stinging bees. They've got smiles. And then you've got the lining for the bag again, so you could use that for the front and the back. Then the handles are in polka dots. And then you've got the pocket. So you've got the pocket out and the pocket lining. So again, if you made two bags, you could use one for each and then line them with your own fabric. What's he got in his wheelbarrow? Oh, just loads of flowers. And butterflies. Even the butterflies have got faces. That's really lovely, isn't it? These are all very limited. I absolutely love these. We are getting down to single figures of these. So if you want one of these bags, you do need to get yourself checked out. Aren't they gorgeous? I love that one. Again, imagine if you were doing a stall, how these would just fly out, wouldn't they? Absolutely fly out. Right, which one's next, Benjamin? CS. Right, another cushion. So if you want a whole collection of cushions, this would be ideal. So here's Sunflower Gnome. Oh look, she's got the long plaits as well. She's like Rapunzel, isn't she? So she's got the big sunflowers, and then we've got the cushion back, and you can choose because you've got 3 pieces. You've got this, I love this print. This was on the charm squares with the little spades and forks and watering cans and baskets, and then you've got a daisy print, and then you've got the honeycomb print, so you can mix and match those, and then you've got the cushion front. I mean, you could even, to be honest, make the cushion front of this, use your own back, and then you could make a matching cushion, cut this into squares and make a patchwork cushion to match. You get 2 cushions for the price of one. Probably shouldn't say that. Or you could just buy 2 panels, to be honest. £14.99. Flying out. Next. Yeah? Okay. Oh, I think this might be an apron. Yes, it is. The gardening note, I love that. Look. So this gorgeous print, that's the front of the apron. Now on this panel, all the pieces are printed on with all the seam allowances, and then the instructions are on here as well. Let me just look. Yes, now I rewrote these instructions because, yeah, I rewrote them because I'm so bossy. I made one of the aprons and I decided it would work better if it was lined. I think it's a lot easier to line an apron than turn the edges over. So I rewrote all of these and they've actually used them. I said, you need to change that. So what you need is, you will need to buy some lining fabric. I just used a plain cotton fabric because the original apron that we did, you turned the edges over and hemmed it, but it was just too lightweight and it's quite hard to turn it over than that. So you need 85 by 70 centimetres. So if you've got just normal cotton fabric, a metre is more than enough. And then what you do, so this is the front of the apron, just choose, you could use a calico, you can use a plain cotton, whatever you want. It's a lot easier if you line it. So when you get this, you will need the extra lining fabric. So there's the front of the apron. Then we've got the pocket. So the pocket sits on the front of the apron. There's its lining. Then we've got, oh, I also changed this as well because the ties, the neck ties and the straps were done so that you turned them over. I'm thinking the gnome bag and cushions would make a great quilt. Oh, and it would, absolutely. Yeah, it really would, because you could cut them all up to make the most beautiful quilt. So with the straps, rather than turning the edges over, which we used to do and hem them and make them a bit lightweight, these are done properly. So you fold them in half and sew them together and turn them right sides out. So you've got the straps for the waist and the neckties as well. I rewrote them a month or so ago and I didn't know when they'd actually done them. But you will need 85 by 70 centimetres of plain fabric. I love the pocket. Look. This is just delicious, isn't it? Love it. There we go. This is the other apron. So which gnome is on this one? So this is the pink one. So the main apron is a pink stripe with the flowers, and then the pocket is the daisy gnome. And then you've got the lining for it. I love the fact that the straps, which ones are those? So the side ties are done, because what you do with these ties is you fold them in half, right sides facing, sew them together and then turn them right sides out. So what will happen when you get your ties is this row of sunflowers and daisies will sit all the way along the top of the tie. How lovely is that? Really like that. That's going to be a gorgeous apron, isn't it? Beautiful. So when you're outside with your summer barbecues, even if, you know, sometimes when you're working on a stall or so, you quite often see people, I've seen them at fetes and they always have an apron on. I'd make this specially for the fete. Or if I was on the cake stall, that would look good when you're serving up the Victoria sandwich. Next. Right, this is the last of the gnomes. Ah, this is the other charm square. So this, This is gorgeous, isn't it? This is the daisy gnome. They're probably not called this, but you've got the daisy gnome, the sunflower gnome, and the toadstool gnome. And I love the extra prints. So you've got these honeycombs, you've got the little gardening implements, and you've even got stripes. Lovely. These are lovely, aren't they? They're just delightful. So all of these, so you've got complementary prints, and then you've got the individual gnomes as well. You know, even a birthday card would be lovely. You can, if you cut out one of these, and if you've got a plain blank card, just machine stitch it on. You could zigzag, or you could use a decorative stitch, and then you've got a really, really inexpensive card, which is lovely. Nice if you embroidered them as well. Right, that's the end of the gnomes. Right, should we just start at the beginning? Oh, FBUU 24. So these are still designs by Debbie Moore, but they're not the gnomes anymore. These are her other designs. So this is a cushion panel. Happiness blooms from within. So that's the front. This would look beautiful embroidered. And if you've not done embroidery before, a simple back stitch or running stitch along these letters would really make it stand out. You really don't need to do that, but that would just give it extra embellishment. So there's the cushion front, and then these are the pieces for the cushion envelope back, and you could use any of those three. Gorgeous. So that's the pinks and whites. Next one, this looks like buttercups. Oh, this is Delphine. Delphine Spring Garden Cushion. Oh, I've seen her do this one. Oh yes, sorry, I forgot to read the code out to you. Yeah, it is NHU7A. Got to read the code. This is gorgeous. So this is the front of the cushion, and then you've got all of the pieces to applique on. Look at all the flowers. Now, what date was Delphine on air with this, Ben? Because I saw her demonstrate these. I think it was a day that I was on as well. The 8th of March, and on it she shows you, it doesn't come with instructions because it's really about what you want to do, how to create this beautiful springtime scene with all of these flowers and the grass, and you applique that all onto the front of the cushion in whatever way you would like. And we've got sky and everything. £17.99, and that's the whole panel. You have got absolutely loads here to make the most beautiful applique cushion. It's all done with Bonder web and then just machine stitched on top. Lovely. Right, I think this is the same. NHUU 97, not the same theme. So this was on the same show. Summer garden cushion in poppy. So this is the background for the front of the cushion. That's the back of the cushion, and then what you do is you applique all these. So they make a beautiful pair because you've got the spring one, and then this is the summer one, and then you cut them all out. If you watch her show back on YouTube, if you missed it, you'll see these, and they're really beautiful. So that's the summer one. Get it in your basket. Check out CKUU01. So this is a Debbie Moore design again, one of her aprons. Very, very pretty, roses and all over. This is such a pretty apron, isn't it? So we've got all of these roses in bloom as an all over print. Then the pocket, lovely, really pretty. And then you've got a lovely stripe that goes on the inside of the pocket, and then the straps. Remember, the panel comes with all of the instructions printed on it, so you don't need anything else. You will need 70 by 80 centimetres of plain fabric, but anything will do. As long as it's not so dark that it shows through, you probably wouldn't want to put a navy with it, but anything like, it's purely to line the apron body, not anything else, because the straps and the pockets are all self-lined. So that's the pretty pink one. Right, WZUU 65. Whoa. This is Delphine's as well. Stained glass butterfly. That's beautiful. We've not got a picture of the original cushion. So this is the, it's an applique panel, it's not a cushion. Right, it was done on the 11th of November last year. So you've got the butterfly printed onto the applique panel, and then you've got all of these amazing coloured pieces. Look at these. That you use then to applique onto the butterfly. They are gorgeous. They're batik effect, aren't they? They're not batik, obviously, because this is digitally printed. But they've got that effect where you get that multicoloured layered effect. I mean, that's beautiful, isn't it? So you could use this, once you've appliqued it, you could use it just as hang on the wall like that. You could use it as a massive cushion, or use it for the centre of a quilt and put other colours around it. I mean, that's really stunning, isn't it? And imagine it when it's got all of the applique within it as well. Beautiful. That's been flying on pre-order because it's a butterfly. Next one, VNUU 06. So this is another Debbie Moore, Roses in Bloom, again a cushion panel. So you've got the front of the cushion in lovely shades of lilac, and you've got beautiful flowers and ribbons. Morning Rebecca, these panels are fab. They're so easy to use for the different projects as the colours are matched for you. Love your outfit today. Thank you very much. I bought this one for the was it the Jubilee? Or the Royal Wedding, something to do with Britain. It's got the UK all over it. Although, I'm a little bit disappointed because on the back, the UK is upside, no, on the front it's upside down, but I can't bother to send it back. Maybe it's supposed to be like that. But the rest of it's the right way up. And it's got all quotes from, all Shakespeare quotes on it as well, if you can be bothered to read them. But I chose it specifically because it was for a event, but I can't remember which one. And there's the cushion back. These are so easy to use, just lovely. Right, that's that one. VFUU 31. So here's the 5-inch charm squares from this lilac the lilac panel that we have for the cushion. It's the same theme. So really good to buy together. If you've bought the cushion panel, this is really good because you can then make more items to match. So you've got some squares that have got words, life is beautiful, happiness blooms from within. And then others, you've got coordinating prints. So you've got some stripes, you've got some florals, some mini polka dots, some checks. Buy a couple of them. Get a couple, you could make a bigger quilt. Again, if you put other fabrics with them, they'll work really well as half square triangles, interspersed with whole squares as well. They look really good when you make them into stars. So you could use the whole squares in the centre, half square triangles the other prints, and you can put those around as the star points. Just an idea, because I've spent a lot of time on Pinterest this weekend. VRUU 92. Again, this is the same print, but this is the apron version. So on the background, you've got this lovely, very pale lilac with little lilac flower bouquets all over it. The pocket is a real feature. It's gorgeous, isn't it? And you've got that lovely striped lining in it as well. Full instructions on the panel. And then the straps and the ties are in a matching stripe, and the floral as well. That's such a pretty apron. Just $19.99. You will need some plain fabric to line the apron body, but other than that, it's all on there, including the instructions as well. GDUU 86. So this is a tote bag. I had to get to the end to find out it was a tote bag. Oh, this is really pretty. So this is the blue version, but you've got the tote bag. So there's the tote bag front, there's the tote bag back, and then you've got a stripe for the lining. Or remember, you could make 2 tote bags from this. Use that for the front, that for the back, and then that the back one you could use for the other bag. Just use your own lining fabric. And then we've got all the straps, I'm back on the apron. Then we've got the handles and the facing, and then you've got the extra fabric here that can be used for a pocket either on the outside of the bag, or you can use it as a slip pocket on the inside of the bag, and even spare fabric and full instructions. You don't need any extra fabric to make this. Everything you need is there. So for £19.99 you can make yourself the whole bag beautifully lined, or make 2 bags if you use a bit of your own lining. Worth having a go. And the final one in all of these panels, YLUU 45. Again, this is the same tote bag, Life is Beautiful, but in the lilac colourway this time. So you've got the bag front, the bag back, the lining, it's a lovely shade of sort of apple green and lilac stripes. Then the handles and the facing are in a lilac print, and there's the fabric for the pocket. And then this bit is just an extra piece of coordinated fabric. You can do whatever you like with. And all instructions are printed on here. There we go, that's all of those. Let's move on to velvet. Now, we've got loads of print velvet, but when we first launched the plain velvet, I think I launched it a while ago, and it just sold just like that. Because if you've bought any of the velvet, it is beautiful. It's really soft, it doesn't fray, it's really easy to sew, and you can iron it. What more can you want? But these plain ones go beautifully with the print ones. So a lot of people have bought the print ones maybe for a cushion front and bought the plain for the back. So I'm going to go through these first because I know they always fly out. So let me show you this one. That's the outside. They are absolutely sumptuous. Now this fabric is available by the ½ metre, so if you want more than a ½ metre, it will be sent as a whole cut piece. So maybe you want to make yourself a velvet dress. Maybe you want a bed runner in velvet. Maybe you want to make lots of cushions. It does have a pile, so when you get it, just feel it very slightly. You can tell very quickly. Make sure that your pile is running in the right direction just by stroking it. So I can feel it starts here and goes down there. Because if I try to go that way, it doesn't go as well. But look at the colour on that. Absolutely stunning, and it goes so beautifully with lots of the velvets that we have, which I'll go through in a moment. £8.49 for ½ metre, and it is 140 centimetres wide. It doesn't fray, you can press it, it sews beautifully. Lovely for patchwork as well. Looks really well. Don't mix it with other cottons if you're doing patchwork. You can mix it with cotton fabric if you're lining or something, but not in the patches. But isn't that gorgeous? Loads of this in baskets. So that's the plum. Let's move on to the green. Now this one is CXC426. So this is a emerald. There's 2 greens, but I would say this is emerald. What have they called it? Bottle. Yeah, I guess so. But I guess because it's so smooth and gorgeous, it feels jewel-like, so that's why I'm calling it emerald. And I don't know what a purple jewel is, so... amethyst? I don't know. But look how lovely they are together. So that's the emerald jewelly fabric. Then we've got another green. Is this one jade? Yes, it is. WA. So this is jade. So this is kind of a dark, very dark teal one. Let me just show you what it looks like to the emerald, because obviously it's green, but it's a greeny blue. I mean, I would say dark teal jade is a good description, but there you can see the difference. That's the bottle. That's the, what have they called it? That's the jade. But isn't that gorgeous? I mean, don't they look lovely together? How lovely is that one with the purpley one? Stunning, aren't they? But you know, these are cushions, they're homeware. They are, you can use them for bed runners, make fantastic toilet bags, wash bags, because they have a nice drape, they gather up really well. But wouldn't they make the most beautiful pinafore? A-line skirt. We've got one other colour in plain. And this is Bluebell. Sapphire. It's very sapphire, isn't it? But look at the when you... Hi Rebecca, what's the best way to sew velvet? I'm making a cushion in plain and pattern. Well, I would say it does... it sews really easily just using a universal. I tend to use a sharps needle anyway. But if you've got a walking foot, do use one, because you will find that it does not shrink. But if you're sewing this to a plain fabric and you don't use a walking foot, the velvet can just end up a little bit shorter. So that's the only thing I would say, that when you're sewing with it, if you haven't got a walking foot, then cut it a little bit bigger than you need and trim it after you sew. And that it really is the only thing. It's pretty easy to sew with. I tend to use a sharps needle anyway, which is, you know, similar to a microtex, or use a universal. But if you've got a walking foot, use a slightly longer stitch length as well. But it doesn't fray and you can press it. Do test it. You don't want to be pressing it really super hot, but you can press it on both sides. If you steam press it, you'll find the little holes of your steam ironer in it, but they soon brush out. My toppest tip is check the pile first. It's really annoying when you sew it and you realise you've got the pile going one way on one and one on the other, and it's really easy to see because that's the wrong way and that's the right way. That would be my top tips. Right, let's do the velvet in prints. Got loads of them. Should we go with this one first, because I love this one. So these prints, these go beautifully with all of the plains. Oh, this is Ben's favourite as well. I love this one. And this one is quite good because some of these as well, it's hard to see. I mean, this is obviously, if I put that in the direction of the flowers, but if you're not sure, you can just feel the nap and then you know which direction the flowers go in. Really, really pretty. I love the background on this one as well. It's a really lovely deep turquoise. Now that would be very nice with the jade, would it not? But also very nice with the purple as well. Gorgeous, right? But if you have a look in places like Oliver Bonus, other shops are available, which is quite expensive. You get a lot of wash bags, small coin purses, all sorts made from this. So really good if you're making to sell. Gifts, start making your Christmas presents now. Who wouldn't want like a big wash bag, a smaller one, all in this? Lovely. Let's go through them all. Have I got time? Got time. There we go. This one has got like a dark midnight black background with a trellis in jade, and then you've got all sorts of tropical birds and flowers and leaves printed all over it. Isn't that stunning? You know, see, I think if you just made a couple of cushions out of this, which you'd get out of them ½ metre, pop them on your sofa, you suddenly, you know, add that. It really lifts an interior. It just adds that pop of colour. That's gorgeous. And you see these everywhere, and they're really expensive. Like I've seen these cushions, if you've got the velvet on the front and back, they're about £45–50 or £8.99 for ½ metre. All you need is a zip. Zip in a little bit of time. But actually the cushions are really quick. And when I've made some cushions for here with them. We used to have one up. Oh, there's one, yeah, there's one over there. Yes, can I have that one, Michael? He's a very good assistant, you know. Very good assistant. So look at this. How beautiful is that? And look, it's light. It's the back of it is in the plain velvet, and that works so well, doesn't it? You know, all you've got to do is pop a zip in one of the seams. It's at the bottom. So there's a zip in one of the seams. So you don't even need to do like the envelope back if you don't want to. And that's so simple. And honestly, the size of this is a nice big, I would say 18-inch. That would be £45–50, but you can make it for £8.99. Anyway, lovely tropical one. Gorgeous Patagonia ebony. I love that. With the mad birds, no idea what they are, other than that one I think might be a parrot. Oh, that was the last one, sorry. This one is Rainforest Black. The other one was that. I love the parrots. Gorgeous, isn't it? I tell you what they do make as well, because I did make for this. They make lovely tote bags. And, you know, just 2 rectangles of fabric. And I used, I think I made one with this. I used a bright red cotton fabric to line it. There was enough fabric to make handles from. Hi, Rebecca. My mum made velvet bridesmaids dresses for me. Wow. She put brown paper between the seams to sew so the nap did not walk from Karen. That's a really good idea. I mean, I bet the bridesmaid dresses she made, I bet they were probably more luxurious. They might have had a deeper pile as well. This pile isn't too deep, so you can get away with just a walking foot. But if you are having problems, tissue paper, brown paper is a good idea. How nice to have velvet bridesmaid dresses. But I have to say, then the pile on this isn't too thick, so it's not so bad. But that's a really good tip if you are having problems. I just used my walking foot and it was fine. I want to see a picture of your velvet bridesmaid dresses. That sounds amazing. Right. So this one, lovely dark midnight blue background with big green leaves all over it, called Paradise Navy. I'm going to rush through these now, otherwise I'm not going to get through in time, but I do want to show them all to you. So that's Paradise Navy. This is the same as the black one I showed you at the beginning. It's got a white background. It's got a black trellis and again tropical flowers and leaves and birds all over it. It is, but it's like a Victorian conservatory, isn't it? Patagonia Mono. This is one of the fairly newer ones as well. This is like spring blossoms. It's called Spring Meadow. Isn't that pretty? That's so pretty. Just all, yes, it's like little daisies and fluffy white, frothy white flowers. Now this pink one, this is the same as the cushion I just showed you. So if you want to make that cushion, that one, that's this one with these amazing tropical sort of seed heads, pods. Gorgeous. Oh, let me show you. This one is the same, but it's got the black background. Now, they go together really well. So if you were thinking about, you wanted to pair some up, have a think about getting the black one, because the pale pink background, because it's the same print on the front, but I think that the pale pink, because the print is the same, I think these were a really nice match together. That's that one. And then the final one, love this one, fruity. This one's very fruity. But again, it's a bit like kind of Victorian orangery fruity. It's like sort of those botanical prints. So we've got, they're probably old-fashioned fruits like persimmon and quince and things. Not really sure. I have a quince tree, but it's so new, it hasn't actually had any quinces yet. But it has got leaves this year. I want to make quince jam. Really want to make quince jam. So I've got the whole tree specifically to make quince jelly or jam. And, or is it, no, it's quince jelly. I might have to wait in a few more years before I can do that because it hasn't had any fruit yet this year. Isn't that lovely? And I love the background. It's a really nice like pistachio green. Right, finally, we've got to talk about the pattern. So this amazing jacket that I'm wearing that you can't really see very well. Shall I take it off? I'm going to take it off so that you can see. Look, you've got this amazing patchwork swirl. This is from their retro collection. It's called the Sunrise Jacket. So you've got this amazing swirl. So you can just use whatever you use for your plain colour for the jacket. You then use some prints on the sleeves and on there. This is what the pattern looks like. Oh, I feel a bit cold now. I got warmed up. So there's the Sunrise Jacket. So you can see in this one, it's navy in the background and then all these bright colours there in the sunrise patchwork bit. So if you fancied making a patchwork jacket, this is ideal because it's all done for you. You've got the pattern pieces, it tells you what other bits, you don't have to see. Also, there's no fastenings on it at all, so it's really going to have a nice fit to it because it's quite a loose fit. It comes in sizes 8 all the way up to size 26. So it will cover a 33 to a 50-inch bust. But it is a really nice, just loose fit. I like that. Anyway, that's the jacket I was wearing. Do we have time to go to, can we do this pattern? Right, the LOD wrap dress. Now, can we show that? Because it's, I'll come over. Are we going to show it? So this is the LOD wrap dress. Isn't it lovely? So I love the fact that it's got a pocket on the inside, the secret pocket. And then you've got a hole, but it's what I like about it is it's got a nice big wrap. Because I don't like them when there's only a small wrap, because then the wind would blow and everyone would see your pants. It's got pockets. You've got the nice tie on the back with that lovely central seam. And it's like a, the sleeve is probably about the same length as the one on my dress, this kind of elbow length. That's beautiful, isn't it? And it's got a nice big wrap over as well, so you've got a nice covered. That's gorgeous. So let me show you the pattern. So this is from Closet Core. And look, if you look at the pattern, you can make it in 2 different lengths as well. Oh no, 3. So you can make it mini, midi or maxi. So you could do full length. It is romantic and flowy with multiple skirt and sleeve options. Oh, so you can do it sort of short sleeve as well as longer as well. It's equally appropriate at a park picnic or a special wedding. And it features a softly flowing bodice with released pleats under the bust and a dolman style sleeve. Choose between a short sleeve or a longer, more formal option that ends at the elbow. The skirt is swishy and voluminous and comes in 3 lengths above the knee, midi or maxi with optional patch pockets. It comes in sizes, in bust size 31 to 46-inch bust. That is a really flattering dress pattern. Not only that, the fact that you can get the 3 different lengths as well and the 2 sleeve lengths is a really useful pattern. I like that. And with a nice crossover. Definitely worth getting. Anyway, thank you for joining me for the summer hour. I will be back with you in a couple of minutes' time. With Emma will be back with hair tote. No waist, I couldn't get the first words. The no waist tote, as well as if you love her patterns, we've got lots of her previous patterns here that you can buy as well. So don't go anywhere. I'll be back with you in a couple of minutes' time.
Hi, I'm Becky. I'm the soft craft expert for Crafter's Companion. I come from London and I've been sewing pretty much all my life. I particularly enjoy doing embroidery. I'm really keen on that, but my background is dressmaking and also sort of patchwork and quilting. So I do an awful lot of sewing for all sorts of different things. I suppose once you start sewing, you start doing lots of other kinds of sewing. So particularly got into needlepoint during lockdown, but I suppose embroidery is probably my real passion. My mum was a costume designer, so we were always sort of surrounded by bits of fabric and material and ribbons and that kind of thing. And I was always making teddies and my dolls' clothes as a small child. So it was just something that was quite natural. And in fact, I've got so used to being able to sew, it's just become a natural sort of part of what I do. I'm always fiddling around with fabric, as my husband puts it, making something new, trying something out. Always measure twice, cut once. I'm a great one for not doing that, and I always regret it. And making sure that you've got an iron to hand is really important. I use a tiny little, sort of almost like a travel iron that I have right next to my desk when I'm working, so it doesn't take up too much space.
Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33.
What I really like about coming to the Festival of Quilts is a chance to see what people are making and really share my own enthusiasm for the quilting world.
People come from all over the world and all over the UK to visit. There's quite a wide variety of traders. I mean, from sewing machines down to sewing needles.
Loads of fun, lots of choice.
The quilts at the show today have been very inspiring because they've been done by lots of different people. They've got different techniques, different colour combinations.
Oh, it's the biggest thrill when you're chosen and you get a first prize.
Have you heard about all the different ways you can shop on Sewing Street? You can shop on our website sewingstreet.com, and you can also order by phone by calling our friendly UK customer service team. Just call 0800 001 4433.
And don't forget about the Sewing Street app. Here you can shop all of the Sewing Street products as well as watch the live shows from anywhere. You can download the app onto your smartphone or your tablet by simply searching Sewing Street in your app store. And one final thing, no matter how many times you check out on Sewing Street in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. Happy shopping! If you're a Sewing Street customer, no matter how many times you check out in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. So don't wait to add the item you want to your basket and check out. You will only pay one P&P even if you check out multiple times in one day. Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again.
I can't hear anything. Oh, sorry, I can't hear anything. Have you turned my microphone off? I can't hear anything at all. Anyway, I welcome back to Sewing Street. Sorry, I must have been turned off or something. I'll sort that out in a moment.
It's the one. That's your microphone.
That's the microphone. Welcome back to Sewing Street. I will sort this out. No, it's not working at all. I'm like in silence. It's probably because I've been fiddling with my ears and then they come out. I'll just do it without that. Ben's shouting. I can't hear anything. Anyway, in this hour we're going to be doing the no waste tote bag. So Emma, tell me about the no waste tote.
Hello.
How did you work that one out?
So the no waste, how did I work it out? With difficulty. It took me a while. So basically it uses 1/2 metre of outer and 3/4 of a metre of lining fabric, and you then use all of the width of the fabric so that there's no waste. All the pieces go together to make up the whole pattern, so you end up with just the little selvages at the edge. So it's really sustainable, it's really economical as well, because you know if you've got 1 metre of fabric then you can make 2 of them, and if you've got 1.5 meters then you can make 2 with the lining as well. So it's all good, really sustainable and eco-friendly. So it's a good way to use up your stash as well, and keeping it, really nice to put the 2 together and make it up as a tote bag. So
fantastic. Right, I'm back now. I don't know what I've done. Do you know why? It's because it keeps falling off my ears and I think I'd unplug something.
It's all good.
Right, so
loads of pockets in there as well. So using the different fabrics, how you lay it out, you have to be careful how you lay it out, but there is a full pattern cutting guide so that you can lay it out. You can also cut it out with a ruler if you prefer. Some people do prefer to do that.
Okay.
Or use the pattern pieces.
Brilliant. So it's fantastic. Economy of fabric.
Yeah.
Love it.
Yeah.
I love it. Actually, they did that on Sewing Bee, didn't they? The week before last.
They did.
But with, was it trousers?
Yes.
Didn't they have like the
Yes.
cut-out bit was the pockets or something?
Yeah,
Very in at the moment. So we have got various options for you. We've got the pattern on its own and we've got kits. Now, let me just tell you something. The patterns were supposed to go up in price, Emma's told us today, but don't know. And the pattern for the dog bag in the last hour, all the patterns are supposed to have gone up. Because that's what happens, doesn't it? Things go up. They were supposed to be £12.99. But we don't know what happened, but somebody at our end did not press the button to increase the price. So, because we've already said they're £9.99, we will honour that for today. But after that, all Emma's patterns will be going up in price. So, because that's just, unfortunately, that's just the way everything is, isn't it? You know, increased costs and whatever. But because whoever didn't press the button didn't press the button. So we will honour it for today. So obviously the patterns that we had in the first hour, £9.99. And luckily for you, we've got all of Emma's patterns on sale today. I know, it's almost like we've done it wrong because we've got all of her patterns, but we will honour it for today because that's only fair. So if you want to, it's not very fair on Emma, really, but we did promise we would. So if you buy the patterns today, this is it for £9.99. After that, they're going to go up. So you can buy the pattern on its own. Now, let me show you. Okay, let me show you the pattern. So if you weren't with me in the first hour, you won't see how fab Emma's patterns are. I'm not going to open all the others, but I will open this one because this is the one we're doing the kit of. So the no-waste tote, you've got full instructions and they are so comprehensive. You've got pattern pieces, layout guides, you've got all the measurements, all the pieces you need. So if you want to make more and you want to know how much fabric you need, it tells you the size of pieces. It's got all of the walkthrough pictures, exactly how to do it. Lots and lots of cut-out photos, all the different pieces. So look at those, look how comprehensive they are. And also, Emma's putting pictures of her testers one so you can see how they've made theirs, because they've made their pockets different, haven't they? They've got different pockets for different things.
They have, yeah.
It's absolutely fab. I'll show you around the finished bag in a moment after we've done this. Now, you also get pattern pieces. So for £9.99, should be £12.99, this is amazing value for money because these are printed onto thicker paper so you can cut them out and use them time and time again. I mean, not only are you not wasting your fabric, this is such a useful bag. You will want to make it time and time again. So this is an amazing price. This is your stash buster. You can even use, because there's lots of different pieces, if you don't want to use the same fabric, you could use a different fabric for each piece as well. Real stash buster. So that's the instructions on their own. Now we have put together some kits for you, so if you want to buy the fabric you can. Now the one that Emma will be demonstrating, the one you've made, let's go to this one first, which is, where's it gone? Is it on the floor? What's going on? Where's the yellow and green one gone?
I don't know. Oh, it's underneath.
Obviously.
It's the logical place.
It's underneath. Don't know what's going on. I'm back. Yeah. So if you could tune in tomorrow, we'll have practice. We might do it probably. We'll come back and do it. This just feels like a dress rehearsal. At least we've got the dresses on. Just having on the rest. Anyway, look, this is one that Emma made earlier. So we've got this beautiful Liberty fabric. Is this Liberty, this one? Must be. Beautiful Liberty fabric. Isn't that gorgeous? With this olive green, and it matches so beautifully, doesn't it? You've got that lovely contrast between the lemon Liberty and this lovely plain olive green. That's used on the pocket. You've got that all throughout the lining and on the lining of the straps as well. So for £22.99 you get the full pattern, and then you get ½ metre of the outer fabric, which is your Liberty, and you get 1 metre of this lovely olive green lining fabric. So that's that version. Now Emma's going to be demonstrating using the Tilda fabric. So the outer, so again, full pattern with all the pattern pieces so that you can make it again and again and again. Now the outer of the bag, look at this. Gorgeous. Now, next hour we've got Tilda Fabrics. So if you want to see more Tildas, if you bought just the pattern and you want to see more Tildas, wait till the next side because we've got loads of them. So that's the outside of the bag. Beautiful, isn't it? Really classic. And then all the contrast lining pieces are in this lovely matching peach. That's that version. And then finally, we have the William Morris version. So the main fabric is this beautiful neutral cream William Morris print. 1/2 metre of that. How gorgeous. And then to make it really stand out, you've got that lovely contrast between this and the brown, which is used for the lining of the bag and the pocket and the handles. Again, obviously, with each of them, you get the full instructions, all the pattern pieces and everything else. All there. Right, I'm going to come over to you now. So we've got a couple of bags that you've made previously, so you can see what they look like in other fabrics. And look at this one. In the William Morris Strawberry Thief. How gorgeous is that?
That was on last time when I brought it on.
It's beautiful. I love that one. But you can see how it looks so different in different ones. And then this one, super bright.
Yeah.
So show me around the bag then, because when I was looking through the instructions, there's a lot of bits and pieces to it, isn't there?
Well, this is what I did on the last one, and it was so much easier to just turn it the wrong way out.
Right,
then you can see it really clearly.
Because this is like the ultimate tote bag, isn't it?
It's got everything. So using up all the scraps means you have lots of bits to put on the inside for pockets, etc. So what I should have said, first of all, is that we've got a zipper that's on the outside, obviously, with a zipper flap, so you can't really see it, which is really good. You know, keep all your keys in there if you want to, something that you need easy access to.
Oh, this piece here.
Yeah, there we go.
Oh, show me on this one then.
So there's the zipper on the front there.
Oh, so that's your outside pocket.
Yeah, so you can keep things safe there. Then you've got 2 on each side, so you can put your water bottles, umbrellas, that kind of thing. And I'll talk about these side pockets in a minute.
I quite like the flap that you've got on the zippy pocket.
Yeah, thanks. And then you've got a magnetic clasp at the top to keep it nice and secure. And then going back to this one, we've also got a key strap. You can keep your keys nice and locked in, so you can find them at the bottom of your bag, you're not fishing around. Then you've got a slip pocket as well. You've got a smaller slip pocket, and then we've got 3 pen slots, or you can make that into 6 pen slots. You know,
right, so you customise it to what you want it to do.
Yeah. So you would just leave out those stitching if you wanted a bigger pocket, or 2 bigger pockets, or add in. Then we've also got, so pop that back in there. Then we've also got a cup holder.
That's really useful, isn't it?
Over. Yeah, really useful.
Or even just a bottle of something, just to keep it upright.
Yeah, a bottle. Maybe if you're going to Glastonbury, you can have a bottle of wine.
Yeah. Pims,
sorry.
Anything. But no, also, I guess you can make it the right width to go round your cup as well, can't you?
Yeah, you could do. What I would do then is I would probably, because you've got a little sneaky little slip pocket there as well.
Okay.
Because we're using up every scrap of the fabric, it's to utilise all that. And who doesn't need an extra pocket in your bag?
Always.
Little sneaky pocket for, I would say lip balm, but that's the right size, isn't it? So, so that's the innards.
That's great. No, well, you need to see it inside out. That's lovely. Okay, so where do we start? Well, obviously we cut the, so
yes.
Emma explained in the first hour how you cut the pattern pieces, but if you weren't here, then just use the pattern pieces as they are and just cut round them.
Yeah, you cut round them. So like here, for example, this slip pocket, and it does show you, I will show you actually in here, it shows you a full cutting plan.
Yeah, I think that's really useful.
There we go. It shows you exactly how to lay out all your fabric. So you've got 1/2 metre of your outer, and you've got 3/4 metre of your lining is going to be used. And you can see you use the whole part of those pieces, and it all works out so that it all matches and it goes together. One thing I will say is that some people, so to really make it no waste, the handles do have a seam in the middle. If you don't like that seam, you could just leave that out and use that bit for another project, and then use, your ready.
Oh, okay, so you could just use like a webbing if you wanted to.
Yeah, exactly. Or you can, if you've got a bit of excess fabric, maybe you've got 3/4 of the outer, you could make them the right length.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, no, it does. But I mean, it looks fine with the seam.
It's fine
but
with the
I
seam.
think that's brilliant. So if you've got that fabric, or by looking at that, you can think, well, I've got so many scraps.
Yeah.
You can make every piece in a different colour.
Absolutely, yeah, you can use up your scraps totally. So you want to lay that all out. I always interface first and then I cut. Totally up to you, but this pattern particularly, you're going to want to do that first, I would say.
Okay.
Because that's going to really save on your interfacing as well.
So just a medium weight?
Yeah, medium weight, and then I use a fusible fleece H640.
Right, okay, to give it that bit of structure.
Yeah, because it's all cotton,
Yeah, so inside, so you've got outer lining, interfacing and wadding or fleece.
Yeah.
Okay, that's nice.
So it's good to interface all your fabrics, even because if you're going to be using fusible fleece, the fusible fleece will adhere better to interfacing than it will to the regular backing. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know if it's the products they use, the chemicals to make the fabric, or I don't know.
I've never tried that, so I don't know. Interesting.
Maybe, I do wonder if, because the interfacing has got like tiny little, not a pile, is it? But it's kind of...
Yeah, it's slightly rough, isn't it? I don't know. It's got some texture.
Smooth, but
it has got a texture. Yes, that's true.
Word I was looking for.
Texture. Did we get there?
Oh, we get there. Yeah, so you want to interface everything, then you want to cut it out as per the chart. I do talk about this on the video as well, which is up on YouTube already.
Brilliant.
So if you want to sew along with me there, and I talk through step by step.
Oh, that's
Again,
great.
you can pause and watch the bits that you need to. Right, so you're going to cut everything out. Now, the reason why I wanted to talk about that is because when it comes to the side, I'll just grab that again, sorry. When it comes to the sides, you do have the pockets going in the kind of opposite directions, or the same direction. It looks... I'll explain. It looks like it's opposite on the bag, but you'll see when you're making it up, it's the same, okay? There, that's maybe better to see. One's going that way, one's going that way. You might normally be inclined to put them both going in the same direction. Does that make sense?
Yes,
You'd have them both kind of going that way with the angle. But this is the way to make it completely no waste, so that it works
angles.
out. Yeah, there's no other way
but
to
I
do it.
reckon that helps to balance it out. You see.
True. I mean, there's different trains of thought.
Because if you had bottles in there, then they'd face in opposite directions. It would balance better, whether they would both be going the same way.
Be a good picnic
I
bag,
think it's a design feature.
Okay.
Actually, I think because they are, because they've got that slash on them.
Yeah.
So having them facing opposite ways, I think, is a design feature.
Yeah, and then also on that note as well, a lot of the times I will flip them because you're going to be you can use PU for this. I have made a really nice faux leather one. My daughter's commandeered it for school. She's only 12, but they all wear handbags to school now. No rucksacks.
Right, it's handbags.
Yeah, it's handbags.
Ridiculous.
I know. So you can make it out of PU, that's totally fine. You don't have to use cotton. It is, if you're looking for an entry-level bag, it's really good for that because it is all cotton as well, and it does take you through step by step. It does say confident beginner on the, I'm pretty sure it's confident beginner, isn't it? Yeah, confident beginner, just because you do have a zipper in there, and I don't want you to kind of get like freaked out, oh, there's a zipper. You shouldn't be worried about zippers. Please don't be worried about zippers. They're scarier than they look, but they're absolutely fine, as long as you go slow.
Yeah.
So on the sides, what I often do is I flip them so that they have the planar or non-directional fabric on the outside. Excuse me, because if you've got a directional print, this one isn't really, is it? But if you've got a directional print, because of the way that the pieces are cut, then that is gonna, you're gonna see that. Like this one is a directional print. That one's fine, that one's not.
Yeah, because of the way it's laid on the fabric.
Yeah, but that's totally fine because that, again, adds a little bit of, I think it's nicer as well if you've got a print to have a bit of plain in there.
It makes them stand out as well.
Yeah, it makes it, breaks it up. And I have done it with it's just all the same and actually it looks nicer.
No, I like the other colour pockets.
Yeah, so I'm not going to show you how to do these because I did show you this on the last show, which I think was the 4th, I did write it down, 4th of April. So if
and it's also all on Emma's YouTube channel.
Yeah,
anyway, so you can watch the whole tutorial there.
Exactly, yeah. And I would do that because, I'm a little bit more on the ball. I've been woken up by a fire alarm at 5:30 in the morning.
funny.
Okay, so that's the pockets. Then what we're going to do, let me move some of these bits out of the way, is we're then going to baste those to the outside. And the reason why I wanted to show you that is to show you the look of how they look with this fabric as well, because we've got the print going the right way up, obviously. And just to explain to you about basting and why that is important. And that is because then if you baste it all together, because we've got all these layers, basting it together will help you in the next stages so that it's all, you're sort of then using the fabric as one.
Okay.
So it's always a good idea. You don't do it as much in dressmaking as you do it, or basting in dressmaking often is taken out, isn't it? But with bag making, just
I know, which is such as awful.
It's annoying. You could just leave it in there, couldn't you? I guess.
Yeah, but we know. I don't know. I know, and I hate having to say that. Just to let you know, how many have we got left? We only have 19 patterns left, and there are 37 in baskets. So that means that 18 of you will miss out. So if you've got it in your basket, check out. Don't worry about postage. You can check out now, and you can check out another hour, another 10 minutes, or another 5 hours. You will only be charged one set of postage between now and midnight. And remember that these patterns go back up at midnight to the price they should be. Not back up, the price that they should be. But we are 19 left, 37 in baskets. How many? I thought you just said, Ben.
And when I do the basting stitch, I do a longer stitch as well.
I know, I always just used it. 13 patterns left.
Quick, check out.
How many? 52 in baskets, 54, 55, and only 13 left. I know. This is a great pattern. Why haven't we got more? We need more. Yeah, the next time we do, there'll be $12.99. Yeah, I get the basting in dressmaking, and you always do take it out, and I don't know why, because if you do it in the seam allowance...
Yeah, I leave it in sometimes, if I'm honest.
Yeah. It takes ages to take it all out, even though you use a really long stitch. Still doesn't come out immediately, does it?
Yeah, it's fine. So you can go backwards and forwards when you're doing your basting, or you can, you don't have to. I didn't there, I did there. I'm not going to do it twice, but I just wanted to give you that idea that that's what you do. Then I was going to move along to, let me move that out of the way, to the lining pieces, because there's quite a lot going on with all the pockets.
I'll take those. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. So I have prepped up a little bit of it. On the other show as well, I did the key straps. I didn't want to show you that again. Then what we're going to do with that is we're going to baste it onto our main panel. So this is pattern piece 1, I believe. And we're going to, I've measured down, it tells you in the pattern exactly how far to measure down. And then I'm going to put that edge to edge along there, oops, underneath that line. I mean, it doesn't ultimately matter on this, you want to get it in the ballpark area.
There's only 2 patterns left.
And then we're going to baste that.
So that's sold out, really. 2. Fastest checkout finger wins. Is that a thing?
It is now. I've got the smaller needles, so wish me luck.
Oh, I think you'll be fine. That PU was just against you, wasn't it?
It was.
It's just...
There's something in the air today. There's all kinds of things going.
I
funny,
often find
there?
that when things start going wrong, it's just
a knock-on.
I know,
isn't it?
but doesn't that happen though, doesn't it? Yeah. It's like if you hit one lot of red traffic lights, every set. I went round the motorway roundabout this morning. Every set, and there's like 4 of them, aren't there? Well, if you come off and you're going all the way round, every single set.
And that's at like 6 in the morning or something.
What
as
was
well.
the gate?
That's not
so
fair.
it's just the way it is, isn't it? When things go, they just do. If it first one had been green, they would have I would have gone straight through, I'm sure. Well, there's nobody even on the road.
Oh, I don't know. So then what I do is I then pin that out the way, because you don't want that kind of like doing
So what have you got
things.
on the end of that? Is that a lobster?
That is a lobster clasp, yeah. This is a bit bigger, really, than you should have, but it totally works, it's fine.
Okay.
So then I'm going to kind of curl it so that we're using up a bit of space. And
instructions have sold out, not unsurprisingly. But if you buy the kits, the instructions come in the kits. So if you want the instructions, all you need to do is choose which of the kits you want to buy and you can have them.
Very good. So then because it's quilting cotton, we can put a pin in. I like to use a big pin that doesn't get lost and isn't going to bend or do strange things, famous last words. And then I just pop that through there and that keeps it out of the way. Could maybe pop another one in there, but anyway. So that keeps it nicely out of the way. Then we're going to get our cup holder, which again I have sewn to try and make it a bit quicker. So all we do with this is we place it right sides together. It shows you on the pattern. See, it says top when folded, because we're going to put that right sides together, and then I've stitched all the way along one long edge, or the long edge that's open, turned it through, and then I've top stitched top and bottom. That's going to make our cup holder that I was showing you earlier. Then again, we're going to place that on there, and we're going to baste it in place. We're going to make sure that the fold is at the bottom that we stitched, and then I'm going to baste that along the seam allowance, but not this one, okay? Keeping that edge free. And again, I'm on a really long stitch length. I always do the longest you can do on your machine, because it is just a placeholder. You sort of think of it as instead of pins. Again, I don't know why I'm going backwards, don't need to.
That's just habit, isn't it? It's just you do.
Yeah. I mean, it is a bit of extra security, so there's no harm in it. Okay, so then again, I'm going to clip that out of the way. I'm going to pop a couple of clips in there, pop a little clip on there. Then, now this may come into its own when I want to do my pen pockets, or the top slip pocket I should say. You can do it in pen slots or not. I'll show you how to do that. So what I have done with this is 2 pieces that make this up, and I did show this again in the April show, so I didn't want to repeat myself. But again, you cut out those 2 pieces. They're 2 long rectangles. You stitch them together to make that pocket. Then you stitch around the 3 edges, and I've turned it the right way out. Okay. You won't see this line, or it'll disappear more, because we're going to sew along that line. Okay. Then I just need to check the measurement of how far down I need to do, because I can't remember those kind of things. And we need to place that 2 3/4 inches from the top. So we need to find the middle of this. So I'm going to fold it the other way actually, because of that lobster clasp being in the way. Give it a bit of a press, finger press is fine. Try and even that out. Try and make a decent line so I can see. There we go. Probably impossible for you guys to see, but we can see it.
No, I think, you might not be able to see the line, but you can see everything else.
Yeah, exactly, yeah. So then we want to measure that 7 centimetres down. And I'm going to pop, I did have a friction pen, what have I done with it? We'll use red because it's a peach.
There might be one in the...
I've got one.
Oh, you've got one?
Yeah,
okay.
Yeah, fine, thank you. I was just deciding which colour. After doing that, I'm going to move that out of the way actually, a bit more closer to the edge. I'm going to pop a clip in instead, because we can change our minds. And I'm just going to line, so I'm lining up that line with that fold that I can just about see. It's good enough. And the top edge is lining up with that mark that I've just made.
Perfect.
And I'm going to pop that pin. No, I'm not. Yeah, I am. Let me get a couple more pins. Get my little pin cushion out. I'm using big pins that I'm going to take out. You wouldn't sew over these. But if I was using dressmaker's pins, you can sew over them. Shocking.
Oh, I know. There's a great debate about that, and I have to say I'm extremely lazy, so I do sew over mine, and I know you shouldn't, but I do go a little bit slower when I get there.
I hate to say it, but it is the professional way.
I mean, obviously, only if they're facing that way.
Oh, yeah.
But particularly if I'm sewing like matching in patchwork seams and they're pinned, I need those pins to stay where they are. So I do that way. I think as long as you go a bit slower.
Yeah, you have to go slow.
Because if the needle hits it at speed,
then it breaks. But if it goes slow, it will adjust slow enough.
It does.
Yeah, but I'm not going to chance it with the whopper pins.
Yeah, if your needle hits those, then...
No. Famous last words going to happen.
Well, particularly when you need something to stay in place, if you're matching seams, they have to stay.
So one thing I like to do, if I was doing... Actually, I'll show you on the slip pocket when we get to that. I want to do I'm going to do a 3 stitch length because it is like a top stitch. Just making sure I line up with that top edge. And off we go. I'm going to go backwards, forwards a couple times on that top edge to make that secure. And I'm using the one part of my foot. I always change it. So I'm still using a walking foot like I showed you on the last one because I love, love, love the walking foot. It keeps everything nice and steady. And I just change, depending on what I'm sewing, I change my visual guide within the foot because there's so many lines and things. You can usually find something to follow. So I'm going around the 2 sides and the bottom edge. Doing bits now, haven't I? Thank you. I thought it had skipped a stitch then, but it hasn't.
I moved it way out of your way. No, you can't reach your fingers.
Making it hard for me. And I should say as well that the opening, I don't know if you can see, but there is the opening, that is on the bottom edge.
Oh, the turning gap thing.
Yeah, the turning gap, yeah, thank you. Lift the foot and turn. I feel like, yeah, the machine's not happy. What have I done this time, mate? Oh, it's unthreaded itself. What the...
Yeah, while you do that, I'm just going to pop over here and go through some of your patterns while you thread up and go through the edge. Because we've got so many, and also remember there are special price. Shh. Today only. Right, so let's go through the first one. This is the Smitey purse. There we go. That has the pattern, on the overhead, sorry, the pattern and all the pieces as well. It's a small but mighty purse. Perfect for nights out or everyday use. There we go. And you've got, oh yes, you've got.
That's my working purse, so there is cards in
this is Emma's very own purse. Look, so all the pattern pieces as well. Should we see what Emma's got in her purse? Oh, all sorts of cards.
Maybe don't show my cards.
Yeah, we won't show the card. But you can see, look, so it's lovely, beautifully lined. You've got a zip pocket at the front, it's got a clasp on it. And then inside, you've got pockets for money. You've got loads of room for cards, extra zip pockets in there. What a brilliant... Is this what you use all the time?
Yeah.
It's gorgeous, really nice. But like you say, it could be a night out purse, couldn't it?
Yeah.
Lipstick.
Yes.
Car keys.
Yeah.
Perfect. So that's the Smitey purse. £9.99. That price will go up at midnight to £12.99 because somebody didn't do it. That's that one. The Nabbet bag. So why is this called the Nabbet bag then?
That is named after my nanny Betty.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
It's a feature-packed handbag with lots of organisation pockets.
It's got loads in there.
And that's the sort of thing she wanted.
Yeah, she was very glamorous. She passed when I was quite young, but she was very glamorous, always very glamorous, and I can imagine her having that as a bag.
Really?
There's loads of pockets inside. It's got a zipper fastening at the top, and then inside you've got, let me try and remember, you've got a central divider with a water bottle holder. You've got pockets coming off of that central divider. There is an outside pocket on the front. There's an inside pocket as well.
There's loads on
and
this.
And another slip pocket, yeah.
Wow.
I think there's like 9 pockets on the top of my head.
So for £9.99, you're getting... Oh, no, this one's £10.99. But that one will go up to 12. we don't really understand the price, so we're just going to go with it. Still a saving, because that's going to go up again. So this is really like your ultimate handbag, because it's spacious, it's got loads of pockets, you've got these full-size pattern piece, you can really use up your fabric. You know, there's lots of different choices. If you're going to use a PU or a canvas, or you can use cotton and use interfacing, so much going on in this bag. Love that. Next one is the Valentina box. Oh, I like that. Tell me about the Valentina box.
The Valentina, so I've got a free project on my YouTube channel called the Valentina pouch.
Right.
So this is similar to that, and it has that same on the pouch as well as the box. It has a heart cutout that you put whatever fabric, you know, fussy cut, a bit of print on there.
Nice.
And yeah, it's a really good storage box.
Brilliant.
So I've had people make them out of a waterproof fabric and use them in their bathroom.
Oh, that's a good idea. And it's got a lid.
Yeah, it's got a lid and it's got a magnetic, optional magnetic clasp to close it. Yes.
Oh, that's lovely. So if you want an awesome storage box with lid, this is really lovely.
And it does fit fat quarters really nicely too.
Oh, does it? Okay, so you could store all your fabric beautifully as well. Just $9.99. We'll do all of these. Then we've got the, we know you've got this one, haven't you? The Munch box.
Yes, where is that one?
I've seen it around.
Here it is.
There it is. The Munch box.
Again, my lunch box.
This is Emma's lunch. Should we see what she's got in for her lunch?
There's nothing in there.
She's got pork pies.
Loads of sweets.
She's got Percy pigs and everything in here. This is lovely. So this is the perfect lunch box, isn't it? Look, so I guess you can lie it out for your picnic, can't you?
Yeah, that's the idea. So you can use that front bit as a little table.
As a little table.
Yeah.
So it'd be good if you were having a picnic on a train, wouldn't it?
Yes. And the other way as well is because it's got the two zippers.
Yeah, so
you can do those half up. And then you can just open the top bit and reach in.
Yeah, or you can open it like this, you see.
Yeah.
And then you just reach in for your lunch. That's fab. We've got mesh pockets on the side to put apples.
Apples are my idea, and that's what I use, is that I always have like a coffee cup and a bottle of water.
Right.
Or when I come here, as you saw, I have my breakfast. So I have a little bottle of milk.
It's perfect, and that goes in there. Yeah. You've got the extra tag that can put your keys on, or whatever you fancy.
Yeah, or a long strap.
Yeah.
To go over your shoulder.
Oh, I see, so you could add a strap to that.
Yeah.
To put over your shoulder. We've got another one there. This is brilliant. This is the perfect lunch box, isn't it?
Yeah. I've actually fitted almost 4 people's meals in.
Wow. So yeah, if you're going away out for a family picnic, just a day out. Oh, you've got an extra zip pocket here as well. Good for kids.
Great for kids. And also you use the thermal fleece interfacing.
Oh, the Thermalan.
So that it, the Thermalan, so that it reflects the heat or the cold, so you can keep things hot or cold.
This is fab. I love that. Just $9.99. And what did you say you used something for this?
Yes, so I made my coat. Got outside my raincoat.
And that was to match your raincoat.
This is the excess.
Loving that.
I bought too much.
Fabulous. Right, I'm going to just rush through these quickly, or we're going to run out of time. Next one is the hold all bag. So that's for your water bottle. $6.99. The perfect bottle carrier to attach to a backpack or a book bag using the hidden Velcro attachment. Just $6.99. The Bronte case. A supply case or doll bag. Use the inner compartments to organise your supplies, or for little ones to carry their dolls in. So it's like a little baby suitcase.
It is like a baby suitcase, and my little one is called Bronte, hence the name.
So it is to keep your doll, or just to keep like a little suitcase.
So I designed it for her because she's obsessed with Barbies and all of those good things. And she always wanted to take a few with her, usually to if we're going out for food or something. She'd be like, oh, I need these dolls. So we needed something to put them in. So that's why I designed it. But then as I was making it, I realised it would be an amazing sewing caddy.
Yeah, it is. It's brilliant.
So I was using that for ages as a sewing caddy. I've now got a new pan, which is a sewing caddy, but it's still really good if you want something that's enclosed and you want to grab it, if you're going on the train to a retreat or something like that.
Yeah.
People have used it for hair tools, your hair,
that'd be
hair products,
good, wouldn't it?
stuff like that, and tongs. What else? People have even used it for breast pumps, if you can believe.
Yeah. So it's just having a little fabric suitcase for something very specific.
Yeah, and it's got a divider down the middle, so you've got those two sections, and then when you open up the lid, it's got I think it's got 3 or 4 zipper compartments as well.
Fab. Just £9.99. Bargain. These are all a bargain, honestly. The colouring caddy, this is lovely. So this is for all your pens, crayons and supplies and colouring and artist things, but you could put sewing tools in it as well. Actually be very good for crochet hooks.
I was going to say, people have used it for crochet.
Yeah, I would use that for crochet hooks.
Absolutely.
That's lovely. That's brilliant. So you could use it, I mean, kids would love it obviously for their colouring. You could use it for your crochet hooks. But what a nice gift. Fill it up.
And there's a big slot on the back as well, so you can put your colouring. Actually, there's 2.
Okay.
So you can put your colouring books or your papers in there for your colouring.
Really nice. Sorry, I am rushing through these, or we won't get that. The unicorn bag. Oh, I love that. Now, this one comes with the zip and the hardware. £29.99. So obviously not the fabric, but it's a shoulder bag. A fun shoulder bag for kids because it looks like a unicorn, or people who love unicorns.
Yes, it doesn't have to.
So you've got the clasp, the square rings, the lobster clasp. So it's got all of the bits you need except for the fabric.
Yeah,
even the zip. That's fab. Right, we've got to get through these. So the Layla pouch. A quilted pouch with bound seams, a fantastic school pencil case, toiletry bag. Oh. No, this is the Layla pouch. No, Ben's put the wrong one in.
So the Layla pouch.
Yeah, he just went, he was looking for L. Right, there's the Layla pouch, £9.99.
That's named after my eldest daughter.
Oh, it's lovely. So it could be a wash bag, a toilet bag, a pencil case, but all in patchwork.
Yeah.
Use up your scraps for that one.
Quilt as you go.
Next one is the Swalk bag.
Sealed with a loving kiss.
I remember that. Envelope style crossbody bag with 2 options for different levels. Just £9.99. The Dino pencil case. We love this. The only dinosaur that won't bite you. Although they may not have, who knows? Some of them were vegetarians. They might have bitten you though, mightn't they? Might still have done. Dinosaur pencil case, so you've got the zip for the mouth. That is absolutely gorgeous. Right, the Luna backpack. That's the mini backpack, perfect for all ages. I love a mini backpack. Made quite a few of these. Quite love a mini backpack, so that's really, really useful, isn't it?
It's like a midi size, so it's not like tiny,
not the tiny.
It's...
is it like lunch bag size?
Yeah, it's probably similar to
that. So a bit sort of that kind of size.
It's a bit taller.
Right.
And it's, again, you've got lots of pockets in there. You've got a water bottle holder. Love a water bottle
holder. So great for kids taken to school. But I mean, my handbag is always a mini backpack because it's easy for me to carry. I can just put it on my shoulder if I need to put it on. But I always have, because you can get so much stuff in them.
Yeah.
I'd never have a normal handbag. My handbags are always backpacks. So this is perfect.
Yeah.
And again, you know, buying these patterns, it's a way of you using up your fabric stash. You can use the same fabric for the whole thing or use a different fabric for each piece. Right. The last one is the Meow bag. It's a cat-shaped bag. Love that. It's got ears. Oh, we've got this one. Look at this. This is Emma's handbag. Look at that. It is cat-shaped. Because look, it's got ears.
So you can make it as subtle or as obvious as you want.
Yeah, this is a subtle cat bag. Yeah. But you see, if you didn't want it to be, you could put a nose on, whiskers.
Exactly.
I would.
Yeah, and I have made a, I don't know if we're allowed to say it, but a certain very famous kitty cat.
Right.
And I do show you, again, I have all videos for all of these patterns.
Okay.
But I have another video if you have Photoshop and Illustrator and you can do it yourself.
Oh, cool.
Because obviously I can't sell.
No, but you could do it yourself, so you could put all of that on.
It, yeah.
So that's just £9.99. Where are you going to find patterns for that? That's such a good price. But that goes up at midnight. Anyway, we've got through all the patterns, so let's get back to you for 10 minutes. That took ages. But the machine's working now.
Well, it was the thread, so I'm not going to show you the back.
Okay.
The front looks okay.
Right, the Tilda one that Emma is demonstrating has sold out.
Oh, okay.
So the only way now that you can get the pattern is if you buy the Liberty one. So I come over here and do that. We're never going to get through these. So the only way you can get the pattern now is if you buy the Liberty one, which is the sample that we have there, which has got the Liberty fabric, the olive fabric, and you get the pattern as well. And then the final one is the William Morris one. So you get the cream William Morris fabric for the outer. Beautiful. That's from the I think that's from the mineral range, the Marigold it's called, that pattern. And then you get a like a milk chocolate brown as the lining and the contrast fabric. So that's the only way you can get the pattern. The patterns are in both of those. Right.
Okay. So I have stitched that on, as we showed you, as we talked about.
Yes.
And then I'm just going to measure on 3 centimetres.
So this is where you can change the measurements if you've got fat pencils.
Exactly.
Or you don't want to put pencils in it.
Yeah, exactly. Always have to just double check it is that line. Yeah, so you want to measure that on and draw a line. You don't have to draw a line. You can use friction pen, you can use chalk, whatever is your preferred, method. Or you could leave that completely open so you've got a bigger slip pocket.
Okay.
We are going to have a slip pocket over the top of that as well, but that's to, you've got choices basically. So we're going to stitch along that middle line first, and then I'm going to go along the bottom, and then I'm going to go up there as my first one, and then I'm going to stop and I'm going to start and do that one.
Okay.
Make sense?
Yep, yes.
I have changed the thread. I mean, it makes it easier for you guys to see anyway.
Oh, okay. I find with these machines, because I've got an Elna, if the end of the spool is on too tight, the thread breaks.
Oh, it could be that, yeah.
It took me about a month to work that one out.
I don't have an Elna.
Not even too tight, but if it's just too close, the tension on the thread is too great.
Yeah.
And then it breaks it. So you have to have it on all the thread spool falls off, but you have to hit just the right level.
I think what it was that in Classic, I had a different thread on the top than on the bobbin.
Oh, really?
Different, yeah, I had cotton, which I shouldn't have had, but it's fine. And then I've got polyester underneath.
Didn't like that
it's
either.
One of those, yeah. So you'll see, I'll show you in a sec, that seam has now disappeared.
Because, oh, I see, because that's your dividing line.
Yeah. And so I'm just going along, I'm going over those stitches. It's going to be really obvious because I've got a different colour thread, a very different colour thread now. But you'll see. And you want to go backwards and forwards a couple times at the top, because that's obviously going to be wear and tear on that area. And then you could pull through the threads like I showed you on the last hour to make it even more secure. I'm going to pull that out and cut the threads, and then I'm going to start back again on this next line. Go backwards and forwards to start. You're going to see every little wonky stitch with this thread. No pressure.
I know, that is the problem, isn't it? Is that you can see every little bit that goes wrong. But you're the only one who'd see it because it's inside your bag, isn't it?
Well, normally you'd use a thread that, I should have used a peach thread, really.
Yeah, but we can see it better, so it's good.
Well, yeah, exactly. It is good for the demo. Oops. Didn't cut that thread underneath. So, there you go. You can see I haven't gone to the top of that. But you can see, look, you can't see that seam now,
no,
can you?
That's amazing.
So now you've got your slip pocket and you've got your 3 pen slots. Then you're going to have another slip pocket that goes over the top, which is why I pre-did this one, because I want to show you how to do that.
Yes, that makes sense.
Okay, so here is the other slip pocket. Move that out of the way. And again, it says the top when it's folded. This is important because if you do it the wrong way round, it's not going to fit. So what I do is I keep my pattern piece. Once I cut it out, you can either use the labels that come with it, or often I will keep the pattern piece with it because it's got information on that.
Yeah, that's true. So just keep it pinned on. But you do that with dress patterns, don't you? You always keep them pinned on until
Yeah, some people prefer labels, so that's why I include the two kind of thing. So I'm placing it right sides together. Just going to double, triple check that I've done that the right way. And then I'm going to stitch along that long edge at the bottom. I'm just going to place one clip in and go from that top. And I'm going to do 2.5 stitch length because it is like a structural seam. I've done that right, haven't I? Yeah, I'm having doubts now.
Well, you did, the top was there.
I know, just say that. I'm having serious doubts.
I think
it looks different. I think I've done it differently. Right, backwards. It's okay. You know what it is? I think as well, because obviously I have all my patterns tested. I have about 8 testers for each pattern. Yeah, so they go through it with a fine-tooth comb. But the problem is that I make my patterns before they get tested, and now I'm thinking about it.
Someone's tested
that was wrong, and I haven't changed it round.
But on the pattern that you get, yours will be right. Yeah, that looks more.
So we'll just go backwards. I'm glad I realised that. It is one of those
Your
days.
pattern will be absolutely fine.
Your pattern is fine. This is version 1. You know what I'm going to do?
But this is, you're doing so well though. You're doing so well. Just sort of do a little arrow, turn round.
Yeah. Cut out the actual pattern. That would solve it, wouldn't it? I don't know. Right, so I'm using a 1 centimetre seam allowance, which you have on all the pattern pieces, unless it tells you. It will tell you very clearly in the pattern if it's not that. Backwards and forwards, and I'm going to leave an opening on the bottom edge. Or you can leave it on the side, totally up to you. I mean, if you want to be really particular, probably leaving the opening on the side is going to be a bit stronger, because then you've got 2 lines of stitching on that bottom edge. So let's do that. Okay, so I've cut the thread and I'm going to start again up here. So I've got around about 3 or 4 inches opening in that side. Hopefully I've left enough. Yeah, I think I have. So cut those threads. Always cut as you go along.
So you do need, I was just going to say, you do need a zip for this, for the internal pocket.
Yes.
But we have got those. If you have a look on the website, we've got zips. So if you need one specifically, if you haven't got one, we do have those if you've got the kit.
Yeah, and this is a Sewing Street zip, so it matches.
Okay, so if you want a zip, we do have them on the website. If you could just go on sewingstreet.com and click on Watch Live. If you scroll there, we've got them listed. So
brilliant.
Get your zip now.
Get your zip now before you forget, because it's always the one thing.
Oh,
like,
I know. It's so annoying, but we do have them there.
So I'm going to snip those corners now. This is exactly the same way as how you do your pen pockets. Again, it's all clearly explained. And there's photos as well, step-by-step photos as you go along with each step and the video. Okay, so let's get those out the way. And we're going to reach through, turn that the right way out. When I cut the corners, you want to make sure you don't snip the stitches, obviously. Well, maybe not obviously. You'll just want to be really careful, basically.
Hi all, I've been really inspired by this show. I've purchased several items and really look forward to having a go. Oh. You make it seem so doable. Aww. Sent by Plasp in Norfolk.
Oh, thank you.
It is doable. I know Emma makes it look so easy, but she spent a lot of time writing these patterns and with all the testers, and I think they are doable.
Yes.
Because you go into a lot of detail about, and also I like the way that you give people choice. So you could do this, or you could do this.
Yeah.
Or you don't have to do this.
Yeah.
You know, so if you were making this bag and you thought, oh, I don't want to do all those pockets, you just leave them out.
Yeah.
You don't need to do that.
No, I mean,
and your patterns are amazing value, even if they were full price.
Thank you.
Especially at their special discounted price. But they are, because you've got so much stuff in them. So thank you for that message. I mean, it's lovely for, for Emma and our guest designers to hear that, because I think you do make it look like I could do this.
Thank you. I do believe that everyone can. Just give it a go.
It just takes time. The more you do it, the better you get as well.
Yeah, and just go slow, try not to, I wouldn't say if you're getting into bag making, don't make something that it's like, oh, I need to make this as a gift by a certain date. Do your first one for you, just go slowly, take it slow, have a video up so you can sew along, pause it, rewind, all the rest of it. And then Well, also, the only way you get better at using your sewing machine is like driving a car. It's just practice, isn't it? I feel like with my machine, when I got a new one, I had to relearn how to drive. Because it behaves slightly differently. It did things and you had to... But like getting a different car, isn't it? It is, and I realised I put it up in my group that I'd got a new machine, and they were like, "Have you tried it yet?" And I was like, "No," because I was a bit nervous about it, because you get so used to the machine and all the features and all the rest of it. So we've turned that through. We would give that a press, but for time, I'm not going to. And then I'm going to top stitch along that top edge, the folded edge.
Okay. But you've got to have something to practice with. If you're making something, then get one of the patterns, have a go.
Yeah.
Choose a pattern that's most likely that you want to make, and just do it really slowly.
And if you do get stuck, I'm always in the Sewing Street fans group, and I have my own group, Sew, Create and Craft. So lots of people in there have sewn these patterns. So if you get stuck, you can just post in there. And 9 times out of 10 I see it, or someone else can help,
Donna says, brilliant demo as usual. Looking forward to learning lots from Emma in the 77 Club.
Oh, thank you, Donna.
But and also you pick up tips from everybody as well. Everyone will give you learn different ways yourself of, oh, that's a really good way to do that.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, everybody does things slightly differently, and that's absolutely okay.
And the joy of making a bag and going out with it and going, this has got everything I want in it.
Yeah,
it's
and
just
then
joyous.
Someone going, oh, I love your bag. And you go, thanks, I made it.
I made it.
And then they go, can you make me one? Then you have to learn.
And you go, no.
To say no.
No.
As a full sentence.
Yes. Just no.
I love that. Someone said no is a full sentence. I was like, yes, it is. Yes.
The way I say it is.
So I'm just going to fold that in half. So I've got that crease line so I can know where my middle is, and then I'm going to match that crease line up with that stitch line. And you're going to place
so it doesn't go on top of it completely?
No.
Oh yeah, I wasn't looking, you see. I thought it went...
So you want it to show a little
because one's above the other, of course.
Yeah. And it tells you in the pattern how far down to put that, etc.
Nice.
So I'm matching up that middle crease line with that
like a
line
sleeping
there.
bag.
Yeah. Sleeping bag in a bag.
Yeah, because there's a little head poking out the top.
Oh, I see. Like a pillow.
Yeah, that's the sleeping bag. You should call it that. This is the sleeping bag pocket.
I think you've been to Glastonbury too long.
Yeah, I know, my sleeping bag. Still, I washed it. It could be a technical name for a pocket assembly when you have one on top of the other, but one sticks out. It's a sleeping bag pocket.
Oh, there you go.
I've made
That's
that up.
yours. Right, I'm going to stitch around those 3 edges, and I'm going to make sure that's my opening there. You could have your opening anywhere, but
right.
I'm going to make sure I just be really careful that I catch both layers nicely on that edge.
Okay.
3.5 stitch length again.
But also, you see, with that bottom pocket, so if your top stitching isn't 100% straight, nobody will know. So it's a good place to practice it.
And you're going to use thread that matches your fabric that is hidden. I wanted to just show you a little technique on this slip pocket. Okay. If you start on that top line of stitching, you know, the one that we just top stitched, you do, what is that? It's about 3/4 of a centimetre. We're going to be particular, but really it doesn't really matter. I haven't measured it, yeah. Go backwards and forwards, because that's the whole point. And then this is going to help stop your slip pocket. You can do this on any bag.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
Stop your slip pockets from gaping as much. It's going to keep it more secure. Just adds an extra layer of security, because you're going to be, you know, having some wear and tear on the pockets. Needle down and turn. Thank you. And do that long bottom edge. And this is where you would go up a needle. I haven't, so I'm living on the edge. But this is where you would normally go up a needle. And for when you're top stitching at the end, you're going to top stitch around the top of the bag. You're going to want to make sure.
Well, quite often needles come in, so I tend to buy mixed packet sizes so that you can, because often you'll get maybe a 70, 80 and 90 or an 80, 90, 100. So just go up a size.
Yeah, and if you're not sure, you want to learn more about needles, I do have a video on that on my YouTube as well, which might be helpful when you know, so you know what to order and all the rest of it.
And also when you find your favourite, because everyone has their favourite, because we tend to do the same sorts of stitching, so I buy lots of them because I have my favourite type and my favourite size, so I just buy packets of them.
Yeah. So again, I'm going to go across, so I'm going to put the needle down, turn the work and just do about a centimetre roughly, go backwards.
That's a really good idea, because sometimes you see people do little triangles at the top, don't they?
Yeah, so you could do that. I was going to say
that's,
about that.
No, but that's nice, because that's a bit of, sometimes it's a bit fiddly moving it all around so many times, but just with one turn.
Oh, wait, let me do that now. Okay.
Right.
What time have we got left?
No, we haven't now.
No, we haven't.
No, we haven't. Ben's actually standing up.
Oh dear.
He's just do you think because he's standing up he means you've gone over time?
No, shaking his head.
We can see him.
Brilliant.
Can we have any longer, Ben? Yeah, okay, we can have a bit. Is there anything else you'd like to show?
No, I mean we're kind of there. What I was going to show is this pocket on the side.
Yeah, he said we can.
Okay.
Because he's intimidated us standing up.
So then you're going to get your side panels. You're making me laugh now. You're going to get your side panels and you're going to attach the sides along there. So you've got it right sides together and you're sandwiching in the cup
So that's
holder.
holding all of this in place now.
Yeah, exactly. I'll put that on there. Pop some clips in. Just going to turn that around. And we're going to stop 1 centimetre from the bottom edge.
Okay.
And stitch that in place. I recommend that you do measure it, that 1 centimetre.
Okay, and mark it as well.
And mark
on there.
it, yeah. I know I'm not.
But it's all in the instructions.
It is.
So remember, you can't get the instructions on their own anymore because they sold out. But we have two kits. We have the Liberty one and the William Morris one, both of which have the instructions. And once you've got that, you can make the bag using those instructions. Then you've got the instructions to make lots of others. Because I think it'd make a lovely scrap piece bag. I'd use a different piece of fabric for every piece, just because. Yeah. And see what happens.
Or you could do like Quilts You Go, quilt it.
You could, each single piece, that would be really nice.
Onto your H640.
And also because you've got very definite front and back panels, if you've got a piece of fabric you love, maybe you've got like a 10-inch layer cake or something, you've got one piece of fabric you love, put that on the front and then just choose other print plain fabrics in a similar colourway to have a really unique bag. But once you've got the pattern, you see, all of those options are available. And for the pockets on the inside, use those lovely fabrics that you haven't got a lot of, because they will give you joy every time you put something in that pocket.
That is so true.
They just do, don't they?
Yeah.
I made a bag from a tea towel and it's gorgeous because I love this tea towel so much. It's my Glastonbury bag. And I had a Glastonbury tea towel and I loved it so much I thought I'm going to make it into a bag.
Yeah, that's a great idea.
Because for something like this you could choose the best bit from the tea towel and have that as the front of the bag.
And often you buy nice tea towels and then they get all mucky.
Oh, I know.
Which is really annoying.
Never. Make them into bags.
That's the whole point, isn't it? But
I should write a pattern for my tea towel bag.
Yeah, there you go. So I've done that seam. And then what I wanted to show you was this little sneaky pocket. So we're then going to take our cup holder and we're going to follow it along. So
because that goes on the inside. Oh, okay.
Yeah. So then I'm going to pop a clip in there, not a pin. So that then we're going to baste along that edge, along the bottom, and then up. I need to measure it, and then up to make that small pocket. So I just need to quickly find that measurement.
Yeah, and I'll show you. I'll show you what that looks like in real. So that's what that looks like. So you get 2 pockets then?
Yeah. Well, you could also split that in half if you wanted 2 little extra pen pockets at the bottom of your bag.
Yeah, that's true. Very useful.
You could do what you like. So what I do normally is I make a mark along that bottom edge where I need it to be, and then I just use my ruler rather than eyeballing it, because then when you stitch it, you're going to get a nice straight line. Always with friction pens, double check that they come out, because they don't always come out. I have had that happen on a quilt. Not the best. Then you have to wash it, even if you don't want to wash it.
Yeah, that's true.
So I'm going to stitch along that edge. Well, baste along that bottom and then up there. I say baste, but you can do it in a shorter stitch length if you want to just stitch it all the same. And not have to worry about the stitch length.
Just something to hold it in place anyway.
Exactly, yeah.
I like your tin. So cute.
Thank you. And when I baste, I always baste within the seam allowance. So like I said, they're always 1 centimetre seam allowances, nearly always, unless it's a zipper. So, you know, about 1/2 centimetre is how I baste. And then I'm following that bottom edge of stitching.
Oh yeah, I guess because that's your pocket that you don't want stuff to fall out of the bottom of.
Yeah, and you want to just follow the line of, you know, the distance up from there. You're going to follow that along. Needle down, turn the work, and then I'm going to go up. And if you're using a friction pen, don't forget to take out the marks as well, because obviously, you know, I usually take them out as I go along, because otherwise I forget.
I know, and then it's really hard getting your iron inside. You find them later.
Well, you know, you can use a hairdryer.
Oh, that is true, yes. But then I really can't be bothered then. No way I'm going upstairs to get my hairdryer. Far too lazy.
So that's how you make the water bottle holder.
Well, I think you've shown us all the interesting bits.
Yeah.
That's really useful. That is fantastic. Well, thank you so much, Emma. Sorry about the patterns. I don't know what happened there. We will be having a word with those button pressers.
Everyone's getting a deal, so.
Yeah, they are, which is lovely. Do you know when you're back with us?
I am, the 13th, which is week on Wednesday.
No, I think it might be no, that's August. I think it's a Thursday.
I think it's Wednesday.
Oh yeah, Thursday the 13th, Friday. Yes, I remember thinking at least Friday wasn't the 13th.
It's a Wednesday, I've got everything wrong.
Oh, okay, well that's great. Thank you so much for today. I've learnt loads, it's been brilliant.
Oh,
it's been really, really nice. And and thank you for my dog bag pattern as well. I will send you a picture when I've finished it. I'm really excited about it. I'm going to get all my hardware first though. Anyway, thank you for joining me for this hour. Now, the next one, it's all about Tilda. Oh, it's all been laid out on the desk. It is beautiful. If that doesn't inspire you to make something gorgeous, nothing will. Michael is stroking it as I speak because it is gorgeous. Don't go anywhere. I'll see you back here in a couple of minutes' time.
Hello everyone, I'm Delphine Brooks. I've been part of the Sewing Street family now for over a year, and it's been the most incredible journey so far. Some of you may already know that I like all things sewing, anything from quilting to toy making, needle felting, and of course applique, which is my favourite. The best thing about being part of the show is being able to share with you my imagination and bringing you new ideas and new designs and patterns, and seeing how you interpret those designs and make your own work, and then sharing your images of those is the most rewarding part for me. I'm currently working on lots of new ideas and exciting projects that I cannot wait to bring to the show and share with you all. But in the meantime, take care everyone and happy sewing.
Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again.
like about coming to the Festival of Quilts is a chance to see what people are making and really share my own enthusiasm for the quilting world.
People come from all over the world and all over the UK to visit. There's quite a wide variety of traders. I mean, from sewing machines down to sewing needles.
Loads of fun, lots of choice.
The quilts at the show today have been very inspiring because they've been done by lots of different people. They've got different techniques, different colour combinations.
Oh, it's the biggest thrill when you're chosen and you get a first prize.
Sewing Street have our very own app. You can now watch and shop from anywhere. Simply download the app from your app store onto your smartphone or tablet, then log in or create an account, and you're done. You can watch us live from anywhere, browse all our recently played items and pre-orders so you never miss out on any show deals, and message the studio to say hello at any time. And remember, you can check out as many times as you want and only pay 1 P&P all day.
Are you a fan of Sewing Street? Why not join our growing Facebook fans pages? Just search Sewing Street Fans on Facebook and click Join Group. Never miss out on the latest news and updates from our presenters and guest designers, special offers and plenty of chat with your fellow fans. Share photos of your makes, ask for advice, interact with your favourite guests and presenters and be a part of the ever-growing sewing community. See you there!
Here at Sewing Street, we're always looking at ways to make your shopping experience better. That's why on certain items, we have split pay. So with the split pay, depending on the price of the item, you can split the cost twice, 3 times, or 4 times. So that means you pay once, then you pay monthly until it's finished. And you know what? We do not charge any interest whatsoever. Isn't that fantastic? Split pay, you say? Well, yes, please. I'm off to buy myself an overlocker.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. Head on over to www.sewingstreet.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done. Never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
If you're a Sewing Street customer, no matter how many times you check out in one day, you will only pay 1 postage and packaging. So don't wait to add the item you want to your basket and check out. You will only pay 1 P&P even if you check out multiple times in one day.
Are you a fan of Sewing Street? Why not join our growing Facebook fans pages? Just search Sewing Street Fans on Facebook and click Join Group. Never miss out on the latest news and updates from our presenters and guest designers, special offers and plenty of chat with your fellow fans. Share photos of your makes, ask for advice, interact with your favourite guests and presenters and be a part of the ever-growing sewing community. See you there! Welcome back to Sewing Street. It's all about Tilda. Look at the Tilda. How glorious is it? Michael's looking a bit grumpy about his Tilda now. He's spent ages arranging it. Look, let me just arrange how beautiful it is. And unfortunately, it was available as a beautiful large bundle but we've only got one left, so I said I'm going to have to take them out so I can show you them separately, and he's arranged it as a thing of beauty. But loads of you have bought it on pre-order, so now we've got to sell them individually. I know. Honestly, does that not just look, when you look at it, because we have got them all individually, I'm just thinking, you know, that inspires you. It doesn't matter which colours, which order you put them in. I mean, that is a beautiful quilt, isn't it? Absolutely beautiful. It is a patchwork jacket. I keep thinking about that, about the Tilda. It is gorgeous, isn't it? Anyway, I'll come back to that in a minute because we've got a bit of a deal on these lovely fat quarters. So I'm going to start with this one because I like that one the best. That is RKZW65. This is the Hometown collection. I'm going to untie it so you can see what they look like. So in this one, you get 5 fat quarters. Let me just check the sizes. Depends whether, so they're all, oh, these are English ones. They're all 20 by 22 inches, which is 50 by 55 centimetres. Let me show you. So these are the fat quarters. I'll show you what one looks like. So if you've never bought this fat quarters before, because I know we always presume, oh, everybody watches every day and knows everything. A fat quarter is half a metre of fabric that's then cut in half again. What are you looking for, Mike? Oh, the purse. It was here on my oh, it's on there on the trolley. So this is what I was saying, the difference between an English fat quarter and an American fat quarter. So if it's an English one, it'll be cut metric, so you'll be cut as half a metre. If it's a American one, it'll be cut as half a yard, so it's slightly shorter. So an American one will be 18 inches, 18 by 22, is 22, because normally the fabric is 44-inch width. But 18 inches is not 50 centimetres, you see, because it's half a yard. So this is an English one, so it's 20 by 22, so you get another couple of inches. So always check when you buy a fat quarter what the exact size is, because if you need it exactly and you're missing those 2 inches, it makes a difference. Now, are we doing a special deal, Benjamin? One day special. $19.99 for 5 fat quarters, but no, Benjamin special, $15.99. Wow, that's just one of them. Anyway, I love that one because I love that blue and that red. Now, it's hard to describe them, but they are just Tilda colours. They're like a denim chambray, and the red is a sort of a deep corally red. It's beautiful. So that's one of them. There's the other one. Beautiful. I love. 7 left. Look at this one. It's got ladies. Ladies who are going to a party. These look a bit like ladies in long maxi dresses with fans. That's 3. Beautiful trees, but on a really nice spotty background. I mean, this is gorgeous, isn't it? And then, look at that. I mean, that's gorgeous, isn't it? Absolutely gorgeous. Let me cover up those. I've got too many things. I love that one. So that's the blue. So you've got 5 Tilda fat quarters, 20 by 22 inches each, just $15.99. I mean, look at the scale of the print. This is my favourite one. I love that one. Right, let's move on to the next one. There's only 4 of those left and 9 in baskets. So if it's in your basket, get checked out very quickly. If you don't worry, you're not going to have to pay your postage and packing again once you've checked out, if you do check out again. So get that checked out because we haven't got many left. Right, let's do the green one next. Are you going to match the price, Benjamin? Well, it would be mean not to, because you can't discriminate against the green. That wouldn't be kind, wouldn't it? You have to be kind. Can't undo that. I just have to pull them out. Always be kind, especially to the green fabric. Right, now these are, the prints are the same, I think, but just a different colour. Look at that. That's beautiful. Now, if you've bought the blue one, just saying, it will go really well with the green one because the prints are the same, they're just a different colour. So they will look lovely together. There's the ladies who dance. Then you've got the larger floral print one. You've got the trees with the multicoloured spots. Now again, $15.99. I mean, what's lovely about this green is it's a soft green, isn't it? It's not super vibrant, but it is Tilda green. And they all go together. So even if you've got the blue, it goes really nicely with the green. I'm just going to pinch that off, Michael, but I promise not to unfold it. He's just folded up my fabric. But I just want to show you, look, if you've bought the blue, see, when you look at that, the tonal range, you can see how well the blue goes with the green, doesn't it? Thank you for folding those up. He was just about to, at least you hadn't tied the ribbon around them. Oh dear, they've just fallen off. No, there's the green. Right, $15.99. Loads and loads of you got that in baskets. You need to get checked out on that one. And then the final one is the red. Ben just said he's not matching the price on the red. That's it. That's that, you know, red. I know, red up. That was genuine shock. Red. Now the red is lovely because I've not let him have this back. Let me just show you. Look how nice. If you've bought the blue, look. See? Red and blue, blue and red. Nice. Right, let me show you the whole of the red bundle. Again, price match, $15.99. There's ladies. That one's nice, isn't it? See, again, these are the same prints. So you're saving £4. So if you buy all three, that's £12, isn't it? Save £12, get 15 fat quarters. Beautiful. And look how nice that, I can't show you the greens because I think he will probably shoot me. I don't know, do you know, have you ever found you have problems folding up maps? I wonder whether it's a skill because I can't fold that piece, I just can't do that. I can't fold up maps either, and I've tried. So look, there's the blue. And there's the green with it. But how lovely. So if you buy all of them, you'll save £12 and they're all the same prints, but just the 3 colourways. That is a Tilda haberdashery. Right, I promise I won't show them again, right? Because he's standing here glaring at me because he keeps folding up these fabrics and then I undo them. There we go. Right, what one shall I do next, Ben? Shall I do this bundle? Look at this. This completely sold out on launch. It's called a bloom because it's a bloom. It's beautiful, isn't it? A bloom with blooms. This is Tilda's brand new collection called A Bloom. It's gorgeous. We've only had it once as a mega bundle before and it completely sold out. Beautifully arranged by Michael. But I'm going to show you now what is lovely about it is that you've got background colours that are then featured in flower colours in opposite ways. So for example, I mean this is my favourite one. I'll put it back where I found it. This is my favourite one. We have got them by the ½ metre, so I am going to be allowed to get them out. I love the colour of that. It feels like kind of vintage tea room blue. It's beautiful. And then on the top, you've got this lovely buttercup yellow surrounded by the Tilda coral, which is her red, but is always a coral version of red, around the outline outside of that. But, so you think there's 3 colours featured in there, but these colours then feature in the rest of it. So that blue is in here. The yellow is in there, the orangey colour is in there. So you've got all of these, you have got 12, because you've got 6 metres. 12 ½ metres, but, now this is the deal, one of them is free. You can have that one for free because that's my favourite. We only have 16 of these left. So 24 in baskets. They are absolutely stunning, aren't they? So they feature, shall I show you another one? Which one do I like that one as well. But look at this one. So they're all the same fabric, but just the different colourway. So whatever you make with them, it will go together beautifully. Shall I hold it up? Look. So that's your ½ metre. You're getting 12 of those, and one of them is free. Can be this one if you like. Isn't that gorgeous? So what I love about it is Tilda has her colour palette, but then when she brings out a new collection, she just brings out a different. I love the depth of colour in this is stunning. Absolutely stunning. And you think with 12 fabrics, 12 fabrics is fab, isn't it? You've got so much choice there. I mean, 6 metres of fabric, there's so much you can make. If you're going to make a quilt or a lap quilt or just a throw or something, you look at the fabric requirements. About 6 metres is right. And they go together beautifully. What I like about this is you don't then have to think about, oh, I don't know what colours to go together, I don't know what to choose. If you've got that, they all go together. Oh, it's just a nice thing to have. You know, when we had Emma on earlier and I was talking about if you make a pocket, and I know you can't see it if it's just a pocket that's within a zip, put one of these inside it, because every time that you open that pocket, it just gives you joy. Gorgeous. So £82.39, you are saving £7.49 because you're getting ½ metre for free. It's lovely. Shall I go through them individually? Right, let's go through them individually. Right, we'll start with my favourite one, which was this blue one. So this one is HDZW28. So if you just want one of them, is this most popular? Well. This is available by the ½ metre. So what that means is if you want more than ½ metre, it will be cut to order. When your order comes through to our warehouse, they take the bolt off the shelf, they'll cut whatever you want, whether it's ½ metre or 10 metres or 7.5, but in ½ metre increments. So just put that number of ½ metres you want in your order and it will be cut to order. So this is lovely for dressmaking. So when I had Rebecca Harrison on, week before last, launching her brand new book, she had a dress that she'd made from Tilda Fabric that I was lucky enough to wear. I had to give it back, unfortunately. But that was Tilda Fabric, and it made the most beautiful dress because though it's quilting weight cotton, it has a really nice soft drape feel to it because of the quality of it. So lovely for quilting, lovely for homewares, but do remember dressmaking as well. And it was beautiful. It was a lovely green. I don't think we've even got that fabric. Anyway, buy ½ metre, or if you want more, it's worth it. But that's my favourite one. Second favourite, ATZW71. So this has got your bluey purpley, more on the blue side than the purple side, but definitely a purple, with pink flowers with the coral red outlines around them. Okay, let's go green. HQZW43. This is I feel that's very 1950s green. It's called Fern, but it is that kind of vintage 50s green with the lovely pink flowers and then outlined with this darker pink as well. A bloom, fern. Actually, one good thing is Tilda does give her fabrics nice colour descriptions. They are quite, sometimes you see colour descriptions you think doesn't look anything like that, but hers are very accurate. This one's called Iris. Do you want the code for that one? And it is the mauvey purpley colour in the background is very Iris, isn't it? Okay, that one's Iris. Then we have let's see, because it's all on the... Keep the selvages. When you get yours home, cut the selvages off because they are lovely. I don't know what... That one's been cut off. Yes. What colour is that? Plum. That's a very, very ripe plum, isn't it? Then we have this one. So remember, you know, if you just want ½ metre of a couple of them, you can do that. Or if you want more than one. Tomato. That's a lovely, I mean, wouldn't that be a lovely summer maxi dress? Would look gorgeous, wouldn't it? Tilda, a bloom in tomato. And then we'll find out what the most popular is at the end. This one is FQ ZW56. So this is sky. So this is, well, this is a very not often seen in England, but on a beautiful summer's day, like last week, that's the colour of the sky. But it has to be a beautiful summer's day. That really, really clear. And then you've got kind of almost a citrine colour flower on it. Nice. Right, let's go for pink now. This is, oh, it is just called pink. Isn't it lovely in the pink? I think that is my favourite one. Oh, I don't know. Actually, well, let's go because it is lovely. It's nice with the blue, isn't it? Isn't it kind of, it's like bubblegummy. Next, this one is called cornflower. Very accurate, I think. Again, with that lovely fern green, this green one. Yeah, it's beautiful. It's a lighter version of the fern green in that, but don't they go together well in the flowers? Right, next. This is a more neutral one. This is mushroom. Yeah, I'd go mushroom. I'd say this was chestnut mushroom rather than your family value pack. There was whiter ones. Have you got that one? Yeah, mushroom. It's gorgeous, isn't it? And you've got that lovely sort of minty green colour print on it. See, I think that would make just a nice cushion. But if you've got the whole collection, you could have, you could make loads of tote bags with it. I really like that. Right, this one is, oh, that hasn't got a name on it. I wonder what this one's called. Is it denim? RFZW97. It's a beautiful blue. It's really, it's much deeper than it looks in the word. Oh, it's called petrol. Yeah, so it is that really lovely teal, deep teal colour. I mean, I thought it was denim, but it has got a bit of green to it as well. I often wonder why they call this colour petrol. I thought petrol was clear. But it is that. It is what you think of as a petrol colour. I guess when you get petrol spilled, it shimmers and it goes rainbowy then, though, doesn't it? Don't know. Right, the final one in the collection. Now, if you've bought the special bundle where you get half a metre free, these are all of the ones that you're going to get. So this is in Dijon, as in mustard. That's nice, isn't it? I mean, they just all go together so well. I think that still is. So which one is the winner, Ben? The winner is... The individual winner is, in first place, it's this one. That's the first one. Well, there we go. In fact, there's only 1/2 metre left of that. Right, the mega bundle, which has all of them, you get 12 half metres. So you get 6 metres in total, but we are giving you one free. So we are in single figures. So you are saving £7.49, and we have 33 of them in basket. So if you want to get your hands on it, you need to press the checkout button, because we only have 1/2 metre left of that one, and we are in single figures of the whole big bundle. And then that's it. I don't know whether we'll be getting this back, because it's only just been launched and we tend to sort of buy our quantity at the beginning, and it's unusual that we get it back, because if we keep getting the same stuff back, we can't have new. So if you want to get your hands on these, because you just like me, no idea which to choose. I mean, they are stunning, aren't they? I've got my pattern for the patchwork jacket now. I'm nearly there. I'm thinking, how nice would this be? Right, should we move on to more Tilda? Oh, that's sold out. Oh no, the big one. This one is in single figures, like low singles now, less than 5. The big one. Here, there you go, Michael, for you. He sort of grins at me nervously when I hand him that. You can see he's like grimacing because I've unfolded them all. Now look, the mega bundle has sold out, but I am going to show it to you because it's beautifully done. Have we got them by the ½ metre though? Oh, that's good. It is lovely, isn't it? But what you have to do is make your own, but you could make your own mega bundle, because the offer with the mega bundle was you got one of them for free. So obviously we don't, so just leave one out really that's your least favourite, and you could just make your own, because that was the offer with it. I don't even know where to start, so I'm going to start with the red one and just work my way around. So now this collection is the Bloomsville collection, Flower Tangle in Persimmon. Is persimmon a fruit? I feel like it is. Oh, the code. No, I've given you the fabric description. Struggling to find a sticker. Oh yeah, I've got one. It is HBZW84. It is a fruit. Isn't it one of those old fruits like a quince? Maybe I need to get a persimmon tree next. Yes. Because I've got a quince tree. I wonder what, did you know, anyone know out there, what does persimmon taste like? What do you make it into? Is it jam? Is it jelly? Is it... Why? You haven't got that one by the ½ metre? Oh, Ben. Right, can't have that one. Shall I read you the next one before I open it up? HPZW91. Got that one. Oh, this is beautiful. Yeah, maybe that's why we didn't have as many mega bundles as we wanted, because that one, I love this one. Look at the colour. It's crisp and beautiful. So this is called Sapphire, but the colour is beautiful. I mean, it's a really deep, strong blue, not like a navy, more like a denim shade, but a really good depth to it. And all of the flowers and the leaves are so beautifully outlined, and it's all multi-directional, which is great because it's so much easier to work with, isn't it? I love that one. Right, let's move on to, is this tomato available? KDZW27. Right, we've got that one. So this is the same, but in tomato. Late bloomer tomato. What I need to do is find all of late bloomers. Right, this one is late bloomer in corn, LGZW57. So in this collection, you see, as with most fabric collections, you get several prints, in one print in several colourways, and then several colourways in all the prints as well. I love this colour. It's kind of green and yellow at the same time. I think it is citrine, the name for it, or like a lichen. You know, when you get those lichens that are beautiful colours. That's gorgeous, isn't it? Then we've got late bloomer. I reckon this is petrol. DWZW69. What do you reckon? Lagoon. There we go. Right, next one. KIZW64. So this is a different print now. Same collection though. This is called Flower Tangle in green, just green. That's it's a real grass green. It's that grass one, you know, it's just rained and it's really, really vibrant green. It's only ever this green in the spring. It's that beautiful grass vibrant green. Right, next one, SNZW81. This one is, oh, I don't know, I haven't got the colour. Is this sapphire? Oh, blue. That one's just blue. This one must be flower tangle. Is this in corn? No. Mustard. That's gorgeous, isn't it? Aren't they? They're just beautiful. Look at those two colours together. They're really lovely, aren't they? Right, I'm going to, let's do these because I love these. These feature ones. These are beautiful. So this one is Garden Vista in light corn. So you've got these individual ladies, just like with the other collection, you always have sort of a pictorial one. Japanese ladies with the vases, gorgeous. So you could even use these for fussy cutting. They'd make the nice centre blocks if you use them in a quilt. Or they would look lovely if you were doing a bit of EPP and you wanted just small birds or the vases on it. That would be really nice. So we've got it in corn. Is that one up there? Yep. Then we've got, oh, I don't know what colour, it doesn't say what colour that one is. What colour's that? A dove. Okay. I would go very pale grey. Maybe that's what a dove is. Oh, I always think doves is white. Very pale grey. This is Garden Vista in, is this one turquoise? I tell you what it looks like, yeah, pancake batter. Pancake batter. I don't think that sounds as good though, does it, as dove? Pancake batter. That's so lovely, isn't it? Ben's being creative. So fussy cut out all of the ladies and then what? You want, yeah. And then sew them all back together again, slash cut them. I'm not sure about that. Yeah, I think the ladies, you'd lose a lot of their features if you slash cut them and join them back together. I'm thinking, wouldn't they look just nice as a centrepiece on the back of a jacket? In fact, I saw someone had done a denim jacket and what they did was they just sewed, rather than make a jacket, they'd sewed fabric on top and just turned the edges under. So that would be lovely for the back, wouldn't it? I've got another one in another colour, which I don't know what this one's called. Iris. So there we've got it, the lady, which is called Garden Vista. In there's the colours for it. So if you wanted a collection of them. Right, then this one, PZZW01. This one is Flower Market in plum. But I mean, you see, it's interesting now that I've opened them all up and you see them and, you know, on their own, they are beautiful. But when you put them all together as one big group, they're even more stunning. Blueberry, Flower Market in blueberry. I love this. So this is what Ben is going to do, right? It looks like a woman with an umbrella in the rain, right? So if we cut those ladies, what we can do, join them back together? Oh, okay, yeah, but what about the seam allowances? Because you'd lose part of the person. He hasn't thought about that. So he's going to cut each of these ladies into groups and then sew them back together, but you're going to lose fabric when you sew it back together, so the lady's going to end up really short. Oh yeah, and then just put bond on. They're just fray. Anyway, isn't that a brilliant picture? That's brilliant. Did you do A level art, Ben? Yeah, anyone who buys half metre fabric can have this painting for free. That was a joke, you really don't want it. I think I'm going to leave that. It looks like it's really raining in your picture. Right. Pine. This one is in pine. And then we're getting there. Flower market in sky. Love that colour. Love that one. I think it's this yellowy. Oh, that one's gone. That yellowy lichen colour that I'm most attracted to. Right, and then there's 4 left now, and these are your sort of plainer blender fabrics. So these are lovely. If you've bought any of the others, or you just want that one, they go together beautifully. So it's called Cotton Bloom in Sky, because these are little blooms of cotton. And then this is Cotton Bloom in Blueberry. I mean, this is your kind of blender fabric, so it goes with everything else. But it's actually just as a fabric on its own, it's beautiful. I love this one. This is Cotton Bloom in Petrol. I mean, isn't that beautiful? Just love that colour. It's hard to see. Now, if you're like really struggling because you know you only want 2 or 3, if you go onto the website, to go on sewingstreet.com and click on Watch Live, if you scroll down, you can see little pictures of all of them, and that might be an easier way to see which one. There we are on the website there. So because the pictures you can then see quite more easily probably. There's the ladies all together. When they're cut and slashed, they'll be so much shorter. So there's all the fabric. So if you want to choose just one, then you can. Right, last one. And then we've got another collection. It's just Tilda Overload. Cotton Bloom in Paprika. Now this, I would say, this is the one I don't agree with. I would say Raspberry, because I think Paprika is got a bit more orange in it. Or sometimes like a smoked paprika is really deep red, stain your fingers red, isn't it? I think this is more Raspberry. Other than that, Tilda, you're good at that. Right, let's go through. We've got an old collection here, a previous collection. Now we don't have it as a mega bundle, we have it by the ½ metre. So let's start at the bottom. This is flower vase. So this is the Chic Escape collection, this one. This is flower vase in maroon. So I think this is the feature one. Oh, that's beautiful, isn't it? This one, I'd want to fussy cut this one out. This would make the most beautiful dress, wouldn't it? If you had like a plain fabric for the top and then this for the skirt of the dress, I think that's stunning. Or amazing pyjamas. Really nice to fussy cut as well. You could applique that onto something. I mean, those vases individually are beautiful, aren't they? Really like that one. So I'm going to do all of the vases to start with. So you can see the same print but in different colourways. Oh, God. That's lovely, isn't it? I love that mixture. You kind of got the Japanese Chinese influence of the blue and white china, and then you've got these English country garden blooms. The two together work so well. Oh, there is one in this background. Now I like this colour background because it's your kind of your neutral, but in a, what's the colour called on this one? It's not on the thing. Just grey. No, it's definitely a browny grey, like the colour of bark. That's what I would say. And I think that's it for those. Actually, is this the same one? Yeah, that's interesting. So that's the same one. Well, similar because it's just all the vases. Oh, so these are, yes, so these are just the single colours. What's this colour called? Mustard. Right, then we've got this one in a pale blue. This is a beautiful collection, isn't it? And you know what, with these collections, if you've got some from one collection, you can mix them into other collections. Now this is lovely. If you love blue and white, I love blue and white. If you wanted to make a blue and white quilt, I quite often will collect fabrics from different collections and different brands just because I want the colours. That is your absolute traditional blue and white. I would make this into napkins. I think it would look fantastic. You get 2 napkins out of a ½ metre. Just cut your ½ metre in half, hem the edges. I think that is really, really stunning, isn't it? I think that's really gorgeous. I love that. But then I'm thinking, you know, if you were going to do napkins, because we forget, I mean, that's so simple. It's like making handkerchiefs or napkins. ½ metre, cut it in half, make sure it's square, hem the edges, just turn it over twice by 1/4 inch. If you can be bothered, put some mitered corners in. But lovely gift for somebody, particularly like a housewarming or a wedding gift. Make 2 napkins in green, make 2 in blue, make 2 in mustard. That's, I mean, an amazing present, isn't it? It's the sort of thing you would keep forever and ever. And those are stunning. And actually, any of these Tilda fabrics would work well because they're such beautiful quality cotton. Even, you know, we're thinking ahead, like at Christmas time, you don't have to have Christmas napkins, but having beautiful napkins is really worth it. Ben's just moved into a new house, so we could make him a set of napkins for his dinner parties. I think it's maybe because the china, that makes me think of it. But any of these, you know, and it's the sort of thing that we don't tend to spend money on, but it's really nice thing to have. Love that one. What's this one called? Well, it's LCZW83, but it is called the Whimsy Flower Blue. A whimsy flower. I don't know what to wear. I think it's just whimsies and flowers together. But I love the background on that one, isn't it? Have I got another? Oh, here's another whimsy flower. This is whimsy flower on green. That's lovely, isn't it? Whimsy flower on green. I love that shade of green as well. I don't know how Tilda chooses her colours, but they're very specific shades that really work. I think I've got another whimsy flower. Whimsy flower in sand. Have we not got that one? Well, they might have called it grey. No. WKZW58. Oh, this is Wild Garden. It's different. It looks... Yeah, no, it is a different shape. It is a different shape. It's similar. The other one was more of an oval shape. That's wet sand, if it's going to be sand, rather than dry sand. But yeah, this is Western Supermare sand. Yeah, because it's very wet sand. Right, this one. Whimsy Flower Grey. Oh, that's lovely. That's so autumnal. I like the fact that we've got the oranges and the coppers in amongst that teal. That's so autumny, isn't it? Again, go on the website, have a look. If you can't decide which print you want and which colour, they're all on there. Sometimes it's nicer to see them side by side. This is the final print in this collection, which I'm hoping is called Peacock. It is! It's called Peacock. Tree green. Is it Peacock in tree green or is it Peacock tree in green? Peacock tree in green. That's lovely. Peacock tree in grey. But the grey, I have to say, is a very browny grey, isn't it? Do you know what it's the colour of? You know when you get chocolate where it's it gets a bloom on it because it's too old. So it has that kind of like grey colour to it. That sounds really horrible, doesn't it? It's a really nice colour, but it's like a pale chocolate. Right, then we've got peacock tree in navy blue. Oh, turn it around. I love the fact the peacocks are all coral and pink colours. Beautiful. And then this one is plum, grape. That's lovely, isn't it? There we go. Right, and I've got one kit at the end. So I've got to do one kit because we didn't have enough time earlier. Can't remember what hour it was, so long ago. Oh, it's the Alison Marion summer quilt. Make this summer quilt using the Sewing Street panel with these easy to follow instructions. So, it was demoed on the 19th of February. Now, the finished quilt is 69 by 52 inches. So it's kind of a lap quilt size. Let me show you. This is what it looks like. And here's the panel. So in the kit, you get the white fabric, so half a metre of white, which is used for the flower petals. And then this is the panel. This is a big panel. Big panel, $49.99. Look at the size of it. That's ridiculously large. So that's the panel. I'm going to put it on the desk because I don't think you're going to be able to see it. I'm presuming you don't have to cut this up. Well, I think I'm going to read the instructions. One moment. So what you do is, yeah, I think you just sew the daisy in the middle. Nice. And actually, you just, and then you bind it using the strips around the edge. This is easy peasy, isn't it? So you don't even need to cut it out. So look at the, you've got the border around the edge. You've got all of the squares that are bees and flowers, and we've got beehives. Beehive. You always have to say that when you say beehive, don't you? And all different, so it's shades of mustards and greys and teal blues. So look, this panel is massive. So it's simples because you've got the white that's used to create the flowers. Oh, right, now I've seen them. And then in the centre of the flower are bees. So if we get down to the bottom of the panel, look, so you can use the bees, cut those out, and use those in the centre of the flower, or you can put the flowers in. And like some of them here, you could cut the beehive and put that in. That is easy. This is a quilt for beginners. Actually, and I'm thinking, wouldn't that be a lovely picnic blanket? And because it's so quick to do, instructions are really good, explains exactly how to do it. I mean, if you don't want to put the flower in, you don't need to, but you get the fabric for that. But this is simple quilt. So if you've always wanted to have a go, $49.99. This is a great time to have a go. Very, very easy. And it says it is for beginners. Now, you will need wadding and backing fabric. There's a lot, same with all of our quilts. This is the top. But don't worry, because in a couple of minutes' time, in the next hour, we are all about extra wide backing fabrics and waddings. And I'll be going through all of them. Now, have a look in the break. We'll only be gone for 2 or 3 minutes. Have a look in the break at the extra wide backing fabrics because you need to shop ahead because people have been buying them. They are brand new today. I'll be going through all of those and the wadding too. Don't go anywhere. I'll see you back here in a minute.
Hello, my name's Rebecca Harrison. My background is in theatre costume, so I've made costumes for film, TV and theatre. I began to sew when I was at school, in primary school, and I also did a lot of sewing with my mum at home. One of the first things that I ever made was this little mouse, and I hand sewed her at primary school. I think I was 8 or 9 when I did her, and I treasure her. She's I just love her. Her stuffing's gone in her head, so she's a bit wobbly. My favourite things to sew are corsets, probably because of my period background, but I just love them. I've got one here. I love the structure of them, the shape the bones make. I just think they're beautiful, and the fact that through the ages they've changed to make women's shape different, and I find that really fascinating. My claim to fame is because I've obviously doing costumes for film and theatre, I've been lucky enough to meet a lot of famous people. So I've met people like Dame Judi Dench, Kate Winslet, Juliette Binoche, lots and lots of people, lots more than I can probably, I haven't got time to say them all. But yeah, just and all around the building where I used to work in London, you'd see lots of people, Christopher Lee, Sir Richard Attenborough, yeah, just lots and lots of people. So it was really lovely. Yeah, I feel very privileged to do what I do. I love my job, and I'm very lucky that I get to do it every day. And I really enjoy being on Sewing Street and demonstrating how to make things, and hopefully inspire you to get sewing.
Are you a fan of Sewing Street? Why not join our growing Facebook fans pages? Just search Sewing Street Fans on Facebook and click Join Group. Never miss out on the latest news and updates from our presenters and guest designers, special offers and plenty of chat with your fellow fans. Share photos of your makes, ask for advice, interact with your favourite guests and presenters, and be a part of the ever-growing sewing community. See you there!
What I really like about coming to the Festival of Quilts is a chance to see what people are making and really share my own enthusiasm for the quilting world.
People come from all over the world and all over the UK to visit. There's quite a wide variety of traders, I mean from sewing machines down to sewing needles.
Loads of fun, lots of choice.
The quilts at the show today have been very inspiring because they've been done by lots of different people. They've got different techniques, different colour combinations.
Oh, it's the biggest thrill when you're chosen and you get a first prize.
If you're a Sewing Street customer, no matter how many times you check out in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. So don't wait to add the item you want to your basket and check out. You will only pay one P&P even if you check out multiple times in one day.
Welcome back to Sewing Street, and exciting, we've got brand new extra wide fabrics in, which is amazing, isn't it? Because whenever we get them in, they sell out. Always. I don't know. Well, I guess because they're so useful, and I think that A, they're useful, and B, they're amazing value for money. So before I show any of them, let me talk about extra wide fabrics and the sizes and what they are. Well, they're fabric and they're extra. And no joking. So they are all 108 inches wide, which I think, off the top of my head, is 271 centimetres. Is that right? 108, which I think is 200 and something. I think that's... 274, I was 3 out. So they're all 274. So they are more than 2.5 times the width of your normal quilting weight fabric, which is 44 inches. But they're not 2.5 times the price. So I'm going to show you what one looks like. Now, we sell them by the ½ metre, so they will be cut to order. So if you need more, which you will if you're back in a quilt. So Michael, would you like to come and hold the other end? This is Michael, my glamorous assistant. So look, there's one end. Right, if you walk towards me, keep going. Wave.
That's massive.
See? So look how wide that is. That is so wide, isn't it? That's Michael, my glamorous folding assistant. So this is gorgeous. That's the width of it. It is normal quilting weight cotton, so it's perfect to use for, obviously, I mean, in the main, people use them for backing quilts because you don't need to join it, because even if you're making a super king quilt, it's wide enough. And it's nice that you don't have to join it. And also, the cost, it's nice that it doesn't cost as much. But lots of people use them for other things. Now, an obvious use is bedding. They're great for sheets, duvet covers, pillowcases, because where else would you get fabric this wide from? I know people also use them for curtain lining, because they're obviously, you know, they're quilting weight cotton. Unless you were making super lightweight curtains, which you might be if you had maybe full-length curtains in the kitchen or something and you wanted just lightweight summer curtains, absolutely perfect. Obviously, they won't keep the warmth in, but they will, you know, they'll a bit of privacy. They're perfect for that because of the width. How nice to not have to join the fabric together, and any bedding as well. A lot of people will use them for homewares, so they're really good for bags, cushions, all those sorts of things. You know, where any of the homeware making that you do. Use them for quilts. They don't have to just be the quilt backing, they can be cut up, because this is just one of the prints. I'm going to show you loads of the prints now, but you could use them for cushions, bags, but they are fantastic for dressmaking too. So for spring, summer, early autumn weight dressmaking, you know, if you were making a summer dress or full pair of pyjamas or nice little blouse, you know, this is quilting weight cotton. But it's the width that makes the difference. So when you're buying it for dressmaking, you don't need to buy anything like as much because it's so wide. So have a think about all of that. They're all great quality. They are quilting weight quality and they are lovely fabrics. So this one is called Colour Wheels. So the best way for me to show you is if I just move it up the table. Now they're kind of a little bit multi-directional, which I quite like. So if you're using it for quilt backing and you don't get it exactly straight, maybe you're making like a play tent for the kids. I'm thinking, you know, when you make those curtains that go around the bottom of the bed or under the bunk beds, wouldn't they be great for that? Or, you know, ½ metre like this, great for a table runner. But a lot of people use them because they go, right, well, I'm going to make a load of tote bags. I just want the lining. I want something fun. I want it expensive. Now look at the price. £12.99. £12.99 for ½ metre. Now remember, this is more than 2.5 times the width. So this fabric would probably be, I guess, about £6.99 for ½ metre if it was 44-inch width. So £7.14. So this would be similar, about £20 for ½ metre if we were selling it as quilting weight cotton, and that is where you see the price saving. So not only are you getting the price saving, you're getting ease of fabric. Ease of fabric. So that one is called Colour Wheels. Now that has been, is that the most popular? Was the most popular on pre-order. But there was another one that sold out before we got to this hour. So, right. So let's just I'm going to do the purpley one next because I love this one. These are done in no particular order other than the ones I like, really. I like them all. This is Anna Maria Horner. And how much is this? Just £13.99. Designer fabric. Extra wide. Brand new today as well. Look at this. I mean, this is fantastic. This is gorgeous. Do you know, if you can't be bothered to do all the patchwork, what I would say is get this, use it just as the top of the quilt. You could use it for the bottom as well and just quilt it. Because then, well, it's whole cloth quilting. I mean, it is a thing that's been done for years. So you just, in the past, originally, whole cloth quilting was a plain fabric, usually a calico or a white, and they would just quilt through it by hand in the matching colour thread. So there's no colour, but it's just all the patterns, and that was whole cloth quilting. But basically, it just means not pieced. So you could even use this for the front, use a plainer one for the back, and just quilt round the edges. What a beautiful quilt. I mean, that's stunning. But nice for curtains. Lightweight again, remember, or lightweight, or use them to line them. So if you've got some beautiful curtain material, because we always have the nice that shows outside to the neighbours, and we have the other one on the inside, don't we? So have that for the lining. But maxi dress, summer maxi dress. And also think about if you're making to sell. So if you've got a stall or you're making for charity and you want to sell a load of very simple, like PE bags for kids, sort of thing you do at the summer fete, this is great for it, isn't it? So that is Anna Maria, what's it called? Surprise. Surprise. Well, I guess it's got a navy background, hasn't it? I don't know, I wonder why it's called Surprise. Just because. Right. Let's go sequins next. I love this. I mean, when I saw the picture of it, I thought it was actually sequins. It's not, but it looks like sequins. It's rainbow sequins. Hi Rebecca, I'm looking for a backing. I'm using the John Scott Indian collection to make a quilt. Okay, well I'd say this was quite good. Have you seen did you do that one, Ben? On the Monday when it was John's birthday, he had an Indian collection. And it was these sort of colours, wasn't it? But then it depends whether you want that sequin look. How about this red one? I'll show you that one in a minute, but I think that red one would be ideal. This is gorgeous. I mean, they're not actual sequins, they are cotton. But hey, wouldn't that look nice as a jacket or a shirt? It'd look amazing, because honestly, because of the shimmer on it, it feels a bit like the sequins. Maxi dress would look amazing, innit? Also, you know, if you were using it for patchwork, how cool, because, you know, let's start at this end. We've got all the colours. So we've got green, blue, pink, red, the rusty oranges going up to the greens and starting again. So this would be fantastic for patchwork because you've got all the different colours there. And that would be the most amazing curtain lining, wouldn't it? Bedding. I quite like a duvet cover in that. Again, the whole cloth quilt thing. You could just quilt along the lines, couldn't you? I mean, it's so inexpensive, isn't it? You know, when you want to make like big, just simple drawstring bags to store things in. You know, when you're going away, you go on holiday, you go camping. I remember I made a big bag to put my barbecue in because everything gets lost, doesn't it? Or one to put all your cutlery in. It's really good for holidays when you want to keep something together. And having this extra wide fabric makes life a lot simpler. Simple drawstring bag. Put all of one lot, whether it's all your sort of picnic wear in it. It's so much easier to keep it all in one place. Love the sequin though. That's gorgeous. Right, that's the sequin one. I'm looking for some Christmas backing fabric, which is 42-inch square. Would 1 metre be enough? Well, no, because 1 metre is 39 inches. So you'd have to go for 1.5 metres to have enough. You'd have enough, well, if you joined it, it would, because obviously this is 108. So it depends if you wanted it as a whole piece. If you wanted it 42-inch square without any joins, then you'd have to buy 1.5 metres. If you wanted it, if you joined it 3 times or in 3 separate pieces, then it would be. But if you want it as a whole piece, you'll need 1.5 metres. Does that make sense? Let me know if not. Should we go black and white one next? Yeah, this is nice. This was in the lead on pre-order. So what would you do with that one then? You could colour it in, couldn't you? Well, it looks great. So you've got, they're like blackwork patterns. So you've got all of the clouds. I mean, it feels very lovely for like the monochrome kids room thing, isn't it? Because you've got all the sunrises, the suns coming out. We've got purple, dark blue, light blue, green, light green, lime green, yellow, light orange, orange, red, dark red and purple. So it changes you only get one of each colour as it goes up. That's fab, isn't it? It's just you're getting so much fabric here. So if you wanted to, when you need a lot of fabric to make something, if you wanted to do big gathered, like, play tents and that kind of thing where you need loads of fabric, this is perfect. But this would be really good for bedding. I'd love a duvet cover made out of this. You could have duvet cover, matching curtains and everything. I mean, the only thing is for curtains, it's great for the lining. I'm not sure how much, you'd have to really black out it, wouldn't you? It hasn't really got the weight. But that would be great bedding. Or have a thing, rather than, you could get your favourite one of this, make loads of drawstring gift bags. That's all your wrapping sorted for the rest of the year, isn't it? You never need to buy any wrapping paper again. Love that one. Santangle in the gaps, indeed. I mean, you could even use it as wall art, couldn't you? So you could cut out each of the suns and frame them. If you get an inexpensive frame, what I do is I take the glass out, make sure the frame is flat, wrap it round the back and staple it on, or you put the glass, then you've got a beautiful piece of wall art. Or, when you go into artist shops and you can buy those canvases where they're just already wrapped round, and I think artists use them for painting on, but they're just canvases wrapped around a wooden frame. If you get those to the size you want, they're very, very inexpensive. You could then staple this round, and that's beautiful wall art, isn't it? Very contemporary. There we go, £12.99. What's in the lead now? I was really, keeps changing. Anna Maria's in the lead. This one currently is in the lead. I'll keep them actually, Mike, because you just never know. Let's show you this one again, because this one is currently in the lead. I'm not surprised. I mean, it's designer, so that's why, it's £1 more than the others, but it's well worth it, isn't it? It's beautiful. Now remember, this is ½ metre, but it will be cut to order for you. It's all on a bolt in the warehouse. When you put your order through, they will cut exactly what you want. If you're making a quilt, what I would say is add 8 inches to the measurement at least, absolute minimum all round. So say your finished quilt is 70 by 70 inches, you need to buy 78 by 78 inches. So that's fine by the width. That's loads and loads, but for the length, you then need to work that out in metres. So 78 inches is, what's that by 2.54? Yes. Is it about 180? So 198, so you'd have to buy 2 metres. So what I would say for a double bed, just 2 metres is just about enough. If you're going bigger than that, if you're going above sort of king size, then 2.5 metres. You'll actually have fabric left down the side, which is nice because you can use that for matching cushions and things. So 2 metres for up to just about enough for a double, and over that 2.5 metres, and you will have enough. But that's what it looks like. So add 8 inches and then convert it into centimetres to see how much you need. And what's great is that you will have fabric down the side as well. Does the comb cotton mean it has a softer brush finish? No, do you know, I wondered that, because it doesn't, because I thought comb cotton doesn't, but it is exactly the same. So I don't actually know. I mean, it doesn't have a brush finish. Is it softer? Well, marginally softer, but only in the way that when you buy different fabrics, some fabrics have a softer feel to them, like the Tilda fabric has a softer feel, but it's certainly not brushed. I mean, there's different processes in doing it. It is soft, but it isn't brushed. Pardon? Oh, right. Combed cotton means it's less prone to pilling. So you won't get all the little less bobbling. It feels pretty much the same, but because of the process, it's less prone to pilling, which is why it's an extra £1. It feels very similar. What? The which one? The ivy one. Oh, ivy's just taken over. This is lovely. This is Ben's favourite one. This was going to be the wallpaper in our studio. There was a wallpaper. We had a big wallpaper vote when we changed the studio, and when I left the vote, they said we're definitely not having wallpaper. They had all this there, and then when I came in the next week, we had wallpaper. So I don't know what happened to the definitely not having wallpaper. And I quite like the wallpaper we got. Anyway, look at this one. Isn't this pretty? So it's an ivory background with just trailing ivy or leaves. Is it called ivy? Ivory. It's quite nice actually because it's got almost like a textured background. So you've got cream, but when you look at it really closely, you can see. Can we get in there, Charlie? So you can see this almost slightly textured, almost as if it's like a linen fabric. I mean, that texture's printed on because it isn't, but it's got a very natural look to it. Now, how nice would this be? We haven't even covered tablecloths. Tablecloths. So what I would say with the tablecloth, I think a 12-inch drop is usually about right. Because with the 12-inch drop all the way around, you haven't got that tablecloth sitting on your lap, but you then don't have it just going over the edges. So measure your table and then add 12 inches all the way around, so to all sides, so 24 inches to just the width and the depth. And then add a hem allowance. So I would go half an inch. So if you add 13 inches all the way around and then cut it to that size. If you've got, and then just hem it. I mean, that's such an inexpensive tablecloth. And because of the width of it, unless you've got a massive table, then you should be fine. If you've got a curved table, it always drives me mad when you go to a cafe and they have round tables and they've got square tablecloths. It really is worth cutting off the curve of that. So the way to do it, if you could be bothered, is to turn your table upside down. And then I have done that, is I've actually I've put the fabric on top of the table, wrong sides up, and just drawn around the curve with an erasable pen. But you then need to measure out from that curve, your 12 or 13 inches with a tape measure all around and then cut it. But it's worth doing because you will get a really nice finish. If you can't be bothered to do the drawing, just at least curve the edges of it. If it's circular or oval, at least curve the edges. But it means your tablecloth will drape better. So put your fabric centrally on top of your table, wrong side up, draw around the outline of the table, trace around it with an erasable pen, and then get your tape measure and measure out from there all the way around, like your 12, whatever your drop is, at small places, so they're only about an inch apart, and then draw those lines together, and then you can cut it out and your tablecloth will drape better. But you imagine if you've got a big table, trying to get a tablecloth, or a beautiful 100% cotton tablecloth. And this one actually, Christmas. Nice for Christmas. It would be lovely to trim an existing white duvet and make matching pillowcases. Margaret, that's a brilliant idea. Yes. So what you could do is you could just put a band across the top of the duvet or just across the bottom, matching pillowcases. You've suddenly got a whole new bedding set. I'm loving that idea. Please send your ideas in because I love extra wide because there's so much you can do with it. I mean, even, at this price, you can use it instead of calico to do toiles, but then you'd never really want to mess about with it. But actually, if you've got a plain white duvet cover, it would be really nice, either across the top or the bottom. And I know it means you'll have to undo some of the seams, but if you cross it across the bottom, just cut it off, sew that on, and then even just trim them. You could then even line your bedroom curtains with this. I mean, it is lovely, and I think this would be really good for Christmas. Imagine Christmas if you had this as a tablecloth, because it's ivy, and then maybe you made a runner, or you had table mats or something in red. I've got some red like this. Show you this in a minute. In red, how beautiful would that be? And you know, every year, Christmas Eve, put my tablecloth on, I go, next I'm going to make a new tablecloth. This never fits, and I forget. So maybe this is the one. Right, should we move on to that lovely red one I was just talking about? Yeah. We have never, ever had batiks in extra wide. Ever, till today. Ever, for the first time, ever. Sound like one of those cinema adverts. For the first time, ever. I love, now this, if you're looking for Christmas, wouldn't this be lovely? Right, I'm going to get the whole thing. So this, that's lovely, isn't it? I mean, that, I tell you what that looks like. Have you ever made your own cranberry sauce? And you put all your cranberries into a big saucepan, and then you chuck on the cherry brandy, and you chuck a bit of sugar in, a bit of water, and then they all bubble. And when they pop, that's when it's ready. That's what my pan of cranberries looks like when it's popping. Beautiful, isn't it? So you've just got kind of batik prints in all, and this is, what's nice about batik is you can never tell the difference between the front and the back. But it has that lovely batik stiffness. $11.49. That's ridiculous. But wouldn't that be nice? I mean, honestly, with this, or how about getting this as your tablecloth, bound in that. We had this in blue, completely sold out on pre-order. But I am loving that red. So, what was the lady who asked about John's Indian elephants? I think I would use this one. I think that would go, because from memory, I only ever saw them. Oh, for Maureen in Derbyshire, I never actually saw them. But I saw pictures of them, saw little pictures, and from memory they were these sort of colours. And I think the batik would go really well with them. How nice is that? Again, extra wide, you can buy it by the ½ metre and it will be sent to you as a whole cut piece. Gorgeous. Right, the batiks are always massively popular. And remember, this is quilting weight fabric, so you can use it for your normal quilting. You can use it for patchwork, but just think how much you're getting there. Christmas dress. Be lovely for your Christmas dress, wouldn't it? Or Christmas gift bags. It would be nice as your Christmas, you get all your Santa sacks done now. Can I ask, does the fabric come as a pre-cut? Thanks from Margaret. No, Margaret, this is the best, brilliant of it. This is the best bit. So if you want a 2 metre piece, just put 4, because that's 4 lots of ½ metre in the basket. You will have it as a whole piece. If you want 10 metres, put 20 units in there. And that is the best thing about extra wide, is that you want that then. So because originally it's used for quilt backing, the whole point is not joining it. So no, it does not come as pre-cut, which is fantastic. So whatever you need to back, Margaret, if it's a quilt, add 8 inches minimum. So 4 inches all round, 8 inches in total. Right, should we go for the green? We've got one more batik left. This is called Kingfisher. Yeah, but this isn't king. I've never seen a kingfisher this colour. Oh, Kingfisher green. This is like, I would say this is lime. Was that called Kingfisher red? Oh, okay. I don't know what that means. That must be the brand or something. The collection's called, that has nothing to do with Kingfishers. This is, I would say, lime. Mojito. They should have called it mojito. No, this is, if I called this or key lime pie, or I called this mojito, you'd know what it was, wouldn't you? That is gorgeous. How about tablecloth for your outdoor table? That's dead posh, isn't it? Don't forget to cut a hole in the centre for your parasol though, because that's quite annoying if you haven't done that. You need to cut the hole for the parasol, otherwise that would be annoying. That would be nice, wouldn't it? Or, you know, just back in a picnic blanket, because it is very sort of summery, springy summery, isn't it? And there's no direction. It's batik. It's all over the place, so you haven't got to think about which way it lays or matches up. It's really lovely, isn't it? And does it look nice with the ivy? Oh, see, now look at this. That's a bit special, because look at the limey colour in the ivy. It's picked out in there as well, so they get together quite well, don't they? Right, how many more? Oh, I've still got a few to go through. Maybe I need to hurry up. Shall we do clovers? This one's new. So this is the final brand new one. Now, I was looking at these earlier and couldn't decide what they were. Ah, now I know, because I've seen what it's called. It's called fireflies. I don't know what I thought they were. I couldn't work it out, but now I've realised it's called fireflies. I know exactly what they were. Look at those. So I thought they were little ants. So you've got clovers. Well, I think they're clovers. I can't see any 4-leaf clovers. Oh, I'm not as lucky. You're lucky if you can see them. I can only see 3-leaf clovers. It's not, he's lying. And then these are fireflies. I like this one. Again, you know, they're great for quilt backing, but you can use them for anything. I mean, actually, it would be quite nice for dressmaking. I quite like the little plops of yellow amongst it, and the fact that the fireflies are lighting up the green. That's very lovely, isn't it? But, you know, because it's cotton fabric, isn't it? Use it for whatever you like. So you don't have to think, oh, well, I'm going to use that for my quilt blacking. Yeah, I think actually, in reality, now I'm pulling it down the table, it's much better than it is in the web image, but I mean, often the web images are a bit wrong. Sometimes they don't go right. So I love that one. Right, that is the end of the brand new ones, but don't worry, because we've got lots of others that aren't brand new, but are just as lovely. Well, but where do I start? I'm going to start with circles. Is this called gobstoppers? Is it really called gobstoppers? Oh, it's called confetti. It's not called gobstoppers. It looks like gobstoppers though. Oh, isn't this lovely? So, this is, I mean, the ones that aren't brand new have probably only been shown once before. This is lovely. So you've got a really nice, just slightly off-white, almost white, but not super bright, with gorgeous circles. I tell you what this reminds me of, some of the Cave Facet knitwear designs. These big, glorious circles of colour. How lovely is that? You're spoilt for choice here. That one's really nice, isn't it? Again, these are all the same, 108 inches, 274 centimetres, all quilting weight cotton, can all be bought by the ½ metre, so multi-buy if you want 2 metres, it will be sent to you as a whole cut piece. This is playful and joyous. Again, this would be great if you were making items for a child or for a nursery. Be lovely for that. You know, how about like big drawstring bags to chuck all the toys into, bedding. I mean, for a cot quilt, duvet cover, be lovely, wouldn't it? We've also got it available in charcoal. Would you call it charcoal? Confetti soiree. What was this one called then? Oh, confetti matin and confetti soiree. Oh, I wonder who was choosing the names that day. So I'd have gone white, and it's not this one. Like this one isn't black, black, black. It's it's not soiree. It's very dark charcoal. There we go. So soiree, matinee. Dear. Actually, don't they look really nice together though? You know, if you wanted to have two contrasts, very nice. In fact, how about duvet cover, pillowcase? Be nice, wouldn't it? I think this is great for a quilt, but I love this one for a quilt backing though, because it's dark. So if you were using it for outdoors, like picnic or something, or you were making cushions for outside because it's darker, I think that is better. I don't know why sort of for a quilt back. I guess if you've got it on your bed, it doesn't really matter. But they do go together really well, don't they? Like those two. So that's soiree, which is a very dark grey. And then matinee, which is white. And matinee's in the lead. I do like them together though. Remember, dressmaking. How about making the top in that and the spot? Hey, pyjamas, wouldn't that look cool? Pyjama top, pyjama bottoms. For the whole family. Oh, now I love this. I didn't spot that one. I would have shown that one first. Is this Tim Holtz? Or is it just similar to? This is maps of, I don't know, yeah. Oh, it isn't Tim Holtz, but it's got that feel about it. I really like this. Is this your favourite? Oh, I like that. I wonder what I would do with that. I don't know, but I do like it. I mean, your obvious one is use it for a quilt back, because how cool, particularly if you're making, you know, something in these kind of neutral, greeny, browny colours, it would be good. But lovely for some blinds, wouldn't it? I mean, you'd have to use blackout lining, but it is gorgeous, isn't it? I tell you what would be nice, book covers. You know, if you've got like particularly bigger ones like A4 folders and files, cover them with all these really simple. I mean, if you're covering an A4 ring binder file, made exactly the same way as covering a book with just the flaps. Wouldn't that look lovely? You look like a library with it all. Nice to do maybe like a little rucksack if it was for kids for school or older ones. Nice, a little rucksack would look nice. But lining, look lovely for lining because it's got that interest, isn't it? It's just really, really unusual. Has it got the actual countries on it properly? Oh yeah, there's South America. I'm looking for the UK, I haven't found that yet. There's Africa, found that, the Southern Ocean. It must be here somewhere. I don't think you're going to get any chance of finding Redditch on here. I can't even find the UK. I can't even find the UK. Must be there. Oh yeah, I think it's around about here somewhere. Oh, there it is. I found it. There it is. That's lovely, isn't it? It's the sort of thing I've not seen like this forever. This style of extra wide. It used to be really, if you bought extra wide, you just could get it in plains, and now, look at it. It's amazing. Should we do this confetti one? Quite like this one. GJYH80. What's this one called? Drop cloth. What even does that mean? Oh, drop the cloth. Well, I would have said it looks like sort of some kind of confetti. Again, this is really good because this is like there's no direction going on here at all. This is super coloured and patterned all over. Really fun though, isn't it? I think this would make nice cushions, wouldn't it? It's very arty, isn't it? So many different things. Again, this would look nice, you know, for your duvet cover, wouldn't it? Or, you know, but using it with a plate, you could use this to edge any of the colours that are in here. just £13.99. It's called drop cloth, but we don't really know why. So when you're painting, oh, and these are all the bits that would go on the floor. So this is the drop cloth under your canvas, and it comes out that colour. Well, I guess it might do, mightn't it? Love that one. I like that. I like it because it's multi-directional and it's every sort of colour. So if you're back in a quilt, because quite often we have people go, I don't know what colour to use, this is going to pretty much go with everything. But actually, the next one will as well. It's the same thing, but just brighter. Oh, this is a nice feel. Who's this one by? Impressionist Floral. I'm going to hold this one up. This is a very lovely soft feel to it. Look. It's very impressionist, isn't it? Actually, you think if you saw a duvet cover like this, it'd be really expensive, wouldn't it? And it's 100% cotton as well. And quite often, you know, when you buy them, they're not often 100% cotton. I know they take a bit longer to iron, but it does feel nicer, doesn't it? When you get 100% cotton on your bedding. That's lovely. Actually, what a cool tablecloth as well. You could have one for all different seasons. It is very impressionist though, isn't it? And looks quite different when you look at it from different angles. If I move it forward, so you've got like red flowers and green flowers and blue and yellow. It's just all like little brush strokes all over it. I think that's really nice. And £13.99. Bargain. There we go. I really like that one. Right. What should we go for next? Oh, how about this one? This one. Yeah, it's this one. Right, this one is selling really well, and I guess it's because it's very neutral. And I think sometimes, you know, particularly if you've got a quilt that you're making that's very light, you don't want a dark background. But do remember though, always try them out, because the wadding in your quilt does absorb a lot of the colour. But I think this is why this one is popular, because it's a nice plain blank. It's, if you get in close, it's got a ivory background, and then you've got that really subtle, just beige, floral and leaf print all over it. Again, this is lovely for a tablecloth. There's 1 metre left of it. Oh, be quick then. Better be quick. I do like that one though. Again, that would be nice for something Christmas, but we do only have 1 metre left of it. But we do have the same print, but in a black and white. Pen and Ink, this one's called. Oh, let me just throw it across the table. There we go. I like that. That is nice though, isn't it? So it's the same print as the one that's, well, we've probably got none left now, but it's black and white. But it's nice though. Again, I think this is really good for bedding, but it would make it great for home sewing as well. I think that would make a really nice dress. You quite often see, don't you, beautiful summer dresses in this real monochrome feel. They're really popular at the moment. You go out on the high street and look, there's a lot of monochrome out there, because they always looks nice. If you've got a dress in this, it looks lovely if you team it with like an apple green or bright orange or a pillar box red cardigan to go with it. I think the monochrome with a little pop of colour, even if it's just shoes, looks lovely. Worth getting your apple green heels out for. Yeah, or your orange handbag. But it goes really nicely with that, doesn't it? I mean, and also a lot of people use this for bag making. Because again, say you were making a tote bag with this as the outside, you could put a bright colour on the inside. I'm loving the show. Would the Kingfisher green be a good colour to edge the ivory ivy for a tablecloth? Michael, could I have those 2 fabrics back?
Which ones?
the ivory ivy and the kingfisher green? I think it would, but we'll just check, shall we? That's lovely. Give me the bag and I'll keep it for you.
And which one's kingfisher green?
I think it's just that green one. The batik. So we're going to have a little go. Yeah, that's, no, that's fireflies. He's put them all away and everything. Lovely, that's the one. So what was it for a binding? So there's your ivory. Right, and then we're going to bind it. I think it would because it's that sort of, the green. Here we go. Perfect, because in the ivy, you've got exactly that green. You've also got the darker green in here that's picked up in there. And actually, it's quite sort of naturalistic, leafy kind of shapes. So what do you think? I would. Top of a tote bag. Nice, eh? Yeah, perfect. Right, I'll give you that one, give you those two back. Promise I won't. I won't do. So anyway, team this one with something bright and zingy, those acid colours that look amazing. I love that one. Right, should we do 6 to get through? Right, let's do this one. Oh no, look at this one. How have I missed this one? This is like kind of Dresden plate, but no, this is like double wedding ring, but not quite as even. Oh, look at this. This is lovely. It's got prints on as well. So look, this one's got a little floral print and we've got a black and white. Oh, this is absolutely perfect for backing a quilt because it feels like it's patchwork circles, isn't it? Love this one. And the background is lovely. It's a really nice, like, calico cream colour. Do like that. Because the fact that some of the rings are plain, but a lot of them have got print in as well. Nice. What's that one called? Oh, just patchwork rings. Patchwork rings, like that one. Right, we can go back to the squarey one. I hadn't seen that one before. So, this is nice because this has got a really pale winter white, but it's like a pale grey, a really pale, but a bluey grey. And then you've got squares and circles and dots all over it in shades of blacks and charcoals and browns. So it's a more modern print, but I like it. It's very arty, isn't it? Quite like that. And also, again, you know, use it for patchwork. It doesn't have to just be used as backing. You can use it to cut out different squares in. Lovely, like that one. Because it's nice because we've had some traditional ones, we've had floral ones, we've had plain ones, and then we've got a really modern one. Shirt, wouldn't that be nice as a shirt? I'd be excellent as a shirt. Because they're really in at the moment, aren't they? All these vintage shirts, all these short sleeve men's vintage shirts all over the place. I think that would be lovely. I know my boys have got loads of these shirts in strange colours, but that would really go. Right, this one looks like planks. Oh, I love this. Is it called planks? This is brilliant. It's called planks as well. I tell you what, this looks like where you put your laminate floor down, but it's broken. This would give you serious splinters, wouldn't it? But look. It is like your laminate floor but splinters. But isn't this great? You think how many times you want a wood effect fabric if you're doing a plique or something. If you're pliquing like wooden spoons in the pocket of your apron, this is absolutely perfect for it. Nice as well. The other thing I suddenly remembered I hadn't thought about is sashing and binding for quilts. So if you're doing a big quilt and you need to do all the sashing and the borders around the edge, yes, you can cut it across the width of the fabric and join it. But when you buy this extra wide, you don't need to. So if you're doing some big borders or sashing around a quilt and you want this brown colour, this is perfect. And it's so unusual, isn't it? Do like that one. Right, I've got 3 left. Let's do this one. Looks like, you know that cork fabric you can get that's got like multicoloured? We have sold it before. And you get plain ones, you get ones with like metallic on, and then there's one that we do that has all these little like paint splash colours. So again, this is a really good neutral quilt backing. It's a kind of sand colour, and then you've got dots of red, green, blue and black. So it's going to go with pretty much all designs. And also, if you're doing something that you might be outdoors, whether it's like the bottom of a picnic blanket or maybe an outdoor tablecloth, that you worry, anything that you will worry that's going to show up the dirt, it just kind of won't on here, because it'll all blend in with everything else. Be very good for clothing for when eating spaghetti bolognese. It could be your special spaghetti bolognese shirt, because I don't think that would show on this. Be great, wouldn't it? Yeah. Oh, quite often I go and get changed for 8 bolognese. So maybe you should have this maybe this would be a great napkin, because it wouldn't show up any of the dirt. Right, 2 left. 2 left. This is very green. Very green. It's like pixelated, isn't it? It's just got loads and loads of different shades of green, but all in little squares and rectangles. So again, the joy of this is there's no direction to it at all. And it can be hard, particularly when you're backing a quilt, to get the background that you're using on the backing exactly straight and square, especially because you then put the wadding on top of it, and then your quilt front on top, and that's got to be, has to have the backing and the wadding sticking out. So sometimes it's quite nice to have something that has no direction whatsoever. It's lovely though, isn't it? Actually, it would be nice for some outdoor, because it looks like grass, doesn't it? Yeah, a bit Minecraft it is, isn't it, actually? Yeah. But it's just all those nice shades of green. But also, if you're doing patchwork and you want to, maybe you're doing something where you want some borders or binding in green, because there's so many different shades, it will give you just a nicer, more 3D look than going for just plain green. So I think that's quite nice. Right, last one. Now this is the same, only it's grey, but it's got almost like a bit of mauve in it as well, hasn't it? Do you think? Yeah, it's kind of like grey, dark grey, charcoal grey, a little bit of mauvey grey, bit of neutral, mushroom. So very neutral. Again, go with anything. Think about your tablecloths. I think that'd make a lovely tablecloth, wouldn't it? Again, I don't think it'd show up your dirt too much. It wouldn't show up the red wine. I like that. See, what would you make with it? Do you think of all the things you could make? Even, you know, I think it'd make a nice shirt, wouldn't it? Make a nice shirt. Anyway, that is the end of the extra wide backings. How many have we done? We've done absolutely loads. Congratulations to all of you who've got them. The most popular one is the Ivy Ivory. Well, except for the 2 that sold out. Wow, now the Ivy Ivory was brand new and we had lots of it because we keep selling out, and we've only got 30 half meters left. Right, coming up on tomorrow's show, thank you for joining me today. It's been a pleasure. It is John Scott presenting tomorrow. At 8 o'clock, he's got bulk buy fabric deals. Fantastic. Save yourself money and get loads of fabric as well. That's great. It's Jenny Jackson in the house. Now, I didn't have a June. It's July strip of the month. I had May and April, I think, but I don't think I did June. July strip of the month, now that's going to sell out 7:30. Get that on pre-order. Her July strip of the month always sell out, but it will be on pre-order from 7:30. 10 o'clock, we love William Morris. We do love William Morris, yes. So I imagine that's lots of William Morris fabrics and things. And 11 o'clock is Jenny Jackson Designs with, guess who? Jenny Jackson, yeah. Jenny Jackson's Designs with Jenny Jackson and John Scott. And 12 o'clock is all about the quilting tools. So thank you so much for joining me today. It's been a pleasure. I will be here next week. Actually, yeah, I was going to do Monday. I normally do Monday, and then John was doing something today, so this was his day. So I swapped with him because he's got his village fete today. So that's why I'm doing Saturday. So I think next Sunday I will be in. Anyway, thank you for joining me today. Have a fantastic weekend, whatever you're doing. I hope you manage to get outside and it doesn't rain all the time. I'm looking forward to a bit of sun tomorrow, and I will see you back here next week.